This is Audible.
The Darkest Summer, Pusan and Incheon, 1950. The Battles That Saved South Korea and the Marines from Extinction. By Bill Sloan. Narrated by Michael Pritchard. Copyright 2009 by Bill Sloan. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Simon & Schuster, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2009 by Tentor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Chapter 1. Suddenly, a not-so-sudden war. As darkness fell on Saturday, June 24th, 1950, it was party time in Seoul, capital of the fledgling Republic of South Korea. The afternoon had been oppressively hot and humid, but by dusk storm clouds were gathering above the mountains to the north, and a celebratory mood, nurtured by hopes of rain, blossomed among the ancient city's 1.5 million residents. A bountiful rice harvest depended on the torrential downpours of the summer monsoon season. Without them, famine would sweep like a plague across the Korean peninsula, one of the poorest and most primitive areas of Asia. The spring had been unseasonably dry, but now it appeared certain that the indispensable rains were on their way. In anticipation, Republic of Korea, ROK, Army Headquarters, had authorized 15-day leaves for thousands of enlisted men to allow them to help their families in the rice paddies. Many other troops in the ROK defensive force stationed at the 38th parallel, the line just over 35 miles north of Seoul, that divided South Korea and the Communist North, had been given the weekend off as a reward for serving through months of hostile incidents and false alarms along the frontier. These were comforting, perhaps necessary, gestures toward the troops, but their effect was to leave fewer than a third of the 38,000-man ROK force assigned to border defense on duty at the parallel. The Republic of Korea Army brass, meanwhile, were celebrating the opening of a new officers' club in Seoul, where they were joined by virtually all the American officers of the 500-member Korean Military Advisory Group, KMAG, charged with helping the ROKs achieve combat readiness. Later in the evening, the Americans would return the favor by hosting the South Koreans at the regular Saturday night dance at the lavish KMAG officers' open mess. Having completed his tour of duty, Brigadier General William L. Roberts, retiring commander of the KMAG, had sailed for the States that very afternoon. Otherwise, he doubtlessly would have been at the center of the festivities. In embassy bars and other elite venues, the 2,000 members of the American diplomatic mission in Seoul also came out to play. Since the arrival of the first Americans in South Korea in 1945, the mission had grown into the largest such U.S. contingent in the world, but only a handful of the staff was involved in military matters. Most were there to support the struggling economic and political systems of a nation that, after generations of outside control, had virtually no experience in administering its own affairs. The diplomats' cocktail conversations focused on the recent visit to Seoul and the 38th parallel by John Foster Dulles, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. They joked about Dulles's remarks on South Korea's progress toward responsible representative government and a vitalized economy, both still distant goals. There was almost no mention of rice harvests or monsoons, much less the possibility of a North Korean invasion. On the eve of his retirement as head of the KMAG, General Roberts had boasted in an interview with Time magazine of his group's success in molding the ROK military into a force capable of meeting any threat posed by the North Korean People's Army, NKPA. "The South Koreans have the best damn army outside the United States," Roberts had said flatly. He also maintained that tank warfare was impossible among the narrow roads and boggy rice paddies of Korea. His superiors in Washington and Tokyo took the general at his word, despite damning evidence to the contrary. He could not have been more wrong. In terms of sheer numbers, the Rock Army was actually a bit larger than its northern counterpart, with total manpower of about 145,000, nearly 50% of whom would become casualties within the first 6 weeks of the war. It encompassed 8 divisions, half of them clustered along the 38th parallel or in the vicinity of Seoul. But most ROK infantry units were armed with nothing more formidable than M1 rifles, light machine guns, and small-caliber mortars. Backing the infantry were 5 battalions of field artillery, but they were equipped only with obsolete short-range 105mm howitzers of a type the U.S. Army had scrapped several years earlier. The ROKs didn't have a single tank or combat aircraft. They had no heavy artillery, large-bore 4.2-inch mortars, recoilless rifles for anti-tank warfare, or spare parts for their vehicles. Up-to-date weaponry had been withheld from the South Koreans on orders from Washington, for fear that overzealous ROK officers might use it to attack North Korea. Nevertheless, U.S. Ambassador John Muccio's first secretary, Harold Noble, had confidently assured the powers at home that the ROKs can not only stop an attack, but move north and capture the communist capital in 2 weeks. Washington apparently took Noble at his word, and on this last night of peace on the Korean peninsula, almost no one in Washington was very interested in the ROK Army anyway. That was about to change, with heart-stopping suddenness. Steady rain began falling after midnight, saturating parched rice paddies across the countryside, and gaining steadily in intensity until it was cascading down in endless sheets. Wet but happy workers sang in the early morning as they splashed across the bridge over the Han River, grateful for the reviving downpour. For American and ROK officers, soldiers on leave, and minor diplomats, the festive atmosphere began to fade. Last call came at the embassy bars and the K-Mag officers' open mess, and weary or inebriated celebrants toddled off to their beds, or to someone else's. What had been a fine night for a party became a fine pre-dawn for a refreshing sleep. Soon, most of Seoul joined in, oblivious to what was happening just over 35 miles to the north. Poised within a few dozen yards of the 38th parallel on that rainy Sunday morning stood 90,000 North Korean troops, 7 infantry divisions plus another infantry regiment, an armored brigade, a motorcycle regiment, and a brigade of border guards. Despite their exceptionally large numbers, they were apparently unnoticed by the ROKs or the K-Mag, possibly because the attention of the South Korean and American officers was focused elsewhere. The NKPA troops were supported by 150 Soviet T-34 medium tanks, 200 combat aircraft, numerous 122mm howitzers, 76mm self-propelled guns, and heavy mortars. They'd been standing by ever since Friday, June 23rd, awaiting final orders to invade South Korea at 5 key points along the frontier. Their officers were mostly young but experienced veterans of combat against the Japanese and the Chinese nationalists, and now they were tense and eager as the moment neared to surge across the parallel. 3 of the massed infantry divisions, led by tanks, would strike directly toward Seoul. The smell of diesel fumes rose in the murky darkness as the Soviet T-34s began cranking their engines. They were heavily armored, battle-proven, and formidably armed, each mounting an 85mm cannon and 2 heavy machine guns. These were the same kind of tanks that had halted the Nazi assault on Moscow, and they had been the standard of Soviet armored divisions ever since. There was nothing in the thinly manned, ill-equipped rock lines to the south that could possibly slow them down, much less stop them. Captain Joseph Darrigo, the only member of the Korean Military Advisory Group who hadn't joined the Saturday night revelry in Seoul, and therefore the lone remaining U.S. officer at the 38th parallel on Sunday morning, June 25, 1950, awoke with a start at about 4 a.m. to the thunder of heavy artillery. Darrigo's housemate, Lieutenant William Hamilton, was spending the weekend in the capital city, along with the rest of the K-Mag. As Darrigo sat up in bed, listening intently, the young captain from Darien, Connecticut, felt very much alone. At first he thought the firing might be merely another in an ongoing series of border incidents involving rival patrols and gunners on opposite sides of the parallel. Dozens of such incidents had flared along the frontier in recent weeks. But as the sounds intensified and the ground shuddered beneath the stone house where he and Hamilton were quartered, Darrigo realized he was witnessing something much larger and ominously close. Darrigo had been stationed at the parallel for 6 months, a near record for members of the high-turnover K-Mag. During that time, he'd become increasingly convinced that the 135-man North Korean People's Army was planning a blatant attack on the South, aimed at reuniting the two Koreas by force. In Darrigo's mind, the only remaining question was when the NKPA would strike. He bounded out of bed and grabbed his trousers, pulling them on as he raced outside for a better look and wondering, "Is this it? Is this the start of the war I've been expecting?" The answer was soon obvious. Darrigo saw scores of artillery muzzle flashes reflecting off low-hanging clouds to the north. Even more alarming, he heard the distinctive clatter of automatic weapons fire nearby and getting closer. By the time he could run back to snatch up his shoes and shirt, jump into his jeep, and careen down a dusty road toward the town of Kaesong, a few hundred yards away, machine gun and small arms rounds were pinging off the stone walls of the house. At the traffic circle in the center of town, he jerked the jeep to a halt and stared in amazement as a train packed with a full regiment of North Korean infantry pulled into the railway station, and the soldiers poured off the cars and into the streets. They spotted Darrigo almost immediately, and it seemed to him as if every one of them began firing in his direction at once. With bullets whining past him, Darrigo floorboarded the jeep and streaked south toward the headquarters compound of the Rock 1st Division to sound the alarm. As far as can be documented today, Joe Darrigo had just become the only American military eyewitness to the invasion of South Korea by massive forces from the Communist North. He would always consider it a miracle that he survived to tell about it. To Lieutenant Jin Hak Kim, a young officer of the Rock 1st Division, also stationed near Kaesong and a short distance from Captain Darrigo, the blitzkrieg-style attack by the NKPA seemed to come as abruptly as a flash of lightning. As he slept in a dugout carved into the side of a hill and topped with sandbags, the force of the first enemy shells knocked Jin out of his cot and sent dirt and debris pouring down on him. "The war began with a sudden eruption of artillery fire," he recalled years later, "a barrage laid onto our lines all along our sector of the frontier. 1 minute there was rain and silence, the next a hellish din and explosions all around us." Jin struggled into his clothes and ran outside. The first thing he saw was one of his sergeants sprawled near the door of the dugout and groaning in agony. When the stunned lieutenant reached down and tried to move the wounded man out of his path, the sergeant's whole right arm fell off. "It had been severed near the shoulder," Jin said. He groaned again and was dead. Despite the shock felt by Jin and countless others, there was nothing sudden about the invasion. Storm clouds of war had been gathering over the Korean peninsula for well over a year, and Joe Darigo was far from alone in expecting the Communist North to launch a full-scale assault against its southern neighbor. Many other on-site observers had watched and listened uneasily for months as ominous warnings, bellicose threats, and border incursions by both sides inflamed relations between the two Koreas. In May 1949, ROC forces had been guilty of one of the most inflammatory border incidents when they crossed the parallel, advanced more than 2 miles into North Korea, and attacked several villages. By December 1949, the situation had deteriorated to the point that Major J.R. Ferguson, a British military attaché in Seoul, reported his grave concern to the Foreign Office in London. On the question of aggression by the North, Ferguson warned, there can be no doubt whatever that their ultimate objective is to overrun the South, and I think in the long term there is no doubt that they will do so. He went on to add, however, that subversion by Communist sympathizers in the South seemed a likelier vehicle for a takeover than open aggression by the NKPA. There were, in fact, many in the South who wished to unify Korea by embracing communism and joining the North, and they played a key role in laying the groundwork for the invasion through sabotage and harassing guerrilla actions. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union and the new communist rulers of China, who had recently ousted Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists from the Asian mainland, were also pouring military equipment and expertise into North Korea. The equipment was plainly offensive in nature, and 3,000 tough, seasoned Soviet officers were busily teaching the NKPA to use it to maximum advantage. Only hours before the invasion, Captain Vivian Holt of the British legation had advised British civilians to leave Seoul for safer areas to the south. For weeks, U.S. intelligence had also heard, and duly reported, ongoing rumors of impending conflict. But Washington had paid little heed. High-ranking officials in the State Department, and the Truman administration in general, as well as top American military commanders in the Far East, continued to turn blind eyes and deaf ears to increasingly volatile signals. In his memoirs, published in 1956, Truman utilized the advantages of hindsight to excuse his administration's failure to heed those signals. He acknowledged receiving warnings from the Central Intelligence Agency throughout the spring of 1950 that North Korea might attack at any time. But there was nothing in the information to provide any clue, Truman wrote, as to whether an attack was certain or when it was likely to come. Furthermore, he added, Korea was merely one among any number of other spots in the world where the Soviets or their allies were capable of launching an attack. Rather than reacting to increasingly obvious threats from the North by beefing up the ROC Army and U.S. combat forces in the region, Washington's major concern was that the South Korean military might itself resort to aggressive force. Published remarks, such as those of the K-Mag's General Roberts, only added to this concern and reinforced the Pentagon's decision to withhold up-to-date weaponry from the ROC Army. Hence, even if South Korea's border defense force had been at full strength, it would have been no match for the NKPA and its tanks. For the Soviets' part, they had scant reason to fear interference in Korea from the same U.S. government that had meekly stood by the previous year as nationalist China, a principal American ally in World War II, was overrun by Mao Zedong's communist armies. The prevailing mood across the United States in the late spring of 1950 could be described as a mixture of smug indifference to tensions brewing in the Far East and determination not to allow any foreign disturbances to spoil the public's indulgence in peace, prosperity, and propagation. It had been 5 years since Americans had led the Allies to victory in World War II, the largest conflict in history. Now, as citizens of the mightiest superpower ever created, they were intent on enjoying the fruits of peace. The post-war baby boom was in full blossom. Young, growing families were tightly focused on obtaining new houses, new cars, new appliances, and other long-denied consumer goods. They were consumed with nest-building, child-raising, and getting ahead. After a decade and a half of privation and sacrifice, America was experiencing its best years. People in general had never felt freer or more optimistic about the future. The last thing on earth they wanted to think about was another damn war. The attitude on Capitol Hill closely mirrored the public mood. With the full approval of President Truman and much of Congress, Defense Secretary Lewis Johnson was busily downsizing and demoralizing the U.S. military establishment with drastic budget cuts. Many political leaders, and even some generals and admirals, believed that America's clear superiority in nuclear weapons was enough to prevent any serious armed threat to U.S. power anywhere in the world. America's vast conventional war machine and huge armies that had defeated the Nazis and Japanese in World War II were now considered obsolete relics of the past. The same military that had paid in blood for the Allied victory was now cast as a self-indulgent national villain, guilty of wanton waste and senseless duplication, and thus a deserving target of federal cost-cutters. In the transition to peace, significant reductions in military spending were, without question, amply justified. But Washington's budgetary axemen didn't stop with trimming the fat. They also hacked away dangerous amounts of muscle and bone. As a result, by June 1950, the nation's armed forces bore no resemblance to what they had been in September 1945. During that 57-month span, military manpower had shrunk to approximately 8.5% of its peak wartime strength, and most of what was left was minimally trained, poorly conditioned, and meagerly equipped for conventional warfare. Meanwhile, although the Soviet bloc had yet to confront U.S. arms directly, it had blatantly pursued a Cold War aimed at worldwide communist domination, repeatedly challenging American resolve around the globe. It had gobbled up Eastern Europe by force, tried to strangle West Berlin with a blockade, aided communist rebels in Southeast Asia, and helped Mao's armies seize control of the Chinese mainland. The official U.S. response to all this ranged from the non-confrontational determination of the Berlin airlift to the bland acceptance of communist China. Dean Acheson, Truman's dovish Secretary of State, insisted on a conciliatory policy toward the Red Chinese that included cutting off aid to nationalist forces on Formosa. Members of the Senate's conservative China lobby were enraged, charging both Truman and Acheson with being soft on communism, although they were unable to do anything of substance to toughen or alter the administration's position. They were less upset, however, in January 1950, when Acheson pointedly left Korea out of a projected American defense zone in the Far East. The series of events that had led to the division of Korea at the close of World War II seemed at the time to occur haphazardly, almost by accident. But these events, which continue to impact international politics today, were actually products of a well-calculated land grab by an opportunistic Soviet Union and a marked lack of control or planning by an indifferent United States. The shattering defeat of Tsarist Russia in its 1905 war with Japan had left a 40-year-old wound in Russian national pride that lingered long after the Tsar had been overthrown and replaced by a Soviet socialist regime. Among the territories lost in the Russo-Japanese War was the Korean Peninsula, seized by Japan in 1910 and held until 1945 as a captive nation in which every facet of Korean industry, agriculture, government, and society had been ruled by the Japanese for the sole benefit of Japan. Now the Soviets wanted those lands back, and Korea, lying at the center of a strategic triangle bordered by China, Japan, and Russia, was the major prize at stake. Throughout its history, Korea, or Chosun, as it was known under Japanese rule, had never enjoyed true independence or self-rule because it was always dominated by one of its powerful neighbors. China had held sway on the peninsula from ancient times until 1895, when Japan wrested Korea away. But the very next year, intervention by several European powers and an alliance between Russia and China had forced the Japanese out and given the Russians control of Korea through a long-term lease. Less than a decade later, however, Japan's victory in the Russo-Japanese War had nullified that arrangement. In the late summer of 1945, the Soviets saw a golden opportunity to regain control of Korea, and this time they intended for the lease to be permanent. 2 days after an American atomic bomb incinerated Hiroshima, the Soviets knew the time was ripe to make a last-minute entry into the Pacific conflict. By declaring war against Japan on August 8, 1945, the USSR tacitly fulfilled a pledge made months earlier by Joseph Stalin to President Franklin Roosevelt at the Yalta Conference. At the same time, with a notable absence of forethought, the Americans had agreed that the Soviets would be allowed to accept the surrender of Japanese troops in the northern part of Korea, while U.S. forces did the same in the south. From the seeds planted by this arrangement, massive armed conflict would erupt on the Korean peninsula less than 5 years later. If the Kremlin's declaration of war on Japan had come 3 or 4 months earlier, when U.S. troops were caught up in the bloodbath at Okinawa, it might have materially hastened the end of hostilities. But as it was, the Soviet declaration was of no military value to the United States. The war between the USSR and Japan lasted exactly 1 week. On August 11th, a second U.S. atomic bomb devastated Nagasaki, and 4 days later, Emperor Hirohito told his countrymen by radio that Japan had accepted Allied surrender terms. At that point, thousands of Red Army troops were poised just across the Korean border in Manchuria and ready to claim whatever share of the victors' spoils might be available. Until a few days before the Pacific War ended, the Pentagon had shown little or no long-range strategic interest in Korea, and few Americans knew or cared anything about the little-known land. During the Soviets' rapid, almost unopposed advance through Manchuria in the final days of the war, however, U.S. military leaders belatedly decided that America needed to retain a sizable stake in post-war Korea. Their reasoning was based less on any strategic value attached to the Korean peninsula than on a desire to test the intentions of the Soviets in the Far East. The Americans suggested that the 38th parallel become the informal boundary line of the moment between the U.S. and Soviet occupation zones, despite the fact that the Red Army was clearly in a position to occupy all of Korea, if it chose, before U.S. occupation forces could reach the country in strength. To Washington's relief, Moscow accepted the line without hesitation. One key reason may have been that Stalin was aiming for bigger game, namely a Soviet-controlled sector of Japan proper, similar to the one held by the Red Army in Germany, but Truman refused even to discuss such an arrangement. At any rate, by September 8, 1945, when the first token American military unit landed at the Korean port of Incheon, Soviet troops had been encamped at the 38th parallel for several weeks. A few Red Army units had temporarily moved farther south, toward Seoul, but when they were informed of the approved demarcation line, they hastily and quietly withdrew. In this period of preliminary sparring leading up to the Cold War, Washington was anxious to see how Moscow would react if some sort of permanent and binding limits were set on Soviet territorial claims. Consequently, on the night of November 10, 1945, a coordinating committee composed of representatives from the State, War, and Navy departments hastily designated the 38th parallel as the formal dividing line between the Soviet and American sectors of control. The parallel, which ran across the middle of the Korean peninsula, dividing it into approximately equal halves, although the north contains some 8,500 more square miles of space than the south, seemed the most logical point of demarcation. At first there was concern that the Soviets wouldn't agree. A young Army colonel named Dean Rusk, a future Secretary of State, and one of two committee members who initially recommended the 38th parallel, worried that the line was too far north for the American military to enforce. But at the same time, Rusk said he felt it important to include Seoul as the capital of Korea in the area of American responsibility. There was also concern among American diplomats that the Soviets might balk because most of Korea's light industry and best farmland lay within the proposed U.S. zone, and the population of the South was more than double that of the North, 21 million to 9 million. Even before the end of World War II, Rusk and others in the War Department had expressed concern about Soviet territorial ambitions in Asia, warning that Korea might offer a tempting opportunity for the Soviets to acquire ice-free ports and strengthen their economic resources in the Far East. In this case, however, the Soviets readily acquiesced. As British historian Max Wells would observe some 3 decades later, to neither side at this period did the peninsula seem to possess any inherent value, except as a testing ground for mutual intentions. The struggle for political control of China herself was beginning in earnest. Beside the fates and boundaries of great nations that were now being decided, Korea counted for little. Stalin was content to settle for half. The Soviets weren't nearly so charitable in Eastern Europe, where they focused their attention for the next few years on welding together the Iron Curtain. In North Korea, they simply installed a native Marxist named Kim Il-sung as their surrogate head of state, and made liberal use of their armaments and expertise to build a formidable army to support Kim. Below the parallel, meanwhile, Major General John R. Hodge, who had commanded the Army's 24th Corps in the Battle of Okinawa, was welcomed to Seoul by wildly cheering crowds. Hodge's orders from Washington were to treat the Koreans as a liberated people and help create a government in harmony with U.S. policies. Hodge had proved to be a tough, courageous battle commander, but he was, in the words of one historian, a tactless man unsuited to any diplomacy beyond the barracks level. He committed a crucial blunder on the first day of the American occupation by allowing Japanese police in Korea to remain armed and in charge of maintaining order. Many Koreans who had cheered the Americans' arrival a short time earlier now joined mobs of rioters in the streets to protest Hodge's action. Hodge himself seemed unconcerned. Far from viewing the Koreans as a liberated people, he classified them as the same breed of cat as the Japanese, and made it clear that he regarded them as conquered enemies. The Japanese police were disarmed and disbanded only after Army Chief of Staff General George C. Marshall ordered Hodge to do so and warned him to refrain from further insults to the Koreans. But the American occupation was off to a shaky start. By December 1945, Hodge was so demoralized by the lack of stability and progress in Korea that he urged the U.S. Far East commander, General Douglas MacArthur, who forwarded Hodge's report to President Truman, to press for removal of all U.S. and Soviet troops. Hodge would remain in Korea as U.S. vice consul for 4 years, however, and his opinion of the Koreans never showed any signs of significant change during that period. And neither did the Koreans' opinion of him. Admittedly, Hodge, who had no experience in governing civilians or trying to stabilize an economy, a society, and a political system in chaos, received little guidance from Washington, and few members of his staff even spoke Korean. Among his primary responsibilities was establishment of a police force that would form the nucleus of a South Korean military. It was a huge task at best, and one hampered at every turn by mutual distrust and inadequate communication between Americans and South Koreans. Into this fractious atmosphere, in mid-October 1945, came Syngman Rhee, a fiery Korean anti-communist who, as the war ended, had proclaimed himself head of an unrecognized provisional Korean government while living in exile in America. He was brought to Korea at the behest of General MacArthur, who saw him as a leader who could rally widespread public support, and with the support of Chinese nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek and influential Korean exiles. One of Rhee's major strengths in the beginning was that few Koreans knew very much about him. Most other prominent political figures in South Korea were stigmatized by a history of collaboration with the Japanese. Another strength was that the Americans, who were struggling to comprehend an alien culture and society, felt comfortable with Rhee. He spoke flawless English, was familiar with America and its institutions, and seemed an ideal father figure for South Korea, despite his acerbic personality and uncompromising nationalism. By 1948, Korea had become, in most surface respects, two separate nations, and the South seemed to be moving, albeit in fits and starts, toward something resembling independence. In May of that year, despite communist terror tactics that left 100 people dead, 9/10 of South Korea's registered voters went to the polls to elect Rhee the country's first president. By July, a constitution had been written and enacted. From the beginning of his administration, Rhee's vehemence about uniting all of Korea under a democratic government, and his castigation of his American sponsors for allowing the North to be controlled by the Soviets, were major points of U.S. concern. The North Koreans also wanted the country united, but under their own totalitarian regime, and toward that end they had sent many saboteurs and collaborators into the South. For this reason, the idea of countrywide unification elections, proposed by some in the United Nations, had little appeal to Washington at this point. What the Pentagon seemed to want more than anything else, once Rhee was installed in office, was disengagement. America's military leaders, increasingly pinched by ever-tightening budgets, began petitioning for withdrawal of the 40,000 U.S. occupation troops remaining in South Korea. Both the CIA and top State Department officials feared that without a significant ongoing American military presence to prop it up, the Rhee government couldn't survive. But the Pentagon was determined, and large-scale troop withdrawals began within weeks of Rhee's election. By November 1948, amid a growing climate of violence and oppression by the government, Rhee tried to maintain control by imposing heavy restrictions on the Korean press and ordering the arrest of hundreds of citizens for political crimes. Kim Koo, widely regarded as Rhee's most creditable rival for the presidency, was assassinated the following June by suspected Rhee henchmen. In stating the Pentagon's position, Undersecretary of the Army William H. Draper, Jr., echoed the previously expressed sentiments of Secretary of State Acheson, describing Korea as of little strategic interest to the United States, and emphasizing that the U.S. military withdrawal would be total. Leaving a reduced contingent of American troops in Korea, one small enough to be overwhelmed in a large-scale NKPA attack, would merely be inviting trouble, Draper contended. After months of study, the National Security Council agreed, expressing fear that if U.S. forces should be destroyed in Korea or forced to abandon the country in the face of an attack by the North, American prestige would be seriously damaged. Furthermore, Draper added, and this was the clincher, there was no money in the Army's budget for maintaining a substantial U.S. force in South Korea past early 1949. Before the end of June 1948, the last U.S. occupation troops were gone from South Korea, leaving only the 500-member Korean Military Assistance Group to train the ROK Army. But since the Soviets had already removed all Red Army troops from the north, Washington turned a deaf ear to Rhee's demands for a larger continued U.S. military presence. By any measure, the Soviets' unprecedented eagerness to rid Korea of all foreign troops should have been a clear indication of Moscow's belief that the North Korean People's Army was now potent enough not only to keep Premier Kim Il-sung in power, but also to conquer South Korea all by itself. Still, U.S. disengagement from the South was now a fait accompli, and America's military leaders clearly had no intention of backtracking. 5 years after the end of World War II, Moscow's priorities had shifted dramatically. Eastern Europe was securely under the thumb of the Red Army and various Soviet puppet regimes, and communist armies had completed the seizure of mainland China. Stalin was no longer content with half of anything. North Korea had more than enough spies and saboteurs in the South to recognize the weaknesses and excesses that plagued the Rhee government. To the bitter disappointment of those who had backed Rhee to lead South Korea, the Korean people themselves developed a deep and growing distrust of their president and his rigid totalitarian policies, and, by extension, for the Americans who had made it all possible. Although Rhee clung ruthlessly to power, his steadily dwindling popularity was dramatically illustrated in May 1950 in elections for a new National Assembly. Right-wing candidates supported by Rhee won only 49 seats in the Assembly, fewer than 30%, while independents and other parties captured 174. With the advantage of hindsight, wrote British historian Max Hastings, it is evident that United States policy in post-war Korea was clumsy and ill-conceived. It reflected not only a lack of understanding, but a lack of interest in the country and its people beyond their potential as bricks in the wall against communist aggression. This failure lay close to the heart of the United States' difficulties not only with Korea, but also with China and subsequently with Vietnam. In June 1950, when the target of communist expansion became South Korea, it was merely the latest chapter in a long, repetitious story. The Soviets still weren't eager to challenge American arms directly, but based on past experience, Moscow and Peking had no reason to fear massive American intervention on the Korean peninsula. They assumed that the subjugation of the South would be completed in days. Meanwhile, they expected the United States to protest loudly to the United Nations, seek toothless UN resolutions condemning the attack, and perhaps threaten various empty economic sanctions. And that, they believed, would be the end of it. This time they were wrong. This time Truman would make the strikingly bold decision to block further communist expansion by committing U.S. ground forces to combat for the first time since VJ Day. But thanks to his own administration's relentless spree of cost-cutting, most of the troops at Truman's disposal were pathetically unprepared to fight in Korea or any place else. By June 1950, Harry Truman and Lewis Johnson had all but wrecked the conventional military forces of the United States, charged historian Clay Blair. The fault was Truman's alone. By this point in his administration, however, there was no question that Truman possessed extraordinary inner resolve and a rare ability to make difficult decisions in times of crisis. To sidestep the need for congressional approval of U.S. military intervention in Korea, Truman refused to define the conflict as a war. It was, he insisted, merely a police action taken under the auspices of the United Nations. The bloody struggle to halt a communist takeover of South Korea would eventually bring more than 1.3 million U.S. military personnel to Korea, claim more than 33,000 American lives, cost a total of 142,000 American combat casualties, and drag on for 3 years. It would cause the deaths of at least 1 million Koreans and untold thousands of Chinese. But it would never actually end the hostile stalemate between North and South. As this is written, no peace treaty has ever been signed between the belligerents, whose forces continue to face each other across a demilitarized no-man's land where armed clashes still flare occasionally. In effect, the undeclared, not-so-sudden war that began in a divided Korea on June 25, 1950, continues today. 6 full decades after Truman initiated his police action, no permanent resolution is yet in sight. These negatives notwithstanding, the Korean War could well have ended on a far more somber and damaging note for the United States. As the long, frenetic summer of 1950 unfolded, American forces' initial attempts to halt North Korea's aggression were both feeble and futile, as the invaders swept south with impunity. But by the time that pivotal season faded into autumn, the war would see a stunning reversal of fortunes, one engineered by courageous U.S. Marines and Army GIs, who overcame seemingly hopeless odds to win the victories that saved South Korea from oblivion. Chapter 2. An Army in Disarray. Shortly after 10 o'clock on Saturday evening, June 24, 1950, Sunday, June 25th in Korea, President Truman was relaxing in the library of his family home in Independence, Missouri, where he'd come for the weekend to attend to some pressing personal business. When the telephone rang and Truman lifted the receiver, he heard the distraught voice of Secretary of State Dean Acheson on the line. "Mr. President, I have very serious news," Acheson said. "The North Koreans have invaded South Korea." After Truman caught his breath, his first impulse was to return to Washington immediately. But Acheson persuaded him to wait until the next morning, when more detailed information would be available. In the meantime, Acheson would ask for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council to condemn North Korea's aggression and demand a ceasefire. He would also alert the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretaries of the Army, Navy, and Air Force that Truman wanted to meet with them as soon as possible. Back in the nation's capital the following day, Truman faced his top military advisers and digested their grim assessment that an all-out attack on South Korea was underway. "I don't think the Russians are ready to start a war with us, Mr. President," said General Omar Bradley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who had returned a few hours earlier from a trip to the Far East with Defense Secretary Lewis Johnson. "But they're obviously testing us. The line has to be drawn somewhere, and I think we ought to draw it now." "I agree," Truman said. "The Russians are trying to get Korea by default. They're gambling that we're too afraid of starting a Third World War to offer any resistance. But I think we're still holding the stronger hand, although it's hard to tell how much stronger." Over the next 2 days, the situation deteriorated with sickening speed, while UN demands for a ceasefire were ignored by the hard-charging North Koreans. On June 27th, a message reached Truman's desk from General Douglas MacArthur, Supreme Commander of U.S. forces in the Far East, who had just returned from a flying visit to the battlefront near the city of Suwon. The message was rife with alarming information. Soviet-built tanks were entering the suburbs of Seoul. President Syngman Rhee and his government were fleeing south to the city of Daegu. ROK units were in full retreat and entirely incapable of resisting an onrushing enemy supported by armor, artillery, and aircraft. "The only assurance of holding the present line is through the introduction of U.S. ground combat forces into the Korean battle area," MacArthur warned. Unless provision is made for the full utilization of the Army, Navy, Air Team in this shattered area, our mission will at best be needlessly costly in life, money, and prestige. At worst, it might even be doomed to failure. MacArthur concluded by urging that a regimental combat team be rushed to Korea at the earliest possible moment, to be followed as soon as possible by 2 U.S. infantry divisions. On that same day, Truman issued his first official public statement on the Korean crisis, which read in part, "The attack upon Korea makes it plain that communism has passed beyond the use of subversion to conquer independent nations and will now use armed invasion and war." In his memoirs, Truman would later add, "There was now no doubt. The Republic of Korea needed help at once if it was not to be overrun. Finding that help, however, wouldn't be easy. Initially, Truman ordered all available U.S. air and naval forces in the area to provide whatever support they could to a ROK army that seemed perilously close to disintegration. MacArthur estimated that the ROKs had only about 25,000 effectives remaining in the field, less than 1/5 of their pre-invasion strength. Getting the first American combat units on the ground in South Korea would take at least several days, and no amount of bold pronouncements could change that fact. Even so, Truman politely declined Chinese nationalist Premier Chiang Kai-shek's offer to send 33,000 troops to Korea from Formosa if the United States could arrange transportation. After mulling it over, Truman decided that any potential benefit gained by accepting Chiang's proposal was heavily outweighed by the risk of drawing troops from mainland China into the Korean conflict. Only as the full scope of America's deepening dilemma sank in on the president would he begin to realize how weak and ineffectual his stronger hand actually was. Some of the gravest damage inflicted on U.S. military capabilities in the nation's history resulted from Truman's appointment in March 1950 of Lewis Johnson to succeed James Forrestal as head of the recently created Department of Defense, which combined the old cabinet-level departments of War and Navy. A large, forceful, wealthy lawyer from West Virginia, Johnson already had a deserved reputation as a disruptive publicity hound. During World War II, he had been fired by President Roosevelt as an Assistant Secretary of War because of his self-serving meddling. But Johnson had been a key supporter and fundraiser for Truman during the 1948 presidential campaign, in which Truman was a heavy underdog. When Truman won, to the surprise of almost everyone, he returned Johnson's favor by naming him Defense Secretary, a job Johnson hoped to use as his own stepping stone to the presidency. In the meantime, Johnson's main priorities were to slash military spending, make heads roll at the Pentagon, and help Truman realize an obsession to unify the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines into a single cut-rate military organization, a plan bitterly opposed by each service. To Johnson, unification was synonymous with radical downsizing, and he set out to shrink the military by ruthlessly shutting off its funding. He pursued the task with tireless zeal and achieved what might best be termed a disastrous success. By June 1950, thanks to Truman, Johnson, and other budget cutters in Congress, total authorized manpower in the U.S. Armed Forces had plummeted from its 1945 high of more than 12 million personnel to just 1,070,000. During the same period, the annual defense budget had gone into freefall, plunging from $82 billion to $13 billion, with additional cuts anticipated at the time of the North Korean invasion. While Johnson made political hay and received widespread public applause for these dramatic savings to American taxpayers, U.S. infantry divisions in the Far East were shorn of 62% of their firepower, and troops in Japan were left with barely a 45-day supply of ammunition. Virtually every Army regiment was reduced to only 2 battalions instead of the prescribed 3, and every company lost one of its 3 authorized rifle platoons. Tanks and all other types of heavy equipment were in pathetically short supply, and often what was available was pathetically obsolete. The dire lack of funds and equipment hovered like a vulture over the American military in the summer of 1950, and every member of every combat unit felt its impact. As young Second Lieutenant Addison Terry, an artillery forward observer with the Army's 27th Wolfhound Regiment of the 25th Infantry Division during the early fighting in Korea, would later muse, "The jeep that my party was assigned had come out of the Ordnance Depot in February 1942. This was the vehicle on which our lives depended day in and day out. The radio our party was carrying had come out of a depot in 1943. It was declared obsolete and replaced in 1946 by a more compact and efficient model. We had not seen any of these, however. Incidentally, in 62 days of combat, this particular radio worked for only one mission." Whenever Terry thought of Secretary of Defense Johnson, he also thought of the ancient howitzers that his unit was forced to use, of the fact that the guns were truck-towed instead of self-propelled, like those of the NKPA, and of the myriad personnel problems facing the Army. Only 6 months ago, he observed, many fine reserve officers had been relieved of active duty, not cutting an ounce of muscle, only the fat, in Johnson's words. Yet, at this very same time, of the 4 divisions in Japan, not a one was up to 2/3 strength. When we were ordered to Korea, it was necessary to rob other divisions to fill the 25th. This was the powerful, well-equipped, well-trained, and well-manned 8th Army, Terry added sarcastically, of which our President, Secretary of State, and Secretary of Defense were so proud and confident. In light of such sad circumstances, Truman's decision to intervene in Korea with all available force and speed showed remarkable grit. Unfortunately, it also revealed the President's failure to grasp how incapable the financially starved U.S. Army was of expeditiously carrying out his commands. He was banking on the active involvement of armed forces from a dozen or more UN member nations to fill the gap. But this would take time that South Korea didn't have. Truman had never risen above the rank of artillery captain during his Army service in World War I, yet he often claimed, in private conversations, to know more about military strategy than his dumb, spendthrift generals and admirals. In the years after World War II, historian Clay Blair observed, Truman allowed his obsessive fiscal conservatism to dominate his military thinking and decisions. To Truman's critics, and there were many, the attitudes and reactions of the nation's commander-in-chief remained those of a spiteful junior field officer whose view of the big picture was distorted by distrust and dislike of brass hats. By some accounts, Truman delighted in putting his spoiled, arrogant admirals and generals in their place and keeping them there, a sentiment that figured strongly in his heavy-handed cuts in military funding. And in this effort, Defense Secretary Johnson was more than willing to serve as chief hatchet-man. T.R. Fehrenbach, an Army battalion commander in Korea and author of the 1963 book This Kind of War, A Study in Unpreparedness, described Johnson as the most tragic figure of the Korean War era. But Fehrenbach added pointedly, "When Louis Johnson began to cut the armed forces, it must be remembered that he was giving the bulk of the American public precisely what it wanted." Now, overnight and of urgent necessity, public priorities had to be set aside. On the afternoon of June 29th, as chaos reigned across South Korea, the Joint Chiefs of Staff recommended unlimited retaliatory air and naval attacks against North Korean targets above the 38th parallel. They also approved the immediate deployment of an Army Regimental Combat Team, RCT, not to join the fighting north of the city of Suwon, a mere 25 miles due south of Seoul, as General MacArthur was urging, but to defend the vital port and airfield at Pusan, at the extreme southeastern tip of Korea, both of which were already in jeopardy. In retrospect, MacArthur's idea that a single regimental combat team, with a strength of approximately 3,000 troops, could deploy and dig in time to block the NKPA advance down the Suwon-Seoul corridor was pure fantasy. In the first place, even at this point, 4.5 days into the war, it was already too late. By then, NKPA troops had crossed the Han River, occupied Seoul, and were driving south on Suwon. In the second place, no combat-ready RCT existed in or near Japan, and even if it had, no planes were immediately available to airlift it and its essential heavy equipment to Korea. The chickens hatched from the Truman-Johnson budget cuts were coming home to roost. Nevertheless, Truman unhesitatingly approved the Joint Chiefs' recommendations. Fearing that the Korean invasion was merely one facet of a coordinated series of Soviet-directed acts of aggression in the Pacific and Asia, the President seemed almost as worried about Taiwan as he was about Korea. He ordered the U.S. 7th Fleet into the Formosa Strait to serve as a buffer between Chiang's forces and those on the communist mainland. In addition, Truman directed that U.S. forces in the Philippines be strengthened and that military help be sent to French forces fighting Marxist guerrillas in Indochina. But how all these urgent strategic moves could be accomplished, short of sheer legerdemain, with the scant, scattered military resources at America's disposal, remained a riddle. There were no easy solutions, as Truman faced his greatest quandary since his decision to use the atomic bomb against Japan. The closest available U.S. Army units to Korea were the 24th and 25th Infantry Divisions and the 1st Cavalry Division, also an infantry outfit with a misleading name. All three were assigned to occupation duty in Japan, and most of their troops were about as far removed from combat readiness as soldiers on active duty could get. Their training for warfare had been minimal at best, and their assignment to leisurely duty with an occupation army in a generally docile defeated nation had left too many rank-and-file GIs soft, spoiled, and unfamiliar with either physical danger or hard work. When an Associated Press correspondent interviewed some of the 1st Army troops of the 24th Infantry Division to reach Korea, he was stunned by their don't-give-a-damn attitude about the war. "I just want to get back to Japan to my little Sasebo Sadie," said one young PFC. "I got a place to live that beats the dump I lived in for 15 years in Enid, Oklahoma. I get my meals cooked, my washing done, my socks mended, my orders obeyed like I was MacArthur myself, with no back talk and all of everything a fellow wants, you know, and it all comes to $37 a month. I never had it so good." All three divisions displayed a notable shortage of combat-tested junior officers and NCOs, and numerous squad and platoon leaders suffered from the same lack of energy, motivation, and toughness as the men they were supposed to command. Among the seasoned Army field commanders who recognized these problems and tried hard to correct them was Colonel John Iron Mike Michaelis, a twice-wounded veteran of D-Day at Normandy and an alumnus of the 101st Airborne Division. Michaelis would later command the hard-fighting Wolfhounds of the 27th Infantry Regiment, and he pulled no punches about the Army's lack of combat readiness. "In peacetime training, we've gone for too damn much falderall," Michaelis complained in an interview with the Saturday Evening Post. "We've put too much emphasis on information and education and not enough stress on rifle marksmanship, scouting, patrolling, and the organization of a defensive position. These kids of mine spent a lot of time listening to lectures on the difference between communism and Americanism, and not enough time crawling on their bellies, with live ammunition singing over them." To compound the problem, the inexperienced young men from these occupation units labored under the smug misconception that troops of the NKPA would turn and flee north in terror at the first sight of uniformed American soldiers. The attitude of Corporal Robert Fountain, a 19-year-old ex-Georgia farm boy now serving as a 24th Division rifleman, was typical. Before leaving Japan, Fountain had pegged the mission to Korea as a 5-day job at most. He was so confident that he'd be back in time for a weekend liberty that he left nearly everything he owned, including his money, in the barracks. "When the gooks hear who we are, they'll quit and go home," he told his squad mates with a grin. Fountain and his buddies could not have been more mistaken. When the first U.S. Army troops were flown from Japan and thrown into the battle for South Korea, in pathetically small numbers, they learned the bitter truth. The NKPA attacked them with battle-toughened troops, superior firepower, and not the slightest hesitation. And the outgunned, outmanned Americans retreated before the enemy blitzkrieg in much the same haste and confusion as had the Rock Army before them. At 9 p.m. on June 30th, 1950, when the phone rang at Lieutenant Colonel Charles B. Brad Smith's home on the southernmost Japanese island of Kyushu, Smith was in such a deep slumber that his wife had to shake him awake. The officer had gone to bed early that evening to make up for lost sleep the night before, when his unit, the 1st Battalion, 21st Infantry Regiment, 24th Infantry Division, had abruptly been placed on combat alert. It took his wife several seconds to make Smith understand that his regimental commander, Colonel Richard W. Stevens, was calling. "It sounds urgent," she said. Smith took the receiver from his wife's hand with a premonition of dread, and Stevens wasted no time in confirming it. "The lid's blown off, Brad," he said. "Get your clothes on and get over to the CP as fast as you can." Smith's wife frowned as he hung up the receiver, and he saw alarm in her eyes. "It's bad news, isn't it?" she said. It was more a statement of fact than a question. "I can't see how it could be anything else," Smith said. A 34-year-old career officer from Lambertville, New Jersey, Smith had seen his share of combat in World War II. As a second lieutenant, less than 2.5 years out of West Point, he'd commanded a company at Schofield Barracks in Hawaii when the Japanese attacked on December 7th, 1941. And he'd spent the entire war as a front-line infantry officer in the Pacific. His commanding general at the time had praised him as a bright officer who showed great promise. At the regimental command post at Camp Wood on Kyushu, a short distance from Smith's home, Stevens didn't mince words. When he gave Smith the stunning news that he'd been chosen to lead the first U.S. ground troops into battle in Korea, the young battalion commander may have cringed inwardly, but he maintained an outward calm. Smith's B and C companies were ordered to grab their gear immediately and move out by truck before dawn for the 75-mile trip to Itazuki Air Force Base on Kyushu, where planes were waiting to fly them to Korea. Almost apologetically, Smith reminded his CO that several of his rifle platoons were short-handed. "Borrow the men you need from the 3rd Battalion and get ready to get on the road," Stevens replied. "We'd celebrated payday night that Friday, June 30th, recalled Sergeant Phil Burke, a veteran NCO from Mississippi, who'd carried a Browning automatic rifle into combat in the Philippines in 1944, but was now assigned as a corpsman in a medical platoon. We'd hardly gotten to sleep when the call came to fall out. By about 2 a.m. on July 1st, all 31 of us in the platoon were on our way. By 3 a.m., the departing troops were aboard trucks en route to the airfield, where Major General William F. Dean, commander of the 24th Division, would meet Colonel Smith to brief him on his mission. The orders given to Smith by Dean were terse, far from explicit, and not the least bit encouraging. "We want to stop the North Koreans as far from Pusan as possible," Dean said, "so block the main road as far north as possible. Contact Brigadier General John H. Church, head of the Army's advance party in Korea, if you can find him. If you can't find him, go on to Daejeon and beyond if you can get that far. Sorry I can't give you any more information. That's all I've got. Good luck and God bless you and your men." Dean's words conveyed the feeling to Smith that he and the 440 troops in his command were embarking on a suicide mission. Yet, as far-fetched as it seems, General MacArthur, who originated the order to send Smith's unit to Korea, had the loftiest of goals for the assignment. Presumably, so did the planners who bestowed the overblown, almost ludicrous designation of Task Force Smith on the little group. Military brass hoped that the enemy would mistakenly identify the arrival of Smith's 440 GIs as, in MacArthur's terminology, an arrogant display of strength by the United States. Their ambition was to fool the NKPA into at least pausing in its headlong charge down the Korean peninsula until the rest of Dean's 24th Division, plus 2 other full U.S. infantry divisions, could be thrown into the fray. At best, it was a long-shot gamble that defied all military logic. At worst, Smith and his men were heading into a death trap. At Daejeon, on July 2nd, Brad Smith had his first meeting with General Church, who had fumed a day or two earlier that he would willingly trade the whole damned Rock Army for 100 New York policemen. The atmosphere was tense, but Church tried to be upbeat. "We've got a little action going on up here," the general said, pointing out the village of Osan, some 62 miles north-northwest, on a wall map of Korea. "All we need is some men up there who won't run when they see tanks. We're going to move you up there to support the Rocks and give them some moral support." Church must have known, or at least guessed, that this assessment wasn't quite as simple as he made it sound. As the members of Task Force Smith would soon learn, it was impossible to lend support to an ally you couldn't find. While Smith's men traveled slowly north aboard a decrepit South Korean train, the young colonel and his staff piled into jeeps and drove up the main highway toward Osan in search of defensible high ground where their troops could make a stand. They found a promising spot about 3 miles north of the village, where a line of hills ran across the road, providing excellent visibility, protective cover for infantry, and good defensive positions for artillery. For the troops, the trip north seemed to last forever. Not that they were in any hurry to reach their destination. It took until Tuesday, July 4th, for the train to arrive at Osan, where Smith's men were joined by a battery of 108 artillerymen and 6 105mm howitzers from the 52nd Field Artillery Battalion. The unit was commanded by Pennsylvania-born Lieutenant Colonel Miller O. Perry, a 1931 West Point graduate, who had trained Filipino artillery before the Pacific War broke out and later helped plan artillery support for the 1944 Normandy invasion. By nightfall, the infantry had clambered aboard a collection of creaky, commandeered Korean buses and was ready to press on. But when the Korean drivers learned that they were expected to go north, they refused to budge. "You Americans are stupid," one driver admonished Smith with the aid of an interpreter. "The war is that way," the driver said, gesturing north. "We must go the other way." Smith argued with the drivers. He alternately coaxed them and cursed them, but they were adamant. Finally, they all jumped out of their vehicles and disappeared into the darkness. As soon as enough volunteer drivers could be found among the waiting GIs, the journey continued. But given a choice, many of Smith's men would have much preferred heading south with the departed Koreans. It wasn't that the young soldiers lacked confidence or that they were particularly afraid at this point. But they were what battalion commander turned author T.R. Fehrenbach termed the new breed of American regular. Not liking the service, Fehrenbach wrote, they insisted, with public support, that the Army be made as much like civilian life and home as possible. Discipline had galled them, and their congressman had seen to it that it did not become too onerous. They had grown fat. It was not their fault that no one had told them that the real function of an army is to fight, and that a soldier's destiny, which few escape, is to suffer, and, if need be, to die. Around midnight on July 4th, Independence Day, Colonel Smith's infantrymen exited the buses and were loaded into trucks, still not knowing exactly where they were going or why. "All we were told," recalled Corporal Norman V. Fosness, a BAR man from Fargo, North Dakota, was that we were going north to set up a roadblock, and we were to hold there until reinforcements showed up. Nobody was even slightly optimistic about the assignment, and for good reason. Uneasiness spread through the ranks like a fast-moving infection as Fosness's 1st Platoon, B Company, awaited its first encounter with enemy invaders fresh from their conquest of Seoul. Men who were normally light-hearted, upbeat, and good-humored were close to despair. Even Fosness's buddy, PFC Vincent Vestano, known throughout the platoon as always good for a laugh, turned bitterly serious. "Shit," he snapped as the trucks bounced along in the darkness. "By morning the only thing left of this outfit will probably be a few handfuls of dog tags for the Graves registration guys to pick up." Across from Vestano, PFC Charles Hendricks sounded close to tears. "God, I wish I'd written my mother before we started out," he whispered to Fosness. "Now it's going to be too late." Thus, in the pre-dawn darkness of July 5, 1950, a few platoons of U.S. infantry and a handful of artillery troops crouched in newly dug foxholes and gun emplacements on hills overlooking a main north-south road about 30 miles south of the fallen capital city of Seoul. A few miles to their north lay the Suwon airfield, and in the opposite direction the hamlet of Osan. The Korean War was barely 10 days old, and these soldiers were about to become the first American GIs to meet the onrushing and hitherto undefeated North Koreans in face-to-face combat. Only 5 days removed from the leisurely good life of duty in Japan, where a 6-bit carton of cigarettes from the PX would buy a weekend's worth of food, sake, and sexual favors, the men had been rushed to Korea aboard C-54 transports. Now they were cold, wet, disheveled, mosquito-bitten, confused, and exhausted from 90-plus hours of stop-and-start travel by plane, train, truck, bus, and foot. Some were sick from drinking tainted local water, and all were repulsed by the pervasive stench of human excrement used to fertilize the ubiquitous Korean rice paddies. There were exactly 548 Americans in this small, isolated band, including Brad Smith. For anti-tank firepower, they had Colonel Perry's lone battery of 105mm howitzers, a couple of 75mm recoilless rifle squads, a pair of 4.2-inch mortars, and a few handheld, small-caliber bazookas. One of the 105 crews had exactly 6 rounds of high-explosive anti-tank heat ammunition, constituting 1/3 of all that could be found in Japan before the artillery unit shipped out. The rest of the gunners had none at all. "They looked like a bunch of Boy Scouts," said one American officer who watched the little group move out from Daejeon toward what passed for a front. "I told Brad Smith, 'You're facing tried combat soldiers out there.' There was nothing he could answer. This, then, was Task Force Smith. A few hundred men and a handful of officers under orders to halt, or at least slow down, the hordes of North Korean troops sweeping south toward them behind a phalanx of T-34 tanks. The problem was, nobody had told them how. The South Koreans hadn't been much help. Colonel Smith had been told that a rock unit would meet his men on a designated hill to help them anchor a defensive line, but the hill was deserted when the GIs got there. Like the recalcitrant drivers at Osan, the rocks had simply vanished. Now, in the stark light of a new day, the men of Task Force Smith felt their optimism evaporating with the darkness. They fidgeted nervously along their thin 1-mile front, rubbing sleep from their eyes in a driving rain, pulling sodden uniforms away from their skin, and opening cans of cold sea rations. On a slight rise, some 1,500 yards behind the dug-in infantry platoons, Colonel Perry's artillery battery had positioned 5 of its 6 105mm howitzers. The 6th gun, the one with the few available heat rounds, was pulled up only 400 yards behind the infantry units. "We figured that the forward gun would have the best chance against enemy tanks," Perry recalled nearly 58 years later. "We had only a half-dozen rounds capable of stopping them, and we wanted to make every shot count. The doughboys in the line had nothing that could slow a tank unless they managed to hit it tread. Sergeant Burke, the medic from Mississippi, had laid out his field kit in a shallow depression to the rear of the infantry's foxholes, then caught a brief nap. When he awoke, dawn was beginning to filter through the leaden skies, but he felt little relief at being able to see his surroundings. Colonel Smith himself was the first person to spot the enemy armored column, an indistinct gray mass still several miles up the road, at about 7 a.m. He sent runners to spread the word that the enemy was approaching, and because of the shortage of ammo, he cautioned his gunners on the 75mm recoilless rifles to hold their fire until their targets were within 700 yards. At about 7:30 a.m., a shout from Sergeant Loren Chambers to Lieutenant Philip Day, his platoon commander, shattered the tense silence on one of the hillsides. "Hey, look over there, Lieutenant," Chambers called, pointing toward the open plain in the direction of Suwan. "Can you believe that?" Day turned to stare in that direction, and his eyes widened. Rumbling across the plain from the north on the main road was a long column of dark green armored vehicles. "What the hell are they?" Day asked. "They're T-34 tanks, sir," Chambers replied, "and I don't think they're going to be friendly." They weren't. The only U.S. media representative accompanying Task Force Smith that morning was Peter Kalischer, a veteran combat correspondent for United Press, who arrived on the scene just as the fighting erupted. His dispatch from the front, published in numerous stateside newspapers on July 7th, after Kalischer had erroneously been reported captured by the NKPA, included the following eyewitness observations. American artillery a half-mile back opened up on the tanks just as I reported in to the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Charles B. Smith. 10 minutes later, from a foxhole, I saw the first Russian-made tanks rumble over the road I had taken to the command post. First one, then 10, then 20 communist tanks rumbled past. They completely cut us off from our lines. I lost count after that. The tanks began firing at the American artillery batteries, which had range of the road. But, so far as I could tell, they scored no hits. The tanks were in single file, like ducks in a shooting gallery, but they knew what they were about. They would pause before the target spot, wait until American batteries fired, then spurt on ahead. The soldiers fired mortars, bazookas, and new recoilless 75mm rifles, but for the most part missiles bounced off the tanks like ping-pong balls. Clutching obsolete World War II vintage 2.36-inch bazookas, 3 of Brad Smith's platoon leaders, Second Lieutenants Carl Bernard, Jansen Cox, and Ollie Connor, waited with their gunners until the tanks were practically in their laps before opening fire. Crouched in a ditch on the eastern side of the main road, Cox and Bernard allowed the first 2 tanks to pass their position, then struck at the rear of the T-34s, where their armor was alleged to be thinner and more vulnerable. Bernard's bazooka scored 8 straight hits on one tank without causing discernible damage. Meanwhile, Connors fired 22 rounds at a point-blank range of 15 yards from the top of a rocky knob with a similar lack of results. Some of the rounds were old and exploded prematurely, showering the American gunners with fragments that inflicted small but painful wounds. The seats in hell closest to the fire should be reserved for the Army officers who knew those 2.36-inch bazookas didn't work and didn't alert our soldiers to their inability to kill tanks, said Bernard, still incensed nearly 6 decades later. They sent us that junk and kept the larger, much more effective 3.5-inch rocket launchers back in the States. When the task force's only 2 75mm recoilless rifles opened fire from 700 yards, they were equally ineffective. Their high-explosive rounds burst as harmlessly as firecrackers against the tank's turrets. Unperturbed, some of the tanks paused and returned fire, pounding U.S. positions on the ridge above them with their 85mm cannons and heavy machine guns. Meanwhile, the other T-34s continued their advance, at least 30 of them in all, seemingly oblivious to the explosions spewing up mud and flames around them. "When we saw those tanks bearing down on us, I don't think any of us figured we'd ever get out of there alive," recalled PFC William Thornton, a 20-year-old squad leader from Covington, Tennessee, who'd been nicknamed Pop by his teenage squadmates. "Our weapons and ammo were soaked from the rain, and M1s are pretty useless against tanks anyhow." As Colonel Perry had expected, only the lone 105 howitzer armed with heat shells claimed an appreciable toll. It took the two lead tanks under fire, damaging both and forcing them to the roadside, where one burst into flames. Two crewmen scrambled away from the burning tank with hands raised, but a third jumped from the hatch, firing wildly with a burp gun toward an American machine gun emplacement near the road. Before he and his two comrades died in a hail of bullets, the NKPA tanker fatally wounded an assistant gunner on the machine gun. Because of the chaos in which he died, the dead GI's identity was never established. But as far as can be determined, he was the first American soldier to be killed in action in the Korean War. During a 2-hour period, waves of North Korean tanks rolled impudently past Task Force Smith's defensive positions, pounding them with machine gun and cannon fire that killed or wounded at least 20 GIs. One of the artillery battery's 6 howitzers and most of its vehicles were destroyed. None of the enemy armored units stuck around for long, however, and all of them finally disappeared through a gap in the ridges to the south. "If we'd had even a few anti-tank mines buried in the road, we probably could have temporarily stopped the whole North Korean tank column," Perry said. "But as it was, we didn't have a single one." At about 11 a.m., a massive column of trucks and walking North Korean infantry units came into sight, led by more tanks and stretching up the road to the north for an estimated 6 miles. Platoons of soldiers from the 16th and 18th Regiments of the NKPA's 4th Division quickly fanned out into the rice paddies on either side of the road, while others worked their way toward the flanks of Task Force Smith's fragile front. Soon the Americans were coming under intensive mortar, machine gun, and small arms fire from 3 sides and taking heavy casualties. Dug in on a hillside, Pop Thornton and his 1st Platoon of L Company opened up on the North Korean infantry as soon as they came into range, and Thornton took grim satisfaction in seeing some of his targets fall as they tried to negotiate a shallow creek bed. But the survivors clambered up the hill toward him without slowing down. "I shot at one of them and missed," Thornton said. "Then 3 of them closed in and sprayed our foxhole with burp guns. They shot my rifle to pieces, and one piece hit me in the arm. They'd have finished me off for sure if our platoon sergeant hadn't killed all 3 of them with a machine gun. By then we were almost out of ammo anyway." Fresh out of high school in Jersey City, New Jersey, John Duty had joined the Navy in 1943. But soon after completing basic training and getting his first shipboard assignment, he learned that he'd won an appointment to West Point. In June 1949, with a brand-new commission as an Army second lieutenant, and a brand-new wife as well, he'd shipped out for Japan to join Brad Smith's battalion of the 21st Infantry. On July 5, 1950, Lieutenant Duty had been temporarily detached from the rifle platoon he usually led to take charge of the only 2 heavy 4.2-inch mortars possessed by Task Force Smith, and he was squatting on the back side of a ridge with 10 tense mortarmen. "For a while we fired at those NK infantry columns as fast as we could drop rounds down our tubes," recalled Duty. "I know we did some damage, but we couldn't keep it up for long because we were critically short of ammo. Rounds for our guns weighed about 40 pounds apiece, and our 2 gun crews hadn't been able to carry nearly as many as we needed." With the closest other U.S. units many miles away, and the promised ROK troops nowhere to be found, Colonel Smith and his little band could expect neither reinforcement nor relief. Withdrawing south meant again facing the enemy tanks, yet staying where they were was nothing short of suicidal. By about 2:30 p.m., the situation was desperate. "We've got to get the hell out of here," somebody said. At first, Smith shook his head, but then he reluctantly agreed. "Okay, he said heavily. "This is a decision I'll probably regret for the rest of my days, but I guess we've got no choice but to withdraw." By this point, Smith had no means of communicating with anyone beyond the range of his voice. He waved his arm and shouted, "Fall back!" Within seconds, every man on either side of him was scrambling for the rear. I was about 30 yards away from Brad when he gave the order, and I could see how upset he was, recalled Lieutenant Duty. But I can tell you that if he'd waited even a few minutes longer, none of us would have gotten out. It was starting to look a lot like Custer's last stand. Corporal Norman Fosness, the B Company BAR man from North Dakota, and his buddy, PFC George Pleasant, saw a runner from the company command post darting behind their positions, and they heard him yelling at the top of his lungs, "Retreat! Retreat! Every man for himself! Retreat!" Fosness emptied his weapon and hurled his 2 grenades down the hill toward the enemy. Then he and Pleasant jumped out of their foxhole and ran like rabbits through a swarm of machine-gun bullets. Many other GIs never heard an order to retreat, but when they spotted other Americans bolting southward, they joined the exodus, abandoning weapons, equipment, helmets, and anything else that impeded their flight. When infantry began falling back on his artillery positions, Colonel Perry, who'd been hit in the right leg by small arms fire and was barely able to walk, felt he had no option but to order his 105s abandoned. 1 gun had already been disabled by enemy fire, but the other 5 were still functional. "If we'd tried to haul those 105s out, all of us would have been killed or captured," Perry said, "so I told the battery commander to strip the guns of their sights and breeches and get out of there." Likewise, Lieutenant Duty wrecked his 2 mortars with rifle bullets and told their crews to leave. Some of the artillerymen were able to flee in the unit's jeeps and trucks, but because the enemy tanks dominated the road, the infantry platoons had no chance of using it as an escape route. Their troops would have to navigate the fields and the stinking rice paddies, taking advantage of whatever cover they could find. Decades later, Lieutenant Day described the agony of the retreat. "It was every man for himself. When we moved out, we began taking more and more casualties. Guys fell around me. Mortar rounds hit here and there. One of my young guys got it in the middle. Another got it in the throat and began spitting blood." Cradling his wounded arm against his chest, PFC Thornton struggled out of his foxhole and ran as hard as he could go for the rear, strongly motivated by what he saw happening on the hill behind him. "When the Gooks took the hill, they shot all the wounded that couldn't walk," he said. "We lost most of the company right there. Nearly the whole 2nd platoon was captured." The withdrawal disintegrated into a nightmare of panic, confusion, and death. Officially, Task Force Smith suffered 155 casualties in its brief battle. More GIs fell during the long retreat, and dozens were captured by the North Koreans. Many of those who escaped spent up to 5 harrowing days playing hide-and-seek with pursuing enemy troops before they managed to reach friendly territory and safety. "I lost a lot of good friends there," recalled Corporal Fosness many years later. 65 out of 150 men in my company were either killed or captured, and a part of me died that day at Osan. Over the next 60 years, the officers and enlisted men of Task Force Smith have been among the favorite whipping boys for Korean War historians and armchair critics. They've been targeted for the bitterest kind of condemnation and even outright ridicule for bugging out in the face of the enemy. But in truth, the majority of them, green, poorly trained, and shoddily equipped though they were, fought bravely in an untenable situation. If the real culprits had been singled out, they could have been found in Washington, Tokyo, and Daejeon, among the ill-advised commanders who sent 548 American soldiers into a battle they had no hope of winning against a tank-led army of thousands. "Our orders were to fight a delaying action," said Colonel Perry. "We did that and then withdrew. That's all you can do when you're out of ammunition and outnumbered 20-1. Even as their comrades took flight, Sergeant Burke and 4 members of his medical team remained at their posts to tend to the seriously wounded. At the time, medics weren't issued weapons, so they had no means of defending themselves. As the medics worked, a young lieutenant ran past, heading for the rear. For a moment, the lieutenant's eyes met Burke's, and the officer paused long enough to hand Burke a grenade. "Here, take this," he panted. "You may need it." Burke accepted the gift silently, and the lieutenant ran on, yelling, "Good luck," over his shoulder. When Peter Kalischer, the United Press reporter, heard GIs around him yelling, "Here they come!" and firing down the north slope of their hill, he stayed in his foxhole long enough to see 100 or more North Koreans inching steadily forward. At that point, Kalischer abandoned his foxhole and fell back to the aid station, where the medics were frantically treating wounded men, wondering whether it was unpatriotic of me to want to get out as much as I did. A wounded sergeant stumbled toward him, gripping a bullet hole in his arm to staunch the bleeding. "I got one of those tanks with a bazooka," the sergeant muttered, "and one of the gooks inside crawled out like he wanted to surrender and shot me. He had his hands up, too, the son of a bitch." The medics finally abandoned their own position a few moments later, carrying 2 men on stretchers and helping others who were still able to hobble along. As Burke lifted another wounded sergeant into his arms, he couldn't help thinking how naive and overconfident he and some of his comrades had been only a few days earlier, when Task Force Smith was flying to Korea. "We figured to be there maybe a week, settle the gook thing, then go on back to Japan," Burke recalled with lingering chagrin many years later. "We never expected to face anything like what we faced. We had wounded men all over the place, including 15 litter cases, and no way to transport them. On their way down the hill, the medics and their patients came under intense fire from enemy artillery, mortars, and machine guns. Halfway to the bottom, a North Korean shell burst about 50 feet in front of Burke, killing the 2 corpsmen nearest him and sending the severed head of one of them rolling back toward Burke. "I took cover with the wounded sergeant until the firing eased off," he recalled, "and when I got off the hill, everybody else had already pulled out. The wounded guy and I were all alone, and I was so pooped from carrying him I had to lay him down. I sat there for a couple of minutes wondering what the hell I was going to do. Then I picked him up again and started wading across a rice paddy." Lieutenant Bernard, suffering from painful wounds to his face and hands caused by one of his own malfunctioning bazooka shells, was still holding his hilltop position with the 2nd Platoon of L Company when he noticed that no fire seemed to be coming from other nearby American posts. "All communication between units had been lost when the enemy tanks tore up our phone lines, and the rain knocked out our obsolete radios," Bernard recalled. "Effective artillery fire would have made a big difference when the North Korean infantry began moving in long lines around our positions, but most of our ammunition was exhausted by then. As it was, the enemy troops were out of range of my platoon's 30-caliber machine guns and BARs until just before they dispersed to begin their assault." Bernard sent a runner over to the company command post to see what was going on. In a few minutes, the breathless runner came back with a look of panic on his face. "They're all gone," he said with a gasp. "Nobody's there." Bernard, who had joined the Marines as a private in 1944, then switched to the Army after the war and won a commission in 1949, had been a last-minute addition to Task Force Smith. A trained parachutist, he'd been helping load equipment aboard the C-54 transports in the small hours of July 1st, when Brad Smith paused in his rounds long enough to tell him, "Just stay on the plane when you're done, boy. You're going with us. I've got work for you." Now Bernard held out no hope of ever getting back to Japan, but he knew he had no alternative but to order his men to retreat. The battle, such as it had been, was clearly over, and the good guys had lost. For more than 6 hours they'd thrown everything they had at the enemy, and none of it had done much good. But staying put any longer was only asking to be surrounded and annihilated. It was time to go. When what was left of Bernard's platoon reached the bottom of the hill, they found several wounded soldiers being tended by medics, undoubtedly the same ones Sergeant Burke had been with before getting separated. Bernard and his men helped carry the wounded to a protected area, then moved on. As they made their way south, aided by a map of Korea torn by Bernard from a geography book found in an abandoned schoolhouse, they had to take frequent detours to avoid NKPA infantry units. En route, the group was joined by other stragglers, including Burke and the wounded sergeant he was carrying. Gradually their number swelled to 22 men, all but one of whom were capable of walking under their own power. After escaping several brushes with enemy tanks over the next couple of hours, the group happened upon a Korean farmer with a wheelbarrow, and Bernard offered to give the man an expensive gold watch he'd won in a poker game in return for hauling the injured man to the nearest U.S. unit. I also gave the farmer a note, Bernard recalled, asking the first Americans he met to give him $100 for delivering the sergeant. I doubt if the farmer ever got his money, but he did his job well. He took the sergeant all the way to the coast, put him on a fishing boat, and by July 8th he was safe in Busan. Other retreating GIs also made valiant efforts to get wounded comrades to safety, but in many cases they were forced to leave behind men whose conditions appeared hopeless. "It was July 9th before I finally made it back to friendly territory," said Burke, one of only 190 to reach safety out of the 548 officers and enlisted men in Task Force Smith. 2 of our medics were killed and 11 others from our platoon were captured. Under anything resembling normal circumstances, the remnants of Task Force Smith would have been given a few days' rest after their ordeal and narrow escape. But the situation in South Korea was far too desperate, and the number of defenders far too few, to allow this. By the time Lieutenant Bernard had his shrapnel wounds patched up and had returned to duty, he and Burke, also hurting from shrapnel wounds and badly swollen feet, were folded into the 21st Infantry's 3rd Battalion along with the still usable elements of Brad Smith's force. Soon they were back in combat around the villages of Chonui and Chochiwon, some 20 miles south of Osan and 82 miles below the 38th parallel. Early on July 10th, units of the 3rd Battalion came under heavy attack by the NKPA and were unable to hold their positions. At about noon that day, the company to which Bernard had been reassigned, L Company of the 21st Infantry, found itself in a situation distressingly similar to the predicament at Osan 5 days earlier. Under orders to hold at all costs, the company lost 101 men killed or captured out of a total of 130 on July 10th through 11th, while defending against what historians termed one of the most perfectly coordinated assaults ever launched by North Koreans against American troops. 33 members of the company who surrendered were murdered by their captors, shot through the head with their hands tied behind their backs. Bernard was awarded a Distinguished Service Cross for valor, but the platoon he led was wiped out almost to a man after destroying 2 enemy tanks with only rifles and gasoline. We got 1 tank when Sergeant Hugh Brown, the best fighting man I ever knew, put 15 rounds from his M2 through the tank's open port when the burp gunner paused to reload. We got the next tank by pouring a 5-gallon can of gas on its hot engine compartment. Then we went back and burned the other tank. Did we hold? Hell no, we didn't hold. We stayed too long in a losing fight, and a lot of good men died. Bernard described that hold-at-all-costs order with one word: idiotic. On July 12th, Lieutenant General Walton Walker arrived in South Korea to set up headquarters for the U.S. 8th Army and assume command of all American and UN forces in the country, most of which were still non-existent. In announcing Walker's appointment, President Truman took the opportunity to aim more tough talk at the folks at home. Appropriately, he praised a small band of heroic youngsters who were holding off a landslide in Korea. But he also castigated the American press for news stories that spoke of entire units being wiped out and exaggerated the rout and confusion there. The fact is, Truman would later write, there was more panic among the civilians at home than among the soldiers in Korea. Perhaps a commander-in-chief shouldn't be faulted for sugarcoating the facts while trying to reassure the jittery citizens of his abruptly embattled nation. In truth, however, there was plenty of panic to go around, in Korea as well as in the United States. By July 9th, Japan-based American B-29s were raining bombs on the North Korean capital of Pyongyang and other targets above the 38th parallel. Offshore, the light cruiser Juno and 4 U.S. destroyers pounded away at enemy troop concentrations. Meanwhile, the bulk of the 24th Infantry Division, some 16,000 men, as opposed to Brad Smith's pitiful handful from the 24th, was either preparing to leave Japan for Pusan by ship or already on the way. Tanks, trucks, jeeps, artillery, heavy mortars, and even small arms ammunition were still in painfully short supply, however. With considerable justification, South Korean President Ri was bitterly complaining that U.S. aid was too little and too late. On the ground 150 miles south of the parallel, near the embattled key city of Daejeon, the defenders' situation continued to deteriorate, and an unpalatable dose of stark realism had erased the early cockiness of U.S. soldiers already there. "How's morale among the troops?" Time correspondent Frank Gibney asked a stubble-faced infantryman with a cluster of hand grenades on his belt. "Morale's fine," the GI answered. "We have the best morale in the world. But what can morale do against planes and tanks?" Chapter 3. A Proud Corps in Peril. While budget cuts by the Truman administration and Congress had left the U.S. Army perilously unprepared for a shooting war, the Marine Corps was floundering in even more dire straits. By June 1950, in fact, it seemed to be teetering on the brink of extinction. As unthinkable as it would have been 5 years earlier, when the Marines were bearing the brunt in the fight against Japan, America's most elite military organization was now down to 2 shadow-strength divisions, with their major elements scattered thousands of miles apart. But top-echelon Marine commanders feared that the worst was still to come. They were unanimously alarmed at growing sentiment among the power brokers in Washington to reduce their corps to a small ceremonial unit with no combat capabilities. President Truman himself had shown little sympathy for the Marines' plight, and even less concern about their eroding ability to uphold their 175-year tradition of being first to fight. He had pointedly denied Marine generals representation on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and made it clear that he saw no sense in the Navy maintaining its own little army. Under the unification plan for major U.S. military branches that Truman had begun promoting in the late 1940s, the President foresaw the Marines being fully absorbed into the Navy and shorn of their separate identity and command structure. Men such as General Clifton Cates, Commandant of the Marine Corps, and General O.P. Smith, commander of the 1st Marine Division, would much rather have died than see this happen. But they were forced to concede privately that, given the climate on Capitol Hill in 1950, it was no longer out of the question. Lieutenant Colonel Bright D. Godbold, a staff officer at Marine Corps headquarters in Washington, was driving home from a friend's house on the afternoon of June 24, 1950, June 25th in the Far East, when he heard a news flash on his car radio. 8 crack North Korean infantry divisions, spearheaded by 1 armored division, had invaded the Republic of South Korea and were driving the ill-trained, poorly equipped ROK Army back toward Seoul. As it did to listeners across the nation, the report came as a shock to Godbold, because it clearly represented the most serious threat by the Communist bloc since the start of the Cold War. At the same time, though, I could almost feel a sense of relief, he recalled decades later. In one of the darkest moments in the Corps' history, I thought it might mean the Marines would be going back into combat with a chance to prove once again how much the country needed them. An officer in the Corps since his graduation from Auburn University in 1936, Godbold was no stranger to fierce fighting and physical suffering. As an artillery captain commanding an anti-aircraft battery during the siege of Wake Island in December 1941, he'd overseen the destruction of some of the first Japanese planes in World War II, and later endured 43 months in a Japanese prison camp. After the war, the rail-thin Alabama native watched in chagrin as the Corps dwindled from its wartime strength of 800,000 officers and enlisted men to a skeleton crew of just 74,000. "We were down to 2 active Marine divisions, the 1st and 2nd, he recalled, and there was a highly organized effort by the Army and some of the country's most powerful political figures to abolish the Marines entirely as a combat organization. In response to a congressman's suggestion that the Marines should have a permanent representative on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Truman himself delivered a stinging slap to the Corps. "For your information," the President responded tartly, "the Marine Corps is the Navy's police force, and as long as I'm President, that's what it will remain. They have a propaganda machine that's almost the equal of Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin's." General of the Army Dwight D. Eisenhower, who would succeed Truman in the White House, and who, as Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, had had no dealings with the Marines in World War II, was prepared to go even farther after the war. In official documents prepared by the Joint Chiefs of Staff for presentation to the Defense Department during the late 1940s upheaval over unification of the services, Eisenhower, then Chief of Staff of the Army, expressed the belief that the Marines had duplicated the Army's role in World War II by serving as regular ground forces. Alone among the services, Eisenhower wrote, "The Marine Corps should not be appreciably expanded," and he added that he saw no justification in maintaining an all-purpose Marine aviation wing. Other major figures in the Army's power structure voiced similar opinions and pressed Congress and the Truman administration to drastically curtail the Marine Corps to prevent it from duplicating the Army's ground and air forces. General Carl A. Spaatz, former Commander-in-Chief of the Army Air Forces and first Chief of Staff of the newly created U.S. Air Force, called the Marines' World War II operations a patent incursion into Army and Air Force operations, and urged limiting the Corps in the future to lightly armed units no larger than a regiment. Eisenhower favored reducing the Corps to small, non-combat units with only ceremonial responsibilities, Godbold said. "Fortunately, we had a lot of retired Marines and other friends in Congress, but I think it's safe to say that the modern Corps was never on thinner ice where its future as a fighting force was concerned than it was in the late spring of 1950. As he drove home that June afternoon, Godbold had a strong inkling that he'd soon be headed to Korea himself. He was right. Within hours after news of the invasion broke, and without waiting for orders from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Cates and General Lemuel Shepard, commanding the Fleet Marine Force Pacific, consisting of small units serving aboard Navy warships, quickly began drafting a Korean combat plan. On June 27th, the UN Security Council passed a resolution calling for its member nations to take all necessary means, including armed force, to repel the communist invaders. The resolution would never have escaped a Soviet veto if Moscow hadn't been boycotting the Security Council at that time for its refusal to approve the admission of Red China to the United Nations. At any rate, General Cates quickly seized the initiative. He arranged to meet the next day with Navy Secretary Francis P. Matthews and Admiral Forrest Sherman, Chief of Naval Operations, to offer the services of the Fleet Marine Force. Because it was still uncertain at this early date, barely 48 hours into the war, whether U.S. ground forces would actually be sent to Korea, the response from Sherman and Matthews was noncommittal. But Cates acted out of instinct, cultivated from long years of experience in combat readiness and crisis management. On that same afternoon of June 27th, he dispatched a warning order to General O.P. Smith, telling him to get his 1st Marine Division ready to go to war. One of General MacArthur's earliest moves after the fall of Seoul on June 28th was to deliver an urgent request to Washington for immediate deployment of a Marine Regimental Combat Team to South Korea. On June 10th, hours after MacArthur officially took command of UN forces in Korea, and 5 days after the debacle of Task Force Smith, he met in Japan with General Shepard, whom he'd gotten to know in 1943-44, when Shepard was assistant commander of the 1st Marine Division. As they conferred, ROK troops were falling back in disorder, and U.S. Army units were being rushed to Korea in hopes of buying enough time through delaying actions to form a defensive line capable of withstanding the NKPA blitzkrieg. At that moment, no one was sure where that line would be, only that it should be as far as possible from the vital port of Pusan, at the extreme southeastern tip of the Korean peninsula. South Korea's defenders were giving ground rapidly, and the front, such as it was in a constant state of southward flux. To Shepard, MacArthur laid out a bold strategic scheme for reversing the red tide that threatened to obliterate the ROK Army and absorb South Korea into the Communist Empire. At the heart of the plan was an amphibious landing behind enemy lines at the port of Incheon, west of Seoul. If it succeeded, the landing could isolate the invaders, sever their supply lines, and set them up for quick destruction. This was where the Marines, the world's most experienced specialists in amphibious warfare, came in. For the plan to work, however, the U.S. military would have to hold and stabilize a defensive perimeter to protect Pusan until the amphibious operation could be organized and carried out. A secure Pusan could provide a crucial staging area for the Incheon landing. Strengthened sufficiently for a counterattack, Pusan's defenders also could serve as the other half of a pincer movement to squeeze to death enemy forces in South Korea. But if Pusan fell or came under intense NKPA pressure, any landing attempt at Incheon would almost certainly be doomed to failure. Securing Pusan and establishing a stable defensive perimeter around it had to come first, and much of that job, too, would fall to the Marines. Turning to a map of Korea, MacArthur pointed to Incheon with the stem of his pipe. "If I only had the 1st Marine Division under my command again, as he had in World War II, he told Shepard, I would land them here at Incheon and reverse the war. I would cut the North Korean armies attacking the Pusan perimeter from their logistical support and cause their withdrawal and annihilation." Shepard needed no convincing. He and other high-ranking Marine officers were aching to prove once again that their corps was combat-ready, and Pusan offered the earliest opportunity. When MacArthur asked if a Marine brigade could be at Pusan by early August, and the entire 1st Marine Division assembled and transported across the Pacific in time for a September 15th landing at Incheon, Shepard's replies were yes and yes. First, though, they'd have to sell the Joint Chiefs of Staff on the idea, and that wouldn't be easy. Back in the States, Marine Corps brass moved with speed and determination, and without any formal approval by the Joint Chiefs, to pull together the widely scattered elements of the 1st Marine Division and shape them into a cohesive combat force. They had a daunting job ahead of them. At the time, the division's strength, including its accompanying aircraft wing, totaled fewer than 12,000 men, which was less than half the two units' full complement. To fill the gap, reservists across the country were called back to active duty. Leaves were canceled, and Marine garrisons everywhere were placed on alert. Within hours after the Communist invasion, regular Marines of every rank had begun streaming into Camp Pendleton, the vast training complex on the California coast north of San Diego, where the 1st Marine Division was based. As a PFC clerk, I was temporarily assigned to assist in processing men arriving from all over the world, recalled retired Marine Sergeant Charles Sands many years later. I still remember incidents where men were returning to San Francisco from completed tours of duty overseas, some for 2 years or more, and who were expecting to go home on leave. Instead, they were put on trains and sent to Camp Pendleton for reassignment to the 1st Marine Division. Some of them were pretty upset, but it had to be done. Sergeant Bill Finnegan, a veteran of 3 major Pacific battles in World War II, was among the ranks of the pretty upset, and with good reason. "I'd just gotten married a couple of months before the sky fell," he recalled decades later, "and my wife and I had just settled into a small apartment near the Great Lakes Naval Training Center, where I was doing MP duty and looking forward to a discharge in about a year. When I heard about the invasion on the radio and that all enlistments were being extended at least a year, I went home, broke the news to my bride, and dragged out my old sea bag. I knew darn well I was headed for Korea." Even so, Finnegan, assigned to 1st Company, 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines, didn't have to travel nearly as far as some others in his regiment to join the division. Commanded by Colonel Chesty Puller, a World War II legend, many members of the 1st Marines, in Corps parlance, Marine regiments are identified simply as 1st Marines, 5th Marines, etc., while divisions are always identified by their full names, as in 1st Marine Division, would have to travel all the way from Camp Lejeune in North Carolina and through the Panama Canal to reach Pendleton and prepare for their long ocean voyage to Korea. But the first order of business, and by far the most imperative, was to fold the 5th Marines, the Corps' most battle-ready regiment, into a newly activated 1st Provisional Marine Brigade and speed it across the Pacific. Traveling with the 5th Marines would be a battalion of artillery from the 11th Marines, a tank battalion, an air wing, an engineer battalion, and various support units. Named to command the 6,500-man brigade was tall, white-maned Brigadier General Edward A. Eddie Craig, a Marine officer since 1917 and a combat commander in some of the hottest Pacific battles of World War II. His responsibility, to have his brigade in action in the beleaguered Pusan perimeter by the first days of August. Bolstering the brigade's command structure was Lieutenant Colonel Raymond Murray, CO of the 5th Marines, plus a cadre of battle-tested battalion and company commanders, many of whom had been decorated for bravery under fire. With a critical shortage of every type of military equipment, the Marines had a secret weapon stashed away at a huge desert depot near Barstow, California. In the months immediately after World War II, while other services had jettisoned countless vehicles and pieces of heavy equipment in the mad dash to get home, Marine supply officers had snatched up as many of these discards as possible for reconditioning and mothballing. There would be no room aboard the small convoy of ships carrying Craig's brigade to Korea, but ready and waiting at the obscure depot were all the trucks, jeeps, trailers, and amphibious tractors the 1st Marine Division would need a few weeks later to carry it into a new war. The earliest Army troops to reach Korea frequently suffered casualties from friendly fire during attacks by Air Force and Navy planes that weren't in close contact with the ground forces, but the Marine Brigade, and later the Division, would have their own unified, coordinated air arm. While General Craig's ground troops hurriedly familiarized themselves with such newer weapons as the M26 Pershing tank, the 75mm recoilless rifle, and the 3.5-inch rocket launcher, pilots of the 1st Marine Air Wing honed their skills at close air support at the El Toro Marine Air Station, a few miles north of Camp Pendleton. The Navy, meanwhile, with most of its World War II transports in mothballs and a crucial shortage of able-bodied seamen to man its warships, also had plenty of scurrying and scrounging to do. Youngsters, such as 17-year-old Joe Maddox, who was just 3 weeks past his graduation from Pleasant Grove High School in Dallas when the war broke out, and facing an imminent date with his draft board, helped fill the Navy's manpower void. Along with a lot of other guys my age, I joined the Navy in August 1950 because I didn't want to be in the infantry, and I was placed in a special rush program, Maddox recalled many years later. We got only half the normal time in basic training before we shipped out for Japan. By December, Seaman Third Class Maddox would be aboard the aircraft carrier Princeton in the Yellow Sea, setting fuses in bombs bound for North Korea. Somehow the Navy had to find a way to assemble its largest task force since World War II. Transporting the 1st Marine Division and other troops for the Incheon operation would require a huge armada of ships. Meanwhile, a more immediate problem was cobbling together a 10-ship task force to carry the Marine Brigade from San Diego to the Far East. The brigade's 3 infantry battalions would make the long voyage aboard 3 venerable veterans of the Pacific War. The attack transports, APAs, Henrico, referred to affectionately as Happy Hank, George Clymer, or Greasy George as it was known to its passengers, and Pickaway, which had yet to pick up a nickname. The convoy also would include 2 LSDs, landing ships, dock, 2 AKAs, cargo ships attack, 2 other transports, and the light carrier Badung Strait, which would carry the men and planes of Marine Aircraft Group MAG 33. General Craig, whose battlefield experience stretched from Haiti to Guadalcanal to Iwo Jima, had been awarded a Navy Cross for valor in the Battle of Guam and the Legion of Merit for his service at Iwo. He had a well-earned reputation as a tough, no-nonsense commander, but one who always made his men's welfare a top priority. In one of his first meetings with the assembled officers of his newly formed brigade, Craig reinforced both of these images. "You've read the papers and seen the pictures from Korea," he told them. "You know the kind of enemy we'll meet and what they've done to wounded men left behind. As long as there's a Marine alive who can fire a rifle or throw a grenade, we will not leave a wounded or dead Marine on the field. It's been necessary," he continued, "for troops now fighting in Korea to pull back at times, but I'm stating to you now that no unit of this brigade will retreat except on orders from an authority higher than the 1st Marine Brigade. You will never receive an order to retreat from me. All I ask is that you fight as Marines have always fought. If you do that, I can ask no more." Unlike many of the men who were required to travel long distances to reach Camp Pendleton during the frantic days of early July 1950, Navy Corpsman Herbert Pierce had already been stationed there for more than a year. A small-town boy from Wesson, Mississippi, who aspired to become a physician, Pierce had joined the Navy in May 1947, but had yet to serve a single day out of sight of land. When the Korean War broke out, he was a 21-year-old MH-3, equivalent to a 3-stripe sergeant, attached to the 1st Weapons Battalion of the 5th Marines. Everybody in the medical service was excited, and we all started packing our gear in anticipation of loading out, Pierce recalled decades later. I'd already been warned that only 2 of the 3 corpsmen from our battalion would be going to Korea with the brigade, but I was hoping I'd be one of them. Sure enough, when the brigade started forming, the battalion was split into 2 units, a 75mm recoilless rifle company and a 4.2-inch mortar company, and each was given 1 corpsman. I was assigned to the 75s, and my friend Conrad Pope went with the 4.2s. Pope, a California native who had gotten married on June 12, 1950, and was in the process of being discharged from the Navy when the Korean War broke out, holds especially vivid memories of that hectic time. My wife and I were on our way back from our honeymoon trip when we phoned my wife's mother, and she told us, "Something's happened in a place called Korea." Obviously, my plans to become a civilian immediately went on hold. Pope and Pierce were in a pool of only about 10 corpsmen at Pendleton at that time, but soon they were joined by dozens of others. "We were assigned to qualify on M1s and carbines just like the infantry," Pope said. By the time the brigade left for Korea, it included 93 corpsmen in all. By December of 1950, only 13 of them were left. Like Pierce and Pope, Sergeant Charlie Snow, a career Marine who had grown up in the Texas Panhandle, also arrived at Pendleton in 1949 to become a squad leader in the same recoilless rifle company where Pierce was assigned. Snow was quickly impressed with the Marine-like toughness and dedication to duty displayed by the tall, lanky Pierce. "Whenever we went on a tough march during training, a corpsman always went with us," Snow recalled, "and that was how we met. Pierce picked up the nickname Doc Rocket even before we left for Korea because whenever a guy hollered 'Corpsman,' he was on his way like a rocket. We never thought of him as a Navy guy. He was as much a Marine as any of us." The corpsmen at Pendleton worked closely with their assigned Marine units, attending the same lectures and training sessions, and learning as much as they could of what the Marines already knew. "General Craig really got things moving," Pierce remembered, "and it only took a total of 6 days from the time the brigade was activated until we embarked. On July 12th, we were bussed from Camp Pendleton to San Diego to board our ships. Mine was the Pickaway." That evening, Pierce went with other members of the company into San Diego for his last stateside liberty. In high spirits after a few beers, he called home, never realizing how much was destined to happen to him and his comrades before he would talk with his parents again. "After 3 years in the Navy, I was finally getting to go someplace and do something different, and I could hardly wait to get started," he remembered. "It was an adventure, and if it included a war, that was all right with me. I never once stopped to think that I might not survive." Early on the morning of July 14th, the Pickaway slipped her moorings and eased away from the dock, while a band played the Marine hymn. The ship was initially headed for Sasebo, Japan, where the brigade and its air group were supposed to disembark for a quick round of air-ground maneuvers before going into battle. But soon the steadily worsening situation in South Korea would dictate a change in plans. When the ships were still in mid-ocean, it was decided that even a brief delay for training was courting disaster, and the task force would be rerouted directly to Pusan. It wouldn't arrive a minute too soon. As the sun rose above the mountains behind San Diego and the Pickaway cleared Point Loma, Herb Pierce and his fellow corpsmen ceremoniously tossed their Red Cross armbands overboard. "We believed that the armbands represented a target to the enemy rather than protection for us," Pierce explained. By noon that day, the young medic recalled, "I was so seasick that I didn't care if I lived or died." No one in the brigade was more excited to be embarking for Korea that morning than 3 young platoon leaders in A Company, 1st Battalion, 5th Marines. As the brigade was forming, the trio, Lieutenants Tom Johnston, Baldemaro Lopez, and Francis Mutzel, had received identical orders transferring them out of the 1st Marine Division to attend a special school at Quantico, Virginia. Their first move after the orders came through was to approach their company commander, Captain John R. Blackjack Stevens, and plead their case as a group. "Please, sir," they chorused, "don't let them send us off to Quantico. What good can we do there? We want to go to Korea with you and the rest of Able Company. We're Marines. We can go to school later." Stevens studied the 3 eager young faces in front of him. As a seasoned combat veteran, he knew they reflected the spirit and character that could inspire men and win battles. "Lots of guys would jump at the chance to miss this one," Stevens said quietly. "It's going to be nasty. Are you sure about this?" "Absolutely, sir." "Okay, I'll see what I can do." Within hours, the Quantico orders were rescinded. Sergeant Frederick Rusty Russell, a career Marine from Cranston, Rhode Island, who had joined the Corps in August 1941 at 17, and fought his way across the Pacific in World War II, had spent enough time aboard ships in mid-ocean to develop a permanent immunity to seasickness. But he had at least two valid reasons for feeling tense and queasy as the convoy bearing the Marines, now designated as Task Group 53.7, headed out to sea. For one thing, Russell and his anti-tank company were aboard the trouble-prone Henrico, which began having engine problems even before it was out of sight of land. But this was a minor concern compared to another, far more distressing one. Russell had been forced to leave his pregnant wife Ruthie behind just as she was going into labor. Now he was sweating bullets, wondering, A, whether his child had been born, B, whether it was a boy or a girl, and C, whether mother and baby were both okay. As luck would have it, however, one problem would end up negating the other, at least partially. The Henrico broke down completely, and we had to put into Hunter's Point for repairs while the rest of the convoy sailed on, Russell recalled nearly 6 decades later. While we were stuck there, I begged the chaplain to let me call my mother-in-law to check on my wife, and he finally said okay, but that he'd have to listen in to be sure I really had a legitimate reason for calling. Naturally, I agreed. Russell learned that his son, Paul, had been born about 2 hours after the Henrico sailed, and that mother and son were doing fine. Russell was tremendously relieved, and his ship was soon able to set out in pursuit of the rest of the convoy. But there was, indisputably, a downside to the story. Paul was born on July 14, 1950, said Russell, but I didn't get to see him until April 1951. As General Craig's brigade was preparing to sail, Colonel Godbold was among several staff officers at Marine headquarters in Washington who were ordered to Camp Pendleton. From there, after a short stay, Godbold and 10 others would be flown to Japan as an advance command unit for the Incheon operation. The Army units being sent to Korea at that time were thrown into combat piecemeal, and they were being cut to shreds, said Godbold. By contrast, when all its major components were assembled, the 1st Marine Division was a reinforced unit of 20,000 troops, plus a battalion of 60 tanks and the 5,000-man 1st Marine Air Wing. It was a formidable outfit, and we never had any doubt that we could do whatever we were asked to do. After the Joint Chiefs denied approval of MacArthur's plan to get the Marines involved immediately, arguing that the rapid mobilization required would weaken other Marine units, MacArthur turned up the heat. Most urgently request reconsideration of decision with reference to the 1st Marine Division, he wired the Pentagon. There can be no demand for its potential use elsewhere that can equal the urgency of the immediate battle mission contemplated for it. Fortunately, by the 2nd week in July, the Joint Chiefs had relented. Meanwhile, the boundaries of the Pusan perimeter continued to tighten like a noose around the necks of its defenders, as NKPA forces drove steadily south, and U.S. Army units, now totaling about 6,000 men, tried in vain to stem the red tide. After the disastrous experience of Task Force Smith, the Army should have had no further illusions about the ability of small, poorly equipped American forces to impede the North Korean advance by their mere presence. The Americans who lived through the rigors of this battle, Task Force Smith at Osan, lost their contempt for the fighting ability of the North Koreans, wrote historian Orlando Ward in the book Korea 1950, commissioned by the Department of the Army and published before the end of the war. It was evident that the enemy soldiers were excellently trained, led with skill, and equipped with an unexpected amount of firepower. But before other American units in harm's way had a chance to take to heart the cruel lessons of Task Force Smith, similar debacles were destined to be repeated again and again. Next in line for a demoralizing learning experience were men of the 34th Infantry Regiment, who had set up a defensive line just north of the squalid village of Pyeongtaek and some 15 miles south of where Task Force Smith had been overwhelmed. 4 full U.S. Army divisions, close to 50,000 men, had by now been ordered to Korea, although only a fraction of that number had arrived in the combat zone. Among the first to join the fight were the remaining units of the 24th Infantry Division, plus the 25th Infantry Division, the 1st Cavalry Division, and elements of the 7th Infantry Division. Every member of their ranks would be needed if the UN toehold on the Korean peninsula was to be maintained. But for the time being, sparse, scattered units of the 24th Division remained the only American troops in the path of the enemy advance. The 24th's commander, General William F. Dean, a tall, handsome, 50-year-old Illinois native, had flown to Korea on July 3rd to take personal charge of U.S. defensive efforts in the area north of Daejeon. After studying maps, Dean sent 2 battalions of the 34th Infantry Regiment to Pyeongtaek. Dean decided that this area, where an arm of the Yellow Sea protected the U.S. left flank, and the Korean peninsula was narrower than it was farther south, offered the best chance of mounting a successful defense against the NKPA. He ordered the 1st Battalion of the 34th to set up its defenses in the hills north of Pyeongtaek, overlooking the main road and the railroad. "Everything's going to be okay," the riflemen in the line were assured by officers and non-coms. "This is nothing but a police action. President Truman says so." At daylight on July 6th, in a scene hauntingly similar to that faced by Brad Smith and his men 24 hours earlier, the GIs of A Company of the 1st Battalion sat in a pouring rainstorm outside their flooded foxholes on the western side of the main road, awaiting their first look at the enemy. There were only 140 men in A Company, barely 2/3 of the company's authorized strength, and each man had exactly 100 rounds of ammunition for his M1 or carbine. Each of the company's 3 short-handed rifle platoons had a solitary BAR with 200 rounds of ammo. The weapons platoon had 3 puny 60mm mortars, 2 75mm recoilless rifles, but no ammo for them, and 3 30-caliber machine guns. There wasn't a single hand grenade among them. Through the fog and mist along the road, they saw tanks approaching, a dozen or more, followed by endless lines of enemy infantry. "Commence firing! Commence firing!" a few World War II veterans in the group yelled. But most of the GIs froze in their tracks, staring transfixed at the advancing North Koreans. Except for a handful with combat experience, almost none of them fired. Some dropped their weapons and ran. They never had a chance. By July 9th, North Korean tanks and infantry had roared through both Pyeongtaek and Cheonan, the next town to the south and a key rail junction. There, what was left of the 34th Infantry Regiment lost its gallant commanding officer, Colonel Robert R. Martin, as he tried to rally his faltering troops by his own personal bravery. With half a dozen enemy tanks blasting everything in sight in the center of Cheonan, Colonel Martin raced through the streets, gathering a small group of men and firing an obsolete 2.36-inch bazooka. He was in the act of firing his last round at a tank less than 15 yards away when he was blown in half by an 85mm shell. He was posthumously awarded the Korean War's first Distinguished Service Cross, the nation's second-highest valor-based military decoration. When Martin was killed, the doomed effort to hold Cheonan collapsed. The few Americans who escaped the carnage there tried to retreat by road from the ruined town, but they were caught in a murderous crossfire from enemy troops positioned on the high ground on both their flanks. Bitter, haggard, tattered, and exhausted, Army historian Orlando Ward wrote of them, they withdrew toward the Kum River and the town of Daejeon. Daejeon, a city of about 40,000 people during normal times, now lay directly in the path of the principal North Korean thrust along the railroad that had, until recently, connected it with Seoul. Simultaneously, however, NKPA forces also were advancing in three parallel thrusts, one through central South Korea, another into the Ongjin Peninsula on the far west coast, and yet another down the east coast toward the town of Samchok. Ward painted a desolate portrait of the war-ravaged landscape and stricken civilians through which the Americans retreated. Along the railroad between the Han and the Kum rivers, the countryside was littered with wrecked and abandoned equipment. The huts, which had once been the homes of the now dispossessed population, were in ruins. Stately patriarchs in tall black hats, worried bands of women in high-waisted skirts and loose white blouses, bewildered children naked in the oppressive heat, and wiry Korean fathers stooped beneath the staggering weight of overloaded A-frames, clogged the highways to the south. Strafed at times by Russian-made Yak fighters, buffeted by friendly soldiers hurrying to the front, splattered with mud, soaked by cloudbursts, the homeless host of refugees contributed to the tragic confusion. Mingling with innocent civilians, enemy personnel in native dress moved inconspicuously, waiting for opportunities to stampede the crowds, block bridges, and throw hand grenades into passing groups of U.S. soldiers. The heart of South Korea's army had been ripped out during the early fighting, and many of its best soldiers had been lost during their futile attempt to defend Seoul. But 2 weeks after the NKPA's initial breakthrough, elements of the original 8 ROK divisions attempted, with some success, to regroup. After July 10th, in areas where North Korean infantry units were without tank support, ROK troops began giving a decent account of themselves for the first time. Also, at this point, U.S. Air Force and Navy planes, bolstered by fighters of the Royal Australian Air Force, began dominating South Korean airspace. Soon, most of the Soviet-built aircraft that had terrorized both the ROKs and their civilian population were destroyed, leaving the skies firmly in control of UN air forces. In a concerted effort to delay the North Koreans' progress, U.S. B-29s flew repeated bombing missions from bases in Japan against enemy troop concentrations, a role that the world's heaviest bombers had seldom, if ever, been called upon to fill in their storied past. The overall picture remained bleak, but there were occasional bright spots. On July 10th, American flyers had a field day north of the town of Chonwi, where they spotted an NKPA mechanized column stalled at a blown-out bridge. The 5th Air Force ordered every available plane to the area, ranging from F-80 and F-82 jet fighters to creaking old World War II-era B-26 medium bombers. Observers counted 38 enemy tanks and 117 trucks destroyed. Coupled with damage inflicted in U.S. air attacks in the same area a day earlier, North Korean armor probably suffered its worst losses of the war during this single 36-hour period. But by far the most important factor slowing the pace of the NKPA advance at this critical juncture was a new and largely unwarranted cautiousness among its commanders. On the ground, the enemy had gained a huge tactical advantage during the first 2 weeks of the war, and it still possessed a crushing superiority in weaponry. 122mm Soviet howitzers versus the old 105mm U.S. version. Scores of medium and heavy tanks versus a handful of outdated Shermans and M24 light reconnaissance tanks on the U.S. side, and 120mm mortars versus many American mortars only half that size. Fortunately, though, the North Koreans failed to take full advantage of this superiority in men and armaments. Facing only a few depleted, thinly spread U.S. units and a ROK army still struggling for cohesion, they turned hesitant at the precise moment when they should have pressed their offensive to the utmost. At that time, historian Ward observed, an all-out enemy assault against the engaged portion of the 24th Division might well have resulted in its destruction, leaving the route to Daejeon, Daegu, and Pusan bare of defenders. Brief as it was, the resulting respite of 2 or 3 days was a godsend for American and South Korean forces. It gave them a chance to catch their breath. It also allowed more fresh troops and advanced weapons to reach the war zone. But when it was over, the defeats, retreats, and a deepening sense of desperation started all over again. On July 12, 1950, as the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade was being bussed to San Diego to board its Korea-bound ships, Lieutenant General Walton H. Walker, commanding general of the U.S. Eighth Army, assumed command of all UN ground forces in South Korea. Several days earlier, Walker had visited General Dean's 24th Division headquarters at Daejeon to assure Dean that significant help was on the way. The first elements of the 25th Infantry Division were expected to arrive from Japan in a few days, and the 1st Cavalry Division would be close behind. In addition, General MacArthur was pressing the Joint Chiefs of Staff to commit the 2nd Infantry Division, stationed at Fort Lewis, Washington, and a regimental combat team from the 82nd Airborne Division to combat in Korea. Furthermore, Dean was informed the first major reinforcements from the States, the Marine Brigade that MacArthur had so urgently sought, were now en route to Pusan. Accompanying the brigade were its own artillery batteries, 60 Vehicle Tank Battalion, and Corsair Air Group. That was the good news. In the interim, however, the burden of holding the line along the Coom River, one of the last defendable natural obstacles to the NKPA's drive toward Pusan, would rest almost entirely on Dean's own 24th Division. The river, which formed a ragged semicircle curving from east to west about 10 miles north of Daejeon, was 200 to 300 yards wide, but both its banks and its water level were shallow in many places. The enemy's next major goal was to cross the Coom in strength at several points and seize positions on its south bank. If that could be accomplished, it would become almost impossible for the Americans to keep Daejeon itself from falling into enemy hands. To prevent such a catastrophe, Dean would have to rely on his 3 infantry regiments already close at hand: the untested 19th, the severely bloodied 21st, and the badly battered 34th. The Coom River line must be held at all costs, read Dean's orders to his 3 regimental commanders. He might as well have been asking them to walk on water. That was the bad news, but there was worse to come. On July 12th, the 19th Infantry Regiment, famed as the Rock of Chickamauga in the Civil War, and still known proudly as the Chicks, relieved the decimated 21st Infantry, now reduced to fewer than 1,100 effectives and with more than 1,400 dead or missing, on the south bank of the Coom. The 19th had 2,276 men in its ranks, the vast majority of whom had never fired a shot in anger. They spread themselves out over 30 miles of riverfront, necessarily leaving wide gaps between units. Then they dug in and waited. At about 1 o'clock on the afternoon of July 14th, enemy tanks opened fire on the 19th from fortified positions north of the river. Before daylight the next morning, NKPA infantrymen began wading and swimming across the Coom in small groups. Several hundred of them slipped behind the 19th to set up a roadblock, shutting off the Americans' only escape route to the south, as well as any efforts to resupply them. At precisely 3 a.m. on July 16th, a single enemy scout plane dropped a flare above the river, and the North Koreans attacked in force. As enemy artillery, tank cannons, mortars, machine guns, and small arms fire pounded American positions, enemy infantry poured into the Coom like a swarm of rats, in the words of one historian. Where sandbars were handy, some waded across on foot. Others came in rafts and small boats. Within an hour they held a secure foothold on the south side of the river. By dawn, North Korean infiltrators were everywhere, on both the Americans' flanks, peppering them with fire. behind them in rear areas, chopping up support and service troops. In their midst, dressed as white-clad Korean farmers. Corporal Wilbert Shorty Estabrook had never seen anything to match the first sights that greeted him on the morning of July 16th as he awoke in a trench on the south bank of the Coombe River. The first enemy artillery round came in almost vertically, and I looked up in time to see it hit dead center on a trailer filled with Old Nick candy bars only about 20 yards from me, Estabrook recalled a long time later. It blew the pieces of candy over about an acre of ground and got me wide awake in a hurry. When the dust cleared a little, Estabrook peered out at an even more alarming spectacle on the opposite side of the river. "Here came thousands of North Koreans," he said, "looking like a bunch of fire ants boiling out of a mound, and every one of them coming straight at me." Until a couple of days earlier, the 20-year-old soldier from Maine, whose nickname stemmed from the fact that he stood an even 5 feet tall in his combat boots, had been just another dogface in B Company, 1st Battalion of the 19th Infantry Regiment. But then he'd been picked for security duty at battalion headquarters and separated from the buddies he'd served with for the past 2 years. "Those of us on the security detail were bits and pieces picked up from every part of the regiment," said Estabrook. "None of us knew anybody else in the detail, and that made it tough, especially when the fit hit the Shan that morning. Next thing I knew, most of the guys around me were hit. Quite a few were killed on the spot, and as far as I could tell, there was just me and an old medic left. I only had 1 bandolier of ammo for my M1, and it didn't last long. Then I didn't have anything. No grenades, no nothing." Men were scrambling for the rear in all directions, but many were trying to follow a road leading away from the river and in the direction of Daejeon. "We hadn't gone far when we ran head-on into heavy fire from an enemy roadblock. It looked to have been there for a while because the North Koreans were well dug in." A sergeant ran past, calling for volunteers to try to take out the roadblock. Having picked up additional ammunition for his M1, Estabrook joined the group, but its attempt almost immediately failed, and many of its members were cut down. "I heard bullets whizzing past my ears," he recalled, "and all of a sudden I was the only man still standing. I saw several guys taking cover in a low spot to the right of the road, and I jumped in there with them, right beside a lieutenant who was lying still and not moving. 'We'd better get going, Lieutenant,' Estabrook said." He shook the officer vigorously for several seconds before realizing that the man was dead. "It was the most god-awful nightmare you could ever imagine," Estabrook recalled. "There was no way to tell which way to turn, and I've never been so scared in my whole life. I spotted about 15 Americans running toward a bend in the river, and I ran after them. Thank God I never caught up with them, because one of our jets came in low and just made chowder out of them. Our troops and the enemy were so mixed together on both sides of the river that the Air Force couldn't tell them apart." Estabrook kept running blindly until he came to a steep hill that appeared unoccupied. It took him most of the rest of the day to inch his way to the top of it on hands and knees. Once, along the way, he heard voices talking in Korean, and he froze in his tracks for an hour or more before daring to slither on. As night fell, he dragged himself under a clump of brush and lay there, trembling with exhaustion and almost mad with thirst. Finally, he passed out. The Battle of the Coombe River, if such it can be called, was lost almost before it started. As the NKPA struck across the Coombe, the remnants of the 24th Division reeled backward toward Daejeon to avoid being surrounded. Meanwhile, the convoy carrying the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade was following the Great Northern Circle route toward the Asian mainland, with one of its 3 principal troop ships, the Venerable Henrico, lagging well behind with mechanical troubles. Somewhere south of Alaska, the convoy was still a full 2 weeks' sail from Pusan. Those 2 weeks would try the heart and soul of America's military like nothing since Pearl Harbor. Chapter 4. Missions Impossible. Early on July 18th, as the broken, bleeding remains of Major General William F. Dean's 24th Infantry Division attempted to make another defensive stand in the cramped 10 miles between the shattered Coombe River line and Tejon, Eighth Army Commander General Walton Walker again flew to the front. This time he had two crucial objectives in mind. In this darkest hour ever faced by the 24th Division, Walker's first concern was reviving the crushed spirits of Dean, his field commanders, and their troops sufficiently to draw from them one final all-out effort. Walker must have known by now that, in its pathetic condition, the 24th couldn't hope to hold Tejon for long by itself. But he was bringing encouraging news that might inspire Dean's scarecrows to hang on for a few more days. Another, no less urgent objective of Walker's trip was determining the next feasible line of defense where American troops could make a last-ditch stand before Pusan if Tejon should fall to the Communists. Barring some miracle, it was much more a question of when than if in Walker's mind. After studying all available maps, Walker concluded that the only remaining geographic feature favorable to such a stand was the Naktong River, most of which flows in a north-south line that passes some 60 miles east of Tejon. The Naktong outlines a section of extreme southeastern Korea measuring about 60 by 90 miles. The river rises near the east coast, flows almost due west for 50 miles or so, then turns abruptly south before curving sharply back to the east and emptying into the Korea Strait only a couple of miles west of Pusan. In the weeks ahead, the meandering course of the Naktong would become virtually synonymous with the boundary lines of the besieged Pusan perimeter. Simply put, the Naktong was to Pusan what the Coombe River was to Tejon. If the Naktong were breached by the North Koreans, Pusan and the war would be as good as lost. For obvious reasons, Walker didn't say much about this latter objective to General Dean. Instead, he informed Dean that the entire Eighth Army was coming to Korea to join the fight. In fact, the 1st Cavalry Division was landing that very morning at Pohangdong, on the east coast, and would be in combat position between the 24th and ROK units to the east in a day or two. Meanwhile, elements of the 25th Infantry Division, including Colonel Mike Michaelis's 27th Wolfhound Infantry Regiment, had been in Korea since July 10th, teamed with the 8th Field Artillery Battalion to form the 27th Regimental Combat Team. The Wolfhounds also would be on their way to the Tejon front as soon as they secured a vital airfield on the east coast. Some of their officers had already been to the front on a reconnoitering mission. Walker brought additional encouragement by revealing that a few Sherman tanks and a shipment of 3.5-inch bazookas would be in Tejon within hours. The powerful new rocket launchers, which fired a 9-pound round with a shaped charge designed to burn through the heaviest armor, would be the first fully reliable anti-tank weapons to reach American infantry in Korea. A total of 316 launchers had reached Korea on July 12th, accompanied by slightly more than 1,300 rockets, only about 4 per weapon, and one 3-man team of trainers to show American troops how to fire them. 60 of these 3.5s were designated for the 24th Division, and they arrived in Tejon on July 18th. But, for reasons that remain unclear, none was put into action until early on July 20th. Nevertheless, the cold, hard truth remained distressingly clear. Dean's crippled division had nowhere near enough weapons or troops to hold the NKPA at bay for long. Walker asked the 24th for at least 48 hours, and Dean promised to do his best. But both of them realized the odds were heavily stacked against them. As noted Army historian Colonel Roy A. Appleman explained, in any deployment of his forces against the North Koreans in front of Tejon, Dean had only the remnants of 3 defeated regiments. Each of them could muster little more than a battalion of troops. In addition to numerical weakness, all the troops were tired, and their morale was not the best. General Dean himself was as worn as his troops. For the past 2 weeks he had faced daily crises and had pushed himself to the limit. The casualties already suffered by the 3 regiments prior to the battle for Tejon had been disastrous. The 21st Infantry had lost 1,433 men, some 57% of its total strength, with only 1,100 troops remaining fit for combat. Yet it was in better shape than the other 2 units. The 34th Infantry reported 2,002 killed or wounded, while 3/4 of the 19th Infantry, some 2,400 men, had fallen in battle. Among those listed as killed, wounded, or missing in the 19th were Corporal Shorty Estabrook and the 2 young buck privates he'd happened upon after fleeing the Coombe River and wandering alone for a time. All 3 were tired, hungry, thirsty, and utterly lost. They knew they couldn't be far from Tejon, but they had no idea how to get there, or even in which direction they were traveling. Estabrook had awakened to a bright sun and total solitude on the morning after his escape from the collapsing American lines. From the far distance he could hear the sound of artillery fire, but in the immediate area it was amazingly quiet. He was so starved for food and water that he wasn't sure at first if he could even stand up. But after a few minutes he managed to struggle to his feet, easing his way slowly down the hill where he'd spent the night. He'd gone only about 100 yards when he caught sight of a Korean hut and heard indistinct voices inside. Estabrook still clutched his M1, although its barrel was clogged with mud and probably would have exploded in his face if he'd tried to fire it. And he kept the weapon at the ready as he approached the door of the hut. He knew that almost all Koreans spoke Japanese, and during 2 years in Japan he'd picked up enough of the language to communicate. "I'm an American," he told the man who appeared in the doorway. "I'm lost, and I need food and water." The man nodded, and to Estabrook's immense relief, he soon brought out a jug of water and a bowl of rice. When Estabrook had eaten and drunk as much as he could hold, he asked directions to Tejon, and the man gestured toward a crease in the hills. "That way," he said in Japanese. A couple of hours later Estabrook met up with the 2 GIs. Both were about 18, and they'd jettisoned all their equipment except for a .45 automatic with 1 remaining round in the barrel. "We kept walking toward the crease in the hills until we spotted some men in ROK Army uniforms," Estabrook recalled. "But when we yelled at them, they started shooting at us, and we knew something was wrong. They were North Koreans dressed as ROKs. "What are we going to do?" one of the privates asked Estabrook after they ducked for cover. "You outrank us, so you decide." "My rifle's no good. The barrel's clogged," Estabrook told him. "And your 1 bullet ain't going to go far. They'll probably shoot us on the spot, but I don't see any choice but to surrender." Estabrook waved a white handkerchief and held his breath. He'd seen numerous dead Americans with their hands tied behind them and bullet holes in the backs of their heads. The North Koreans didn't shoot the 3 captive Americans, but they beat them unmercifully until they lay groaning on the ground. It was Estabrook's first small taste of life as an NKPA prisoner of war. Harsh weather, a devilish mixture of monsoon rains and furnace-like daytime temperatures, plus long marches over brutal terrain and long days with little rest, had taken a fearsome physical toll on the 24th Division GIs still listed as on duty and able-bodied. Only foot soldiers who have labored up the steep Korean slopes in midsummer, historian Appleman observed, can know how quickly exhaustion overcomes the body unless it is inured to such conditions by training and experience. Unfortunately, the survivors of General Dean's command had the benefit of neither. Nevertheless, Dean himself was heartened by the news from Walker, and although he ordered his divisional headquarters moved east to a more secure location at the town of Yongdong, he chose to stay behind with his troops in Tejon. After conferring with Dean, Walker departed for the small city of Taegu, 70 miles to the southeast, where his own headquarters was being set up. When his chief of staff asked Walker how much liberty he'd given Dean in deciding the fate of Tejon, the Eighth Army commander replied, "I told him that I had every confidence in him, and that if it became necessary to abandon Tejon earlier, to make his own decision, and I'd sustain him. Dean's a fighter. He won't give an inch if he can help it." White-haired, square-jawed Bill Dean had dreamed as a teenager of attending West Point, but mediocre grades prevented him from getting an appointment. He won his Army commission by virtue of completing an ROTC program at the University of California, although he left without earning a sought-after law degree. Dean proved to be competent and courageous in battle, and he won recognition during World War II as a can-do assistant commander of the 44th Infantry Division. He served in Europe on a severely burned left leg, suffered in a training accident, after ignoring a surgeon's recommendation that the leg be amputated, and he was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for personally leading a platoon through savage German artillery fire. Dean also knew Korea well, having previously spent a year in the country as a senior advisor to the South Korean police and constabulary. Now, true to Walker's assessment of him, he was ready to do everything in his power to stop or slow the NKPA onslaught. As he would later recall, in justifying his decision to stay with his troops at Tejon rather than retreat to his divisional headquarters at Yongdong, "My reasons for staying were simple, although, of course, there can be much argument about them. I spent a great deal of time later trying to second-guess myself about them. But these reasons were compounded of poor communications, and the old feeling that I could do the job better, that is, make the hour-to-hour decisions necessary, if I stayed in close contact with what was happening. Very few of the things I did in the next 24 hours could not have been done by any competent sergeant, and such a sergeant would have done some of them better. I have no intention of alibiing my presence in Tejon. At the time, I thought it was the place to be." Dean felt, with some justification, that the sight of the division commander fighting shoulder to shoulder with his enlisted men might stiffen their resolve. He also hoped that he might set a positive example for the few ROK commanders and staff officers who hadn't already hopped aboard the Pusan Express and headed south. And finally, Dean had a professional soldier's angry yearning to inflict as much pain and suffering as he could on the ruthless invaders who had slaughtered and maimed so many of the young men in his charge. Yet remaining in Tejon was a decision Dean would have cause to regret for the rest of his life. He was, beyond question, a brave man, one who would be awarded the Medal of Honor for valor in the Korean War, and his task was among the most daunting ever faced by an American military leader of his rank. But, driven by desperation amid the bloody chaos of Tejon on July 19th through 20th, 1950, he took foolhardy risks and extreme chances that even the most valiant division commander should never take, and he paid dearly for them. Dean's isolated actions during this period have drawn both praise for his courage and harsh criticism for failure to accept his larger responsibilities as a division commander. "Fundamentally, he was a silly man," said one of Dean's fellow officers. "He still didn't know what war was." Corporal Lacey Barnett, company clerk of the 34th Infantry Regiment's medical unit during the deluge of casualties suffered in the fighting along the Coom River and north of Tejon, went from being one of the luckiest men in the U.S. Army to being one of the unluckiest in 2 or 3 days. Barnett, an Alabama native who had been stationed in Pusan in 1948-49, then returned a week after the war started, was scheduled for discharge on July 19, 1950. As a farewell assignment on his way out, he'd had the good fortune to be sent south to division headquarters at Yongdong on July 15th to take care of some casualty reports before heading home, thereby missing the bloodbath at Tejon on July 18th through 20th. "My enlistment was supposed to be up on July 19th, Barnett recalled decades later, but my orders weren't cut until the next morning. Then I caught a train to Pusan, where I boarded an LST for Yokohama and the trip back to the States. Halfway to Japan, the LST stopped, and a first sergeant broke the bad news to the would-be civilians. "You guys ain't going stateside after all," he announced. "Congress just passed a bill extending all enlistments for 1 year, so the only place you're going is back to Korea." Barnett was back with his medical company a few days later. When the decimated 34th Infantry was dissolved in September 1950, he would be one of just 184 surviving original members of the 2,000-man unit that had landed at Pusan on July 2nd. Nearly 60 years later, Barnett, a retired Army major, remained bitter about the slaughter of the 34th at Daejeon, a tragedy he narrowly missed and one he blamed largely on General Dean. Barnett based his condemnation of his division commander on years of extensive research for a yet unpublished book. "The whole setup was stupid," he said. "I learned conclusively that General Walker had ordered Dean to be out of Daejeon before daylight on July 20th. Instead, Dean fiddled around until almost nightfall. If he'd followed orders, the division could have gotten away with a lot fewer casualties. Hundreds of lives could have been saved. In my opinion, Dean was one of the worst division commanders in the history of the U.S. Army." Although General Lawton Collins, the Army's Chief of Staff, was considerably more diplomatic, his comments hardly constituted approval of Dean's actions. "The personal involvement of a senior commander in the combat of small units or in one small segment of an action," Collins observed, "tends to divert his mind from larger issues. Dean's job would surely have been less onerous if the GIs who served under him had been better trained and more fully prepared to fight, and as their commander he doubtlessly bears a portion of the blame for the fact that they were not. On the other hand, Dean could do nothing to alter the fact that his troops had neither the tools nor the numbers to succeed against their much larger, more powerful foe, or that the supplies and equipment issued to them were nothing short of a national disgrace. And it certainly wasn't Dean's fault that his division was being asked yet again to do the impossible. As Dean himself phrased it at the time, stopping the gooks is like trying to keep water from coming through a fishnet. By the early morning of July 20th, battered survivors of the 34th Infantry huddled among whatever cover they could find in the countryside north of Daejeon, unnerved and uncertain of what to do next. Fragments of 2 battalions of the 34th, fewer than 1,000 riflemen, had begun a slow retreat before noon the previous day from positions between Daejeon and the Kum River, pulling back to avoid being surrounded and annihilated by a force of 17,000 North Koreans. The enemy troops, supported as always by tanks and artillery, had poured through a mile-wide gap between the 34th's 1st Battalion and the 19th Infantry, then launched a broad flanking movement aimed at cutting off all escape routes for the Americans defending Daejeon. The gravity of the situation had become apparent on the night of July 19th after Colonel Harold Ayres, commanding the 34th's 1st Battalion, sent out a patrol to investigate what sounded like tanks moving on his flank. The patrol never returned, and later another patrol was turned back by enemy troops blocking the main road 6 miles south of Daejeon. In the meantime, Colonel Charles E. Beecham, who had assumed command of the regiment after Colonel Robert Martin was killed, ordered his 3rd Battalion to attack in the gap between the 19th and the 34th. To the GI's dismay, however, they arrived to find the gap already occupied by North Korean infantry supported by 6 tanks. The entire 3rd Battalion might have been wiped out if not for the self-sacrificial action of 1st Sergeant Robert E. Dare, who took up a defensive position with a BAR and laid down a curtain of fire to cover the advance platoon's withdrawal. Dare paid for his heroism with his life, but most of his comrades managed to escape. At this point, Colonel Ayres was more than ready to quit the battle altogether and make a run for the mountains to the south or east. Ayres suggested this to Beecham, who rejected the idea, knowing how determined General Dean was to hold Tejon for at least one more day. But now hundreds of enemy infiltrators, many clad in white, to mingle undetected with civilian refugees who moved freely among the American troops, were all around the men of the 34th. There was no safe haven from snipers firing rifles and tossing grenades from scores of buildings, and soon after daylight, NKPA tanks rumbled into the city. Aided by detailed reports on the locations of various American units, either by disguised NKPA soldiers or civilian collaborators, the tanks proceeded directly to the position occupied by the 34th's service company. There, they methodically killed most of the 150 mechanics, drivers, cooks, and clerks manning the compound, destroyed all vehicles in the motor pool, and blew up an ammunition truck before moving on. Their obvious intention, beyond the slaughter of Americans, was to trap as many of Tejon's defenders as possible, with no motorized means of getting away. Meanwhile, the fast-moving enemy assault north of the city passed virtually unmolested through Colonel Ayres's bazooka teams and rifle platoons. By dawn, Ayres's command post was in enemy hands, and the 1st Battalion headquarters and heavy weapons company were frantically fleeing into the mountains in search of refuge. The confusion mounted steadily as the morning wore on, with communication cut off among all engaged 24th Division units. Soon the 2nd Battalion of the 19th Infantry also abandoned its defensive positions and went into hiding in the mountains. By midday, not one unit of the division was still in its assigned position on General Dean's maps. On the night of July 19th, Dean and a small group of aides had crept into an abandoned house in Tejon, where the general had fallen into a fitful sleep to the sound of gunfire. When he awoke before dawn the next morning, the explosions were louder, and they were punctuated by the crackle of small arms fire at close range. Dazed and weary American soldiers stumbled past Dean's makeshift command post in full retreat. The scent of defeat hung heavy in the air, but Dean refused to give up hope. At 6:30 a.m., one of the general's staff officers, Lieutenant Arthur Clark, appeared with grim news. "We've got reports of North Korean tanks within the city," he said. "We thought our lines were still holding to the north and west, but headquarters has lost contact with 2 battalions, and that may be where the tanks broke through." This revelation left Dean feeling sick, but it also stoked his fierce urge to strike back at the enemy. It no longer made sense to sit and wait, he reasoned, or try to do the things the generals did under normal conditions. Besides, he was spoiling for a fight. Dean stared at Clark for a long moment, then at Jimmy Kim, his young Korean interpreter. "Let's go tank hunting," the general said. At this point, the situation in Tejon itself wasn't as grave as that to the north and west of the city. From Dean's severely limited perspective, the battle seemed to be going reasonably well within the town, and that feeling was reinforced by the troops' enthusiasm over the newly arrived 3.5-inch bazookas. For the first time in the war, the powerful rocket launchers enabled small enclaves of American troops to disable or destroy the NKPA's dreaded T-34 tanks on a predictable basis. Dean wanted the new weapons employed to the utmost. The only thing he wanted more was to get his own hands on one of the 3.5s. There were plenty of targets around that morning, including one enemy tank that headed straight for Dean's position. But at the time, the only weapon at the general's disposal was a truck-mounted 75mm recoilless rifle. "I succeeded in getting the driver's attention and redirected him back toward the tank," Dean recalled. "But even though we reached a firing position, we accomplished nothing. The gunner either was too nervous or was unfamiliar with his weapon, and none of our 4 or 5 rounds of remaining ammunition scored a hit." Later in the day, Dean's group finally hooked up with a soldier carrying a 3.5 bazooka, but he had only 1 round of ammunition left for it, and apparently he was nervous too. When a pair of enemy tanks lumbered into sight, the bazooka man fired at one of them from 100 yards, but the round fell dismally short. In an outburst of anger, Dean drew his .45 automatic and emptied it at the unscathed T-34, cursing it roundly as it ground past him less than 20 yards away. "This was our day for bad shooting," he said later. "Some people who escaped from Tejon that day reported that they had last seen me firing a pistol at a tank. Well, they did, but I'm not proud of it. I wasn't silly enough to think I could do anything with a pistol. It was plain rage and frustration." In his group's third encounter with enemy armor that day, its second with a 3.5 bazooka, Dean's luck changed for the better, however. After pursuing a T-34 on foot for blocks through a series of abandoned stores and shops, the general's team of tank hunters ran through a courtyard, climbed to the second floor of a corner building, and entered a small plastered room. Quietly, I slipped up beside the street window and looked around the side of it with one eye, directly into the muzzle of the tank's cannon, Dean recalled. I could have spat down the barrel. Dean signaled to the man with the bazooka, who eased forward into firing position. Then Dean pointed to a spot at the base of the cannon, where the turret and the body of the tank came together. "Aim there," he said softly. A second later, the deafening blast from the bazooka shook the room like a mini-earthquake, sending fragments of plaster raining down on Dean and the gunner and filling the room with smoke and fumes. Ear-piercing screams came from the tank. "Hit him again," Dean snapped. The gunner fired a second round, and more plaster poured from the ceiling. When the bazooka roared a third time, smoke billowed from the tank, and the screaming stopped. Other American bazooka teams were equally successful. At least 10 T-34s were destroyed in the streets of Tejon that afternoon by 3.5-inch rockets, and U.S. airstrikes knocked out 5 or 6 more. When word of these unprecedented successes got around, GI morale in Tejon took a brief but dramatic leap. While Dean was patrolling the edges of Tejon and jousting with tanks during most of the day on July 20th, he clung to the mistaken belief that his troops were holding their own. In reality, the battle for the town was being lost a short distance to the north and west, and the unknowing Americans in Tejon proper were effectively being surrounded by the NKPA. At about noon that day, Dean had driven north to Colonel Beecham's command post and shared a quick lunch of sea rations with the 34th Infantry's commander. Although Beecham also seemed to feel that the situation in Tejon wasn't yet at the desperate stage, he and Dean agreed that General Walker's plea to hold the enemy for 2 more days had now been fulfilled. The time had come, they decided, to begin an orderly withdrawal while continuing to fight a rearguard delaying action. With no effective phone or radio communication, Beecham sent out runners to spread the word to the 1st Battalion of the 34th and the 2nd Battalion of the 19th, unaware that both were already fleeing into the mountains. The runners were never heard from again, and the withdrawal order failed to reach the 34th's still entrenched 3rd Battalion. With these developments, the unraveling American front lost any semblance of cohesion. Panic gripped the troops holding the line north of the city as the situation grew more chaotic by the minute. In an effort to calm down his men, Beecham left his command post and set out by jeep to contact his scattered units. But, for reasons that remain hazy 6 decades later, the colonel ended up miles to the southeast at the town of Okchon, where he found Brigadier General Pearson Menower, assistant commander of the 24th Division, and reported the deteriorating situation to the north. Back in Tejon, Dean was stunned to discover that Beecham was missing from his command post and that no one seemed to know where he'd gone, only that he hadn't been seen or heard from for more than 2 hours. The general had no way of knowing that Beecham had tried to return to Tejon from Okchon but was unable to penetrate enemy roadblocks, even with the help of several tanks. With the surrounded city now coming under heavy artillery fire, and a number of buildings blazing furiously, Dean had little time to worry about Beecham's whereabouts. At about 5 p.m. on July 20th, he summoned Lieutenant Colonel Robert L. Pappy Wadlington, an old comrade from World War II who was now executive officer of the 34th Infantry. "We've got to evacuate the city immediately," Dean told him. "Get the show on the road as soon as you can." It was easier said than done. For one thing, there was the American artillery to consider. Leaving valuable heavy weaponry behind in a retreat had become a distressingly common practice in the division over the past 2 weeks, and Dean was determined not to repeat it. Yet the North Koreans were already perilously close to the big guns, and the artillery positions were under heavy sniper fire. Dean managed to get a message through to his headquarters at Yongdong, pleading for American armor to be sent up. But time was running out. In desperation, he organized a counterattack force from kitchen police, messengers, clerks, and other rear-echelon personnel, and Major S. C. McDaniel, commanding the artillery battalion, also threw his headquarters staff into the fray. Together, this contingent of unlikely warriors managed to drive the enemy back temporarily, allowing some of the guns to be towed away by tractors. The rest were wrecked and abandoned. Genuine safety was still a long, arduous journey away, however, and many who tried to escape Daejeon that evening never made it that far. By 6 p.m., virtually every road leading south and east from Daejeon was blocked by NKPA forces, and long stretches of the roadways were subject to intense enemy mortar, machine gun, and small arms fire from ridges on both sides. As darkness fell, and General Dean's convoy prepared to run this gauntlet, a detachment of light tanks from the 1st Cavalry Division miraculously managed to fight its way into the city to help cover Dean's withdrawal. But taking personal advantage of the tanks ran against Dean's nature. He insisted instead that the tankers accompany the headquarters company of the 34th Infantry, adding that he and his convoy would follow shortly. He also declined an offer from Colonel Wadlington to call for more armor to shield their own withdrawal. Dean did, however, send another message asking for tanks to clear an enemy roadblock he had heard about east of the city. Then he and the rest of his party climbed into their vehicles and drove through the gathering darkness in the direction the tanks had gone. Wadlington led the way, but near the center of town, with the convoy under heavy machine gun fire, the colonel's jeep and dozens of others following it became lost and ended up on a dead-end street that dissolved into a schoolyard. Panic-stricken and unable to turn around, the Americans set fire to their vehicles and fled on foot toward the mountains outside Daejeon. Meanwhile, Dean's party, continuing on the main road toward Okcheon, came upon the flaming remains of an earlier convoy that had been ambushed by NKPA infiltrators hiding along the route. Wrecked and burning trucks littered the street, and buildings on both sides were ablaze. At the edge of the roadway, a ferocious firefight raged between American infantrymen and enemy troops. "Keep driving," Dean yelled to his driver. "Everybody down." Somehow Dean's jeep made it through the searing heat and the tangle of stalled vehicles. Swerving wildly with tires squealing, it veered back onto the straightaway, and the driver jammed the accelerator to the floor. A block farther on, as the jeep zoomed through an intersection with snipers' bullets slapping the pavement on all sides, Dean heard his aide, Lieutenant Clark, shout a warning. "Stop! We missed our turn!" "No," Dean told the driver. "We can't stop here. Keep going straight ahead. We'll have to go the long way around." Disoriented in the darkness after leaving Daejeon, Dean's small party continued on in several jeeps through unfamiliar, enemy-infested countryside on a road that, according to Dean's maps, headed in the general direction of the town of Kumsan. At an S-curve along the route, they ran into an enemy roadblock and were forced to jump from their jeeps and take cover in a ditch. As they dashed for safety, Clark took a bullet in his shoulder. Here I realized that I no longer had any weapon, Dean would recall much later. I'd left my M1 behind when I jumped for the ditch, and my pistol had been lost somewhere. The holster dangled empty at my hip. They crawled away from the road in pitch blackness, trying not to make a sound that would give them away to the North Koreans. They dragged along a severely wounded man who became delirious as the night wore on. The man drank every drop of the party's water before anyone realized what was happening, then loudly demanded more. About midnight, while his thirsty, exhausted comrades dozed, Dean thought he heard water running somewhere nearby, perhaps a spring or a small stream. Without a weapon of any kind, or even a canteen, he set out alone in search of the water's source. He hadn't gone more than a few dozen yards when he blundered unexpectedly onto a steep hill, and before he could stop himself, he was half running, half stumbling down its slope. Then he lost his footing and fell. After searching vainly for their commander and dodging enemy patrols for approximately 60 hours, Lieutenant Clark and other members of the party finally made their way back to U.S. lines on July 23rd. General Dean wouldn't be seen again by friendly forces for almost 3 years. The 1st Cavalry Division, commanded by Major General Hobart R. Gay, had sailed from Japan on July 15th aboard a hodgepodge collection of U.S. and British ships. Its hurriedly planned assignment was to make the first amphibious landing of the Korean War at the small East Coast fishing port of Pohang-dong, and its objectives were twofold. The first was to put more American troops on the ground in Korea as quickly and as close to the combat zone as possible. By landing up the coast at Pohang-dong, this could be accomplished without adding to the frenzied congestion at Pusan, 63 miles to the south. The second objective was to shore up the threatened right flank of the UN line, previously manned only by ROK troops. The 1st Cav's landing on July 18th has frequently been described as unopposed, and it's true that the Americans encountered no resistance as they disembarked from their ships. But as they marched inland a short time later, NKPA artillery wasn't far away, and it made its presence felt by firing sporadic rounds in the direction of the U.S. advance. Corporal Jack Brooks had been ashore for only an hour or two when he saw his best friend, PFC Bill Meckley, fatally wounded by an exploding enemy shell. "All of a sudden we were under attack," Brooks remembered. "I was within 15 or 20 yards of Meckley when he was hit. I saw him go down, and I ran over and picked him up in my arms and started looking for a medic. By the time I found one, I realized Bill was dead." Brooks recalled several other men being wounded that day, but Meckley, a Pennsylvania youngster whom Brooks had met several months earlier at Fort Benning, Georgia, may have been the first member of the 1st Cavalry to die in action in Korea. He would be far from the last. In the course of the war, the division would see 3,811 men killed in action and 12,086 wounded. By July 22nd, 2 days after the fall of Daejeon, troops of the 1st Cav and the 25th Infantry Division were deployed in relief of the battered and virtually leaderless 24th Division, and the 24th was finally sent into reserve. General John Church assumed command of the division 3 days after General Dean went missing, but many other officers also had been lost, and few replacements were available. In its failed effort to hold Daejeon, the division had lost an additional 1,150 dead, missing, or wounded out of a total remaining strength of about 4,000. Most of the missing would later be confirmed as KIAs, many of them murdered in cold blood after being captured. The 1st Cav dug in near the town of Kumchon, in the center of the UN front, with the 25th Infantry Division, commanded by Major General William B. Keane, on its right. ROK units, meanwhile, continued to retreat, although more gradually than before, along the East Coast. The American soldiers now facing the North Koreans were at least fresh and better equipped than their predecessors, yet for the most part they were no better trained, no better led, and totally lacking in combat experience. Ready or not, though, their turn in the cauldron was coming, and it wouldn't be pretty. On July 20th, the same day that U.S. forces were routed at Daejeon, units of the 25th Division had begun reaching Yeongdong to relieve the gaunt survivors of the 24th Division. 2 days later, the 25th moved into the line near Songju, while the 1st Cav went into action at Yeongdong. The results of these newly arrived divisions' first encounters with the NKPA were dishearteningly similar to all that had gone before. The fighting was bloody and hellish. Yeongdong was lost. So was Songju. Once again, the American front moved south and east. General Walker now realized that even reinforced by 2 full divisions, his Eighth Army was plunging deeper and deeper into crisis. Some of the new troops turned in creditable performances on the battlefield, but they were unable to stem the tide. In particular, the 25th Division's failure to hold Songju galled Walker, and he gave General Keane a stern dressing down about it. Among the principal targets of blame for the loss of Songju was the 24th Infantry Regiment, not to be confused with the 24th Infantry Division, an all-black unit led by white officers and commanded by Colonel Horton White. Its reputation for bugging out under fire began on July 20th, when the regiment became the first unit of the 25th Division to face the North Koreans at the town of Yecheon, northeast of Songju. After only a brief exchange of fire, panicky troops of the 24th broke and ran before even catching sight of the enemy. Field officers on the scene claimed that the regiment was attacked by a vastly superior NKPA force. But when a scouting party entered the town the next day, no evidence could be found that any enemy troops had even been there. Fires that broke out in the town and contributed to the defenders' fright were apparently caused by the Americans' own artillery. A day or two later, the regiment's 2nd Battalion, close to 1,000 men, retreated in disorder after encountering a minor roadblock and being fired on by 1 light mortar and a few automatic weapons. The next morning, when the roadblock was stormed and overrun by ROK troops, they found only 2 small-caliber machine guns, a single mortar, and about 30 guerrillas. When the ROKs were ordered east to counter North Korean forces driving south along the coast, the 24th Regiment was left alone to protect the western approach to Songju, only to disgrace itself again. An official U.S. Army history of the Korean conflict summed up the charges against the regiment in these words: "The tendency to panic continued in nearly all the 24th Infantry operations west of Songju. Men left their position and straggled to the rear. They abandoned weapons on position. On one occasion, the 3rd Battalion withdrew from a hill and left behind 12 30-caliber and 3 50-caliber machine guns, 8 60mm mortars, 3 81mm mortars, 4 3.5-inch rocket launchers, and 102 rifles. The combat modus operandi of the 24th was to hold its positions during daylight hours, when the NKPA tended to lie low because of American air superiority, but when darkness fell, many men would slip out of their foxholes and disappear. Angry, disgusted officers ordered roadblocks set up behind the 24th to deal with fleeing deserters. Walker soon realized that the regiment could be employed only as an outpost force, whose flight would alert other units to enemy assaults. But this required placing other units in reserve to the rear of the 24th to plug the inevitable hole left in the line when members of the regiment went AWOL. The lyrics of a derisive little tune called the Bug-Out Boogie reflected the disdain felt by other GIs for the 24th Regiment. When those old gook mortars begin to chug, that old deuce 4 begins to bug. If there was one positive factor in the shameful debacle suffered by the 24th, it was the long-overdue revelation to the nation's leaders that segregation of the U.S. military was a tragically bad idea. The plight of the 24th provided vital impetus in the full integration of America's armed forces. Army Chief of Staff General Lawton Collins was among the most outspoken proponents of this change. As he put it, Negro soldiers, when properly trained and fully integrated with their white comrades, would fight as well and would readily be accepted as equals. Maligned as it was, there were some truly courageous individuals in the ranks of the 24th. One notable example was PFC William Thompson of New York City, a machine gunner in M Company of the regiment's 3rd Battalion. When 2 rifle companies of his battalion stampeded like cattle during an enemy ambush, trampling their officers underfoot in their haste to get away, Thompson stayed at his .30 caliber weapon, mowing down the attackers right and left. "Come on, Willie," Thompson's platoon leader urged. "We got to get out of here while we still can." Thompson continued firing. "You go on," he said. "I'll cover you." A passing corporal tried to pull Thompson away from the machine gun, but the husky gunner shook him off and waved him away. "Maybe I won't get out," he said, "but I'm going to take a whole lot of them with me." After the others reached safer positions, they could still hear Thompson's gun chattering. Then several enemy grenades exploded, followed briefly by total silence. Months later, Thompson was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. On July 29th, the 1st Cavalry, defeated at Yongdong by the same enemy flanking attacks that had spelled disaster for so many other U.S. units during the month, was forced to retreat toward Kumchon. The following day, the 25th Division also began falling back, yielding Sangju to the North Koreans. Now the major concern for 8th Army Commander General Walker was the city of Daegu, where his own headquarters was, and which lay squarely in the path of the NKPA advance, just 62 miles northwest of Pusan. A key highway and rail center, Daegu was also the site of the only operational airport in the region. Responsibility for holding it rested squarely on General Keen's 25th Division. The situation south and east of Daejeon was sliding from bad to worse, with no remedy in sight. But while the attention of U.S. commanders was focused on that area, a threat of even greater urgency was taking shape west of Daegu, in territory where no organized UN defensive lines existed. Faced with stiffening resistance and sharply rising casualties along the established front, more than 50,000 NKPA troops had by now been lost since the war began, the Communists staged a surprise end run that caught the Americans badly off guard. 2 full NKPA divisions suddenly swept past U.S. troop concentrations stretching from the center of South Korea to the east coast, then raced southward, unimpeded, down the west side of the peninsula. Their target was the area south of where the short Han River branched off from the larger Naktong on a more westerly course, and the Naktong itself curved sharply east, passing too close to Pusan to serve as a feasible line of defense. This territory between the 2 rivers constituted a vulnerable soft spot where Walker's troops would be forced to defend positions west of the Naktong. Before the resulting threat was fully recognized by the Americans, the attacking enemy force was at the extreme southern tip of Korea, and driving east through unprotected countryside toward the towns of Chinju and Masan, the nearer of which was just 31 miles from Pusan. It took a nearly superhuman effort by elements of the 8th Army, particularly General Keen's 25th Division, to avert total disaster, at least for the moment. As of nightfall on August 1st, units of the 25th still faced NKPA forces in the lines southeast of Sangju. But by sunrise the following morning, in one of the most deftly executed strategic redeployments in military history, the bulk of the 25th had slipped away from the Sangju front, boarded trucks, and made the 150-mile journey south to the vicinity of Masan to block the enemy advance. At the same time, General Walker dispatched 2 battalions of the 29th Infantry Regiment, recently rushed to Korea from Okinawa, to perform a similar blocking operation at Chinju, 23 miles west of Masan. The men of the 29th had first been promised 10 days of field training before being committed to battle. Then the preparation time was cut to 3 days to draw equipment and test weapons. In reality, however, these troops were herded aboard trucks almost as soon as they set foot ashore and driven immediately to Chinju. They arrived there the next day with their machine guns still clogged with cosmoline, their mortars yet unfired, and their M1s still not zeroed in. Even the exhausted survivors of the 24th Infantry Division were pulled out of reserve and sent south to further shore up the Chinju-Masan defenses. "I'm sorry to have to do this," Walker told General John Church soon after Church had assumed command of the 24th as General Dean's successor, "but our whole left flank is open, and the Koreans are moving in. I want you to cover the area from Chinju up to near Kumchon." This portion of the fluid new front stretched about 65 air miles from north to south, quite a chunk of real estate for the remains of a thoroughly defeated division to defend. On July 31st, all units of Walker's beleaguered army, except those struggling to hold back the NKPA around Chinju and Masan, retreated across the Naktong River under orders to make a stand on the south and east sides of the stream, or else. "No more retreating, withdrawal, or whatever you call it," Walker warned his soldiers. "There is no line behind us to which we can retreat. This isn't going to be another Dunkirk or Bataan. A retreat to Pusan would result in one of the greatest butcheries in history. We must fight to the end. Capture by these people is worse than death itself. We will fight as a team. If some of us must die, we will die fighting together. I want everybody to understand we are going to hold this line. We are going to win." The Eighth Army held strong defensive positions on steep hills along the Naktong's banks. It was far bigger and much better armed than it had been 2 or 3 weeks earlier. But a premature end to the monsoon season and searing summer heat had left the river shallow and easily forded in many places, and that was a major problem. The biggest problem, though, was that the young Americans dug in on this last line of defense in the UN effort to save South Korea had as yet no experience at winning. They had been thrown into the teeth of too many missions impossible. Thus far, they had learned only how to fight losing battles and then retreat. Regardless of the potential consequences that might await them this time, many of them were gripped by an alarming lack of faith that they could hold their ground. Facing them were 10 divisions of enemy troops, including the NKPA's crack 6th Division, commanded by General Pang Ho-san, none of which had yet learned to lose. "Comrades, the enemy is demoralized," Pang told his troops as they surged south. "The task given to us is the liberation of Masan and Chinju and the annihilation of the remnants of the enemy. The liberation of Chinju and Masan means the final battle to cut off the windpipe of the enemy. Here, on the craggy ridges above the Korea Strait, and with only the sea at its back, the fate of General Walker's Eighth Army and the future of South Korea would be decided." Chapter 5. Enter the Fire Brigade. By August 1st, when the first elements of the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade finally reached Pusan, a suffocating blanket of gloom hung over the city. The air was full of contradictory rumors that had only one thing in common. All were prophecies of inevitable catastrophe. Almost no one believed that the shrunken perimeter around Pusan could be held. Boat owners were selling space aboard their craft for exorbitant prices in preparation for the massive evacuation that was believed to be only a few days, perhaps hours, away. Total hopelessness hovered just below the surface. Bloated to 10 times its normal size, from a pre-war population of about 200,000 to more than 2 million, South Korea's last remaining open port swarmed with fretful activity. Thousands of homeless refugees, and more than a few communist spies and collaborators, mingled with wounded, dying, and newly arrived UN troops. Stevedores unloaded ships, while beggars, prostitutes, thieves, smugglers, and black marketers plied their trades. The town and its dock area were a crazy quilt maze of teeming dirt streets, corrugated metal buildings, military convoys, packed and raucous markets, naked children, festering shanty towns, disagreeable smells, and thinly veiled hysteria. It was a day later, on the afternoon of August 2nd, as the sun was sinking behind the rugged hills above Pusan, when most of the ships of Task Group 53.7 steamed into the port. The George Clymer, one of the 3 transports carrying Marine ground forces, was first to arrive at dockside. Awaiting it was General Craig, the brigade commander, who had flown to Korea several days earlier and had already been to the front on a reconnoitering mission. During a brief welcoming ceremony for his troops, Craig received a bouquet of flowers from the mayor of Pusan, Kim Chu-han. "Thank you for bringing the Marines," Kim said. "The panic will leave my people now." "There are more of us on the way, many more," Craig replied. Moments later, Craig waved a greeting to the men lining the rail of the Greasy George as a South Korean band blared out a tinny, off-key rendition of the Marine hymn. Nearby, shaking their fists in salute, stood 20 Marine Guards from the defunct U.S. Embassy in Seoul, who had been, until now, their Corps' only representatives in South Korea. Commanded by Major Sergeant John Runch, the Embassy Marines had won high praise from Ambassador John Muccio for protecting him and his staff and helping them escape from the capital city in late June as enemy troops closed in. "What the hell took you so long?" yelled Sergeant Augustus Siefken, one of the guards, to the shipboard Marines. "We thought you'd never get here." Few others in Pusan apparently shared Mayor Kin's and Sergeant Siefken's upbeat attitude that afternoon, however. Defeatism and despair were clearly the prevailing sentiments, and they were particularly noticeable among the workers on the overcrowded docks, who lost no time in bombarding the newcomers with wild rumors of impending calamity. "Damn, these people are just like Chicken Little," said a frowning young Marine rifleman as he disembarked. "You know, the sky is falling, the sky is falling." A Marine officer noticed the tension in the air immediately. "You could sense, almost feel, the fear," he said. "The people were scared to death. The North Koreans were very close." "Everything seemed in turmoil," added Lieutenant Colonel Robert Taplett, commanding the 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines. "There were too many people with a wild stare in their eyes. We encountered badly frightened military and civilian personnel who demonstrated an attitude of doomsday is coming." Although many of the Army troops along the waterfront were gratified to see the Marines, some offered their traditional barbed greetings to the Leathernecks, occasionally with a touch of grim humor. "Welcome to Korea, jarheads," yelled one GI. "I guess this means the rest of us can go home now, right?" General Craig was unquestionably happy to see his men, but his pleasure was quickly dimmed by the frustrations and foul-ups associated with bringing a Marine force into an Army-dominated theater of operations. One of Craig's first discoveries was that his carefully crafted operations plan, spelling out assignments for various brigade units and informing commanders that their troops should expect to move out as soon as they arrived, had never been delivered. As a result, the troops were clueless as to what was expected of them now. No ammunition or rations had been issued, and As desperate as the situation was, no decision had been made about where the brigade would be deployed initially. Craig was shocked to see Marines casually leaning over the rails to watch their ships dock, after he'd issued explicit orders through Army channels for every member of the brigade to be prepared to march ashore combat-ready and with weapons loaded. "Which battalion is the advance guard?" Craig shouted from the dock to Colonel Edward Snedeker, his chief of staff, who was still aboard ship. Snedeker's only response was a puzzled frown. He had no idea what Craig was talking about. "Did you get my orders?" Craig shouted to Lieutenant Colonel Raymond L. Murray, commander of the 5th Marines, as the Pickaway, the second troop ship to reach port, tied up at the dock. "No, sir," Murray replied, shaking his head. Although the shipboard Marines understood that the situation was grave, they had only the sketchiest knowledge of what was happening at the front. They'd seen situation maps showing the steady gains made by the North Koreans, but otherwise they knew virtually nothing about the foe they would shortly face, or the life-or-death situation confronting them in a country most of them had never heard of 5 weeks earlier. While en route, intelligence on the NK Army was zero, Colonel Taplett complained, and information on the progress of the war on the peninsula was practically non-existent, except for occasional commercial radio broadcasts. The lack of enemy intelligence was a serious deficiency. To clear up the confusion, Craig ordered an immediate conference of all brigade staff officers, battalion commanders, and leaders of supporting units with himself and Colonel Murray. When the briefing convened in the wardroom of the George Clymer at 9 p.m. on August 2nd, the first order of business was a summary of current battlefield conditions by Lieutenant Colonel Ellsworth Van Orman, Brigade Intelligence Officer. The news was disturbing enough to dispel any remaining mood of celebration among the officers at having reached their destination. On the Central Front, NK-PA forces were poised at the Naktong River. On the East Coast, they were battling ROC units for control of the secondary port of Pohang Dong. And in the far south, they were driving on the town of Masan, only 31 miles from Pusan. In all, 11 divisions of well-armed, battle-tested North Korean troops, estimated total strength 90,000 to 100,000 men, had been thrown into the fight. Their commanders fully expected them to be in Pusan by August 15th at the latest. Opposing the invaders were 8 depleted, exhausted divisions, 4 American and 4 ROC, whose lines stretched over 120 miles of ridges and riverfront, and whose battered troops had yet to defeat the enemy or drive him back. Token military contingents from 5 UN countries had by now reached Korea, but only the British had enough combat-ready ground troops in the country to make an appreciable difference on the front lines. Although the Marine Brigade, with a total of 6,534 men, including its aviation components, wasn't nearly large enough to even the numerical odds faced by UN forces, it would at least help level the playing field. Each of the 3 battalions of infantry was short 1 entire rifle company, about 235 men, out of its normal 3. But the infantry was augmented by a wide range of specialized auxiliary units borrowed from the 1st Marine Division. These included engineer, ordnance, and tank battalions, signal, motor transport, medical, reconnaissance, and amphibian tractor companies, and various smaller detachments. Also attached was an artillery battalion with 3 firing batteries drawn from the 11th Marines to give the brigade its own coordinated heavy weapons support. In addition, the men of the Marine Brigade brought with them one intangible yet indispensable asset, a unique esprit de corps that was almost mystical. This was the essence of their confidence, their swagger. It was what set them apart. They hadn't joined their corps to see the world or vacation comfortably in a foreign land. Their only mission was to fight, and they had been prepared to fulfill that mission from their first day in boot camp. "The Marine Corps was not made pleasant for men who served in it," wrote author T.R. Fehrenbach. "It remained the same hard, brutal way of life it had always been. They were only young men like those about them in Korea, but they were conscious of a standard to live up to. They had had good training, and it had been impressed upon them that they were United States Marines." Added historian Clay Blair, "The ranks were filled with physically tough young men who had joined the Corps to fight, not to sightsee, and they had superior firepower in squads, platoons, and companies." "The situation is serious, gentlemen," General Craig told the officers as the conference aboard the George Clymer began. "With the forces available, it's obvious that the perimeter can't be held in strength. Eighth Army has adopted a plan of holding thinly and counterattacking enemy penetrations to keep them off balance and prevent them from launching a coordinated effort." At the moment, Craig continued, General Walker was undecided where the Marines would be used first. They could be sent north of Taegu to support the left flank of the 1st Cavalry Division, or they might go west to block an enemy advance along the Masan Road. It all depended on where the greater threat developed. The only thing of which Craig was absolutely certain was that General Walker was counting on the Marines to launch the first American offensive of the war, wherever it might be. This came as no surprise to any of the assembled officers. They'd known from the get-go that this would be their job. Attacking and destroying the enemy were what Marines were all about. "We're going into battle against a vicious, well-trained enemy in what will be an extended land campaign," Craig said. "Much of our moving will be done on foot. We'll leave all non-essential supplies and equipment in storage on the docks here. We'll carry with us 2 days of rations and 2 units of fire. Enough ammunition to last, theoretically, for 2 days." Craig compared the Pusan perimeter to a weakened dike, one that could spring a leak almost anywhere at any time. "We'll be used to plug holes as they open," he said. "We're a brigade, a fire brigade, and we'll be in costly fighting against a numerically superior enemy. Marines have never yet lost a battle, and this brigade isn't going to be the first to set such a precedent. Unloading will begin at once. We move out at 0600 tomorrow morning." After dark, the atmosphere on the Pusan waterfront usually turned even more urgent and confusing than it was in daylight, and the humid evening of August 2nd was no exception. Despite their early morning travel orders, the Marines would get no sleep that night. They had tons of equipment and supplies to unload. As the hours passed, the scene degenerated into near bedlam, with thousands of bone-weary Marines hauling weapons, ammunition, rations, and other essentials from ships' holds to Army warehouses, collecting their personal gear, regaining their land legs after 19 days at sea, and frequently swearing at each other. On one level, the men were apprehensive about what the coming day would bring. On another, they were relieved to be ashore and able to move around freely beyond their cramped shipboard quarters. First Lieutenant Francis I. Ike Fenton, executive officer of the brigade's B Company, 1st Battalion, felt tired but strangely energized as he surveyed the dockside activity. For the 27-year-old World War II veteran from Long Beach, California, the trip across the Pacific had seemed to last forever, especially after the Marines learned that an anticipated stopover in Japan for loading combat supplies and equipment had been canceled. "We were looking forward to a few days in Japan where we could let the new guys fire their weapons, something they hadn't had the opportunity to do at Pendleton," Fenton recalled. "We were also hoping to get in 1 or 2 days of platoon tactics in the hills of Japan." All these hopes went down the drain, however, as the situation around Pusan deteriorated, and the brigade was ordered directly to Korea. Many of the men were combat veterans, but there had been no chance for any type of active training on the creaking old transports of the task group because space was too limited. Conditions on the breakdown-prone Henrico, where Fenton was assigned, were especially bad. "It was impossible to get the whole company together at one location," said Fenton. "Consequently, we used passageways, boat decks, holes, any space we could find to lecture to the men and give them what little information we had on what was happening in Korea. A lot of time was spent on blackboard tactics for the fire teams, platoons, and company. We also emphasized first aid, hygiene, water discipline, and no eating of native foods. We were very conscious of the fact that dysentery could be just as big an enemy as the North Koreans themselves. The brigade was equipped with the powerful new 3.5-inch rocket launchers," Fenton noted, "but none of the men had ever fired one. Now, because there'd been no stop in Japan, they still hadn't. Our big worry," Fenton said, "was how we were going to combat those enemy tanks that seemed to be breaking through wherever they approached our lines." Like most of his shipmates, Corpsman Herb "Doc Rocket" Pierce had sharply mixed emotions about his arrival at Pusan. For several days after leaving San Francisco, Pierce had remained too seasick to venture topside. Not even the open-ocean transfer of Colonel Murray, commander of the 5th Marines, from the stricken Henrico to Pierce's ship, the Pickaway, could lure Pierce above decks. Eventually the nausea and dizziness had eased, but during the rest of the long voyage across the Pacific, an almost equally distasteful bout of boredom had set in. The troops aboard the Pickaway had dreamed up various diversions, some creative and some merely silly, to combat the dreary routine. "We'd start some kind of rumor early in the morning, then time it to see how long it took to get back to us," Pierce recalled. "Or a long line of us would stand at the rail and read the same paperback book. After the first man read a page, he'd tear it out and pass it on to the next guy, while the first guy read the second page, and so on. This way the whole book made its way down the line, one page at a time." As the voyage dragged on, however, Pierce and other green corpsmen found more constructive ways to spend their time. "I volunteered to work in sick bay to help take care of a Marine who'd lost an arm in an accident in the ship's laundry," he remembered. "We also got briefings from some of the World War II corpsmen about what to expect when we went into combat. It was time well spent, and their advice paid real dividends later, both for us and the men we treated on the battlefield." Pierce spent the night of August 2nd through 3rd working alongside the Marines in the massive unloading job. Early the next morning, as many of the men scurried back aboard the Pickaway for what was expected to be their last hot breakfast for a long time, they still faced at least one major problem. Since the brigade had been forced to leave many of its trucks behind in the States because of a lack of shipboard space, a severe shortage of motor transport now became obvious. But even one truck would be better than none, and the recoilless rifle platoon to which Pierce was assigned was fortunate to have more than its share of enterprising and innovative scroungers. Thus the transport problem was soon alleviated. "We liberated an unattended Army truck, spruced it up with a new coat of marine green paint and some really neat new yellow numbers, and calmly loaded our gear aboard," said Pierce, pausing to laugh. "You know, the Army never did get that truck back." It was after 11 p.m. on August 2nd when the orders that General Craig had been awaiting finally came through from 8th Army headquarters. The Marine Brigade's initial destination was to be the town of Changwon, 40 miles west of Pusan, where it was instructed to bivouac and await further orders. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Lieutenant Colonel George R. Newton's 1st Battalion, including Lieutenant Ike Fenton's Baker Company, set out for Changwon by truck as advance guard for the rest of the brigade. Before departure, the men received a ringing send-off message from the Marine Corps commander, General Clifton Cates. "The pride and honor of many generations of Marines is entrusted to you today. You are the old breed. With you moves the heart and soul and spirit of all who ever bore the title United States Marine. Good luck and Godspeed." The rough, narrow roads made for slow going in the oppressive heat, and the trucks kicked up stifling clouds of dust. "We had a water shortage right from the first, which didn't help matters," said Fenton. "A lot of the men left for Changwon without much water in their canteens, and we didn't get a chance to refill them until that afternoon." It was 2 p.m. before the thirsty, dust-covered advance battalion reached a point about a mile west of the town and set up a defensive line on high ground astride the Changwon-Masan Road to the rear of the 25th Infantry Division. The Army's 5th Regimental Combat Team also was in the area. The main body of the Marine Brigade had left Busan by road and rail between 6:30 and 7 a.m., with its new M26 Pershing tanks and other heavy equipment being transported on flat cars. The primitive Korean trains, with old wooden coaches dating back to the era of Japanese rule, were no faster or more comfortable than traveling by truck over the terrible roads, and they frequently jolted to sudden stops for no apparent reason. The Marines inside showed almost no interest in the slowly passing scenery, wrote Life magazine reporter-photographer David Douglas Duncan, who was embedded with the brigade. They ate their rations, oiled their weapons, slept in the vestibules between cars with their rifles held close. They were professional men riding to work. "Each time our train stalled in the tunnels," said Colonel Robert Taplett of the 3rd Battalion, "I thought we'd suffocate in the bitter black smoke belching from the overworked steam engine." By 4 p.m., however, all combat and support elements of the brigade, except for one tank platoon, had reached the Changwon area. Despite orders to bivouac in the town itself, Craig was wary. The NKPA lines west of Masan were too close for comfort, and there was heavy fighting a few miles away at the important road junction of Chengdong-ni. "We felt that going into bivouac would leave us wide open for surprise," the brigade commander said. "To ensure our security and be prepared for any eventuality, I deployed the brigade tactically. A major penetration of the Army lines at Chengdong-ni could have been fatal to us if we'd been caught in bivouac." Consequently, Craig positioned his troops in a defensive perimeter on high ground west of Changwon and placed them on full alert. Lieutenant Colonel Harold Royce's 2nd Battalion dug in atop a dominating hill, which was surrounded on all sides by rice paddies and provided an excellent overview of the surrounding countryside. Craig established his own command post immediately behind Royce's position, in a small basin shielded by hills on the edge of Changwon, with close-in protection provided for the CP by the engineering company and various headquarters units. The brigade's tank platoons and the batteries of Lieutenant Colonel Ransom H. Wood's artillery battalion were scattered throughout the interior of the bivouac area. "The area assigned to B Company was on a ridge," said Lieutenant Fenton, "where we put 2 of our 3 platoons on line and the other in support. We were told the enemy was infiltrating through the 25th Division and coming back into rear areas, and that we'd be responsible for our own security at night. So we had the men prepare 2-man buddy-buddy foxholes. We wanted to keep 50% of the men awake at all times that night. The guys were kind of nervous, and we wanted to be ready for anything." While the ground elements of the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade were unloading at Busan on the night of August 2nd, Marine Air Group 33, commanded by Brigadier General Thomas J. Cushman, was at Kobe, Japan, where 2 fighter squadrons were preparing for their first action in Korea. Between them, the death rattlers of Marine Fighter Squadron VMF 323, assigned to the escort carrier Badong Strait, and the black sheep of VMF 214, based on the escort carrier Sicily, had a combined total of 60 gull-winged F-4U Corsairs, all of which would be busy in the skies above the Busan perimeter in early August. They would be augmented by the planes and pilots of VMF N-513, a night fighter squadron based at Itazuke Airfield on the Japanese island of Kyushu. 8 planes from VMF 214 drew first blood on August 3rd, when they struck troops of the NKPA's 6th Division at the villages of Chinju and Sinbanni, northwest of Pusan, with incendiary bombs and rockets. A series of strafing runs capped off the attack, giving the enemy a small taste of the havoc to be wreaked by Marine air in the weeks ahead. The close support provided by the Corsairs would be a major factor in sustaining the Marines' ground offensive. Not only was 50% of our pilot training devoted to close air support, but before we went to Korea, we were also sent to Camp Pendleton to train as infantrymen, so we'd know something about how the ground troops lived, recalled Captain Lyle Bradley of VMF 214, who had flown Corsairs at Okinawa in 1945. The Corsair itself gave us a decided advantage over the pilots of other services, added Bradley, an Iowa native who had left college to enlist in the Marines in 1942. It was a fabulous airplane, faster than other Navy fighters, highly maneuverable, and capable of carrying over 4,000 pounds of external ordnance. That meant up to 8 500-pound bombs. Whatever the job was, the Corsairs just did it better. A fourth major aerial asset for the brigade was VMO-6, a squadron of 4 Grasshopper light observation planes and 4 new Sikorsky HO-3S-1 helicopters. The latter aircraft were making their first appearance in actual combat with any branch of the U.S. military. On the morning of August 3rd, as the brigade was moving out for Changwon, General Craig climbed aboard one of the helicopters and proceeded to demonstrate their amazing versatility by covering at least 10 times the distance he could have traveled that day by any other means. He first stopped to brief the advance battalion on its route, then paused long enough to pick a site for his forward command post. Next he hopped on to Masan to confer with General Walker and General Keane, commander of the 25th Division, to which the Marine Brigade would be attached. Finally, on his return trip, Craig touched down 3 more times to meet with various field commanders. Time was always pressing, he remarked later, but fortunately Marine helicopters were always available for observation, communications, and control. These aircraft made my day. Without them, I don't think we would have had nearly the success we did. During the meeting at Masan, Craig requested that some of the thousands of new, relatively untrained ROK recruits be attached to the brigade to serve with the Marines as scouts, interpreters, and rear area guards. Walker agreed to the request and also arranged to provide arms for the recruits. The 3 generals then reviewed the tactical situation on the 8th Army's southern flank, which Walker characterized as tenuous at best. This brought them to the primary purpose of the meeting. "Your brigade should be prepared to go on the offensive any time after the evening of August 5th, said Walker. "The time has come when we've got to quit giving up ground and equipment. The enemy has driven us back so rapidly that his supply lines are stretched to the limit. The time has come to hit him hard, and I'm counting on your men to do it. Are they ready?" "Yes, General," Craig said. "We may be a little trigger-happy, but we're spoiling for a fight." As the sun sank low in the western sky on the hot afternoon of August 3rd, Corpsman Herb Pierce dug in on a small hill along with other men of the 2nd Platoon of the recoilless gun company to which he was assigned. From his vantage point, Pierce could look down on an American motor pool and the 3rd Battalion aid station in an abandoned schoolhouse at the foot of the hill. Except for the subdued sound of tired men talking, everything was quiet and seemingly secure. To all outward appearances, the enemy could have been hundreds of miles away. But the Marines' first night in the trenches was rapidly approaching, and as darkness descended, everything began to change. The trigger happiness to which Craig had referred was about to become an epidemic, and even a stable 21-year-old such as Herb Pierce wasn't immune to its effects. "I thought about not having a weapon of any kind to call my own, and I worried about it," Pierce recalled much later. "In the morning I told myself I'll go down to the battalion CP and see if I can find a spare carbine. Meanwhile, it was going to be a long night." In the words of the official Marine Corps history of the Pusan campaign, An army of phantoms invaded the brigade's perimeter on the night of August 3rd. To this day, many Marines who were there remain uncertain whether these phantoms were real, imagined, or a combination of both. The reaction of Green troops was typical of men new to combat, wrote Corps historian Lynn Montrose. As nerve-taut men stared fixedly into the blackness, forms that had been harmless bushes and rocks took on the guise of communist infiltrators. The uproar started shortly after 10 p.m. when a single rifle shot rang out. After a few seconds of silence, it was quickly followed by others, and from there the volume of firing continued to swell. Although most of the brigade's NCOs were combat veterans of World War II, a majority of the rank-and-file troops had never before heard a shot fired in anger, and their reaction was predictable. By midnight, the firing had swelled into a continuous crackle and seemed heaviest in the vicinity of Craig's CP. Palpitating hearts pounded even more strenuously, noted Montrose, when 2 Marine machine guns began chattering in positions occupied by brigade headquarters troops. No one present could estimate how many shots were fired altogether that night, and few Marines wanted to talk much about it later. But at least one, PFC Fred F. Davidson, gave this admission of his own participation. "I raised my carbine and squeezed the trigger. The muzzle flash blinded me. For the next few seconds I saw lights and stars. Then Andy, Davidson's foxhole buddy, shouted, 'Hey, you almost hit me!' I thought, oh God, I didn't know I was aiming in that direction. It was so dark I couldn't see my front sight. You better take it easy, old buddy, before you kill some Marine." Neighboring Marines soon began following Davidson's example. "Over to my rear someone else pulled off a round," he recalled. "Next, it was someone to my front. Then the firing pinballed from place to place all over the hill and back down toward the railroad track. Finally, all firing ceased. The rest of the night I lay awake, scared, with my finger on the trigger." The principal reason for the ceasefire, which took effect at about 3 a.m. on August 4th, was that numerous NCOs took their lives in their hands by moving among their units and ordering the troops in the strongest possible terms to "knock it off, damn it." At dawn, a furious General Craig called in the leaders of the worst offending units and administered a dressing down that none of them would ever forget. By then, at least 3 Marine casualties had been reported, one resulting from a random shot, one from a case of mistaken identity, and one when a weapon discharged accidentally. Fortunately, none of the wounds was fatal. If any flesh-and-blood enemy infiltrators actually ventured into the brigade's area that night, no evidence of their presence could be found the next morning. Despite Craig's stern warning, at least 3 more firing outbreaks were recorded on the night of August 4th, but this time they appeared to have been more justified. What looked to be an NKPA observation post, manned by 7 soldiers with radios, was spotted atop a nearby ridge overlooking the brigade area that afternoon, and an infantry platoon was sent to confront them. But by the time the Marines scaled the height, several of them suffering heat prostration along the way, the intruders had vanished. On our second night at Changwon, one of our listening posts reported a group of armed North Koreans heading toward our positions, recalled B Company's Lieutenant Fenton. About an hour later, the listening post said the Koreans had fired on them, and they were returning fire. This skirmish lasted only about 15 minutes, but the whole line remained awake that night. The following day we couldn't find any bodies or used cartridges, so I'm not certain if we had enemy infiltrators or just shadows. Unlike the haunted nights, the daylight hours during the brigade's 3-day stay at Changwon served several useful purposes. This period was our first chance to get the men oriented, and we took advantage of it, said Lieutenant Hugh Nick Shriver, leader of B Company's 1st Platoon. It gave us a chance to shake off our sea legs and get somewhat acclimated to Korea's hostile summer climate. We conducted patrols in the high ground on our right and updated the men on battlefield developments since we'd left San Diego. We were in for a tough time, and we knew it. While General Walker and his field commanders laid plans for an offensive that they hoped would change the entire climate of the war, the task of keeping the NKPA sufficiently off balance to prevent a major enemy attack in the interim fell largely to U.S., British, and Australian naval and air units. On August 5th, the British cruisers Belfast and Kenya, joined by Marine aircraft from the carrier Sicily, bombarded North Korean facilities around the port of Incheon, some 200 miles northwest of the Marines' position at Changwon. The Sicily's planes battered airfields, factories, warehouses, railroads, bridges, and harbor installations in raids designed to interdict the flow of enemy supplies to the south. On the east coast, the U.S. cruisers Toledo and Helena turned their 8-inch guns on troop concentrations near the town of Yongdok, preventing any North Korean advances. The ROK Navy also got into the act when one of its ships destroyed several boatloads of North Korean troops attempting a seaborne flanking maneuver south of Yongdok. Meanwhile, to the immediate front of Eighth Army positions, Marine corsairs from the Sicily and the Badong Strait flew dozens of sorties between August 4th and 6th against NKPA troop concentrations, vehicles, and supply dumps. "The planes paved the way for that first offensive of ours," recalled Sergeant Mackie Wheeler of A Company, 1st Battalion, 5th Marines, A15, a 10-year veteran of the Corps who had fought the Japanese at Wake Island in 1941. "We couldn't have gotten to first base without them." Late on August 5th, after 2 days and nights in defensive positions near Changwon, the Marine Brigade got orders to begin moving out the next morning. Its destination was Chindongni, where the NKPA's 6th Division and 83rd Motorcycle Regiment were exerting heavy pressure on thinly spread elements of the Army's 5th Regimental Combat Team and the 27th Wolfhound Infantry Regiment. The brigade's assignment was to spearhead the first large-scale American offensive action since the invasion. For the Marines, now temporarily attached to the 25th Infantry Division, the shadow war was over. The real thing was about to begin in earnest. In addition to the brigade, General Walker also had assigned the 5th Regimental Combat Team and 2 regiments of the 25th Division to the attacking force, which would be known as Task Force Keene, a name borrowed from the commanding general of the 25th. The launch date for the offensive was set for August 7th, the 8th anniversary of the first U.S. ground offensive of World War II, the Marines' amphibious assault on the Japanese island fortress of Guadalcanal on August 7, 1942. Choosing this date may or may not have been a coincidence, but senior non-coms made sure that younger members of their units realized its significance. "We were already aching to kick the hell out of somebody," recalled Sergeant Wheeler of A15, "but the tie-in to Guadalcanal made us want it even more." Several hours before daylight on the morning of August 7th, Corpsman Herb Pierce was awakened by enemy mortar fire. None of the rounds hit anywhere near Pierce's foxhole, and the firing soon tapered off, then stopped altogether. But it was obvious to Pierce that the shells came from an all-too-human enemy, rather than the phantoms of the past few nights. Unquestionably, the brigade's positions were under actual attack for the first time. Pierce's first concern was that he was still weaponless. Several times over the past few days he'd inquired around the brigade CP about unattached rifles or carbines, but none had been available. After a few minutes of silence, the sporadic firing resumed, still with the same degree of inaccuracy, and Pierce listened to the explosions, all of them seemingly several hundred yards away, with a curious sense of detachment. "For someone who'd never been under fire before, I wasn't really scared at all," he recalled. "In fact, I was totally unimpressed. I thought, hey, these guys are really lousy shots. It didn't take long for me to get over that idea." Shortly after daybreak, another mortar barrage erupted, and this time the enemy gunners showed alarmingly better aim. A mortar round hit within about 50 feet of Pierce, and he saw Marines in a neighboring foxhole blown up into the air in a cloud of dust and smoke. "Corpsman!" somebody yelled almost before the sound of the blast had died, and true to his nickname, Doc Rocket, Pierce was immediately on his way. Moments later, with mortar rounds still falling in the vicinity, he was squatting beside a bleeding, unconscious victim of the mortar round in the battalion aid station and treating his first gravely wounded Marine as other casualties were carried in by stretcher-bearers. Pierce's patient was young, no more than 18 at the most, and his arm had almost been blown off above the elbow. Pierce wasn't sure if the shattered mass of flesh could be saved, but he did what he could. Nearby lay the mangled bodies of 2 other Marines killed by the same shell. "Now I was impressed with those enemy gunners," Pierce said, "and I was stunned at how much damage one piece of shrapnel could do." Before leaving the aid station, he made sure to pick up a carbine that had belonged to one of the dead or wounded. "I've spent my last day without having something to fight back with," he told himself grimly. "You okay, Doc?" asked Pierce's friend, Sergeant Charlie Snow, as the blood-stained corpsman returned to the area where their recoilless gun company was preparing for the trip to Chindong-ni. "I guess so," Pierce said, holding up his new carbine. "I know this thing's no protection against mortars, but I feel better having it anyway." "You're probably going to need it," Snow said. "We just got word that we'll be right on the point with the infantry when we move out. I hear the gooks would a lot rather zap a corpsman than an ordinary grunt like me." He grinned at Pierce. "You think you could really shoot one of the bastards, Doc?" Pierce thought of the maimed youngster he'd just attended, and he nodded. "I know I could," he said. Chapter 6. A melee of confusion and chaos. The Eighth Army's first attempt at taking the offensive began quietly enough on the morning of August 6th, as the trucks bearing Colonel Robert Taplett's 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, drove through a drifting mist along the road to Chindong-ni. South Korea actually looked like the legendary land of the morning calm as we moved out that morning, Taplett remembered many years later. But the tranquil atmosphere obscured an ominous truth. Neither Taplett nor any of his troops yet knew that the town toward which they were traveling was under savage attack by the North Koreans at that very moment. As a result, the optimistic plan for the U.S. offensive was running into serious trouble even before it officially started. The plan hammered out by Generals Walker, Keane, and Craig looked fundamentally sound on paper, at least at the time it was conceived. The problem was that the plan took too long to execute, and the North Koreans refused to wait. Just as the Eighth Army was set to launch its 3-pronged assault, the NKPA's 6th Division unleashed a new offensive of its own, one that the Army units holding the line at Chindong-ni were too beaten up and worn out to withstand. As during the earlier journey from Pusan to Changwon, Taplett's 3rd Battalion had been designated as the Marine Brigade's lead unit for the advance toward Chindong-ni. The infantry companies were augmented by a battalion of artillery, a platoon of 75mm recoilless guns, and an engineer platoon. By 1 p.m. on August 6th, Taplett's men were within 1.5 miles of the town, where they relieved a battered Army battalion and took up defensive positions on imposing high ground along both sides of the main road from Masan. The attack plan called for them to be joined by a 2nd Marine Battalion early the following day, but General Craig wasn't to assume command until both battalions were assembled and ready to launch a coordinated assault. Until then, Taplett's unit would be under the operational control of Colonel John Michaelis, commander of the Army's 27th Infantry Regiment. Michaelis's Wolfhounds had spent the first week of August fighting off repeated attempts by the NKPA to break through American lines and drive on to Pusan, only about 40 miles away. The 27th had sustained heavy casualties, and many of the survivors were at the point of exhaustion. If there was a crucial flaw in the plan for Task Force Keene, it was the same lack of combat-capable troops that had plagued the Eighth Army from the outset. Except for the Marine Brigade, there were no fresh American units standing in the path of the North Koreans. Each of the Army's 4 infantry divisions, comprising the bulk of the task force, had been skeletonized by losses, and the troops still online were little more than zombies. "It was a disaster in the making," said Taplett. The planned offensive suffered a further setback at about 1:30 a.m. on August 7th, when Taplett received an urgent, and totally unexpected, radio message from Michaelis, who was relaying a directive from General Keene's 25th Division headquarters. "Dog Company of the 5th Regimental Combat Team is on Hill 342 west of Sangyong-ni," Michaelis said. "They've been under heavy attack for some time, and they may not be able to hold. This high ground commands the road junction, and we've got to hold it, or the attack tomorrow can't move. I can't spare anything to help them, so you'll have to send a platoon. There's a guide in my CP who will lead your men to the area." Taplett wasn't happy with the order, and he let Michaelis know it. "My battalion's supposed to hit the enemy with everything we've got in a few hours," he said. "Under the circumstances, how can I afford to tie up one of my 6 rifle platoons to bail out these troops?" "I'm sorry," Michaelis replied, "but there's no other way. We're under orders from General Keene to hold Hill 342 at all costs." When Taplett contacted First Lieutenant Robert Dewey Bone, CO of G Company, and explained the situation, Bone assigned 2nd Lieutenant John J. Blackie Cahill's 1st Platoon to become the first Marine infantry unit committed to combat in the Korean War. Cahill was grim-faced as he called his NCOs together a short time later to brief them on the mission. "Pass the word to go easy on the water," he warned. "No telling how long we'll be up here, or when we'll get more." Reinforced by a machine-gun squad and a radio operator, Cahill's platoon jumped off at 2:15 a.m. on August 7th in search of the command post of the 5th RCT's 2nd Battalion. When the Marines arrived there, Cahill was astonished to learn that his small force was expected to relieve an entire Army company and hold Hill 342 by itself. The young lieutenant had no recourse but to bite his lip and march on. More problems arose when the Army guide assigned to the platoon led the Marines off the road and through a series of rice paddies, where they had to pick their way from dike to dike, and progress was slowed to a snail's pace. Sporadic enemy mortar fire forced further delays, and Cahill's men also came under friendly fire from troops of the 5th RCT. "We're Marines!" Cahill shouted. "For Christ's sake, knock it off!" The firing abruptly stopped, but 2 Marines were down with painful wounds, one hit in the foot, the other in the shoulder. An apologetic Army medic appeared from somewhere. "Sorry, we didn't know you were in the area," he told Cahill. "We've got an aid station about 300 yards from here. We'll take your men there." As the Marine platoon tackled a series of climbs toward the crest of Hill 342, the sun rose, and the soaring heat took a vicious toll. The temperature would reach 112 degrees by afternoon, and, despite Cahill's warning, canteens were soon dry. In addition to casualties inflicted by enemy fire, men began collapsing with nausea and heat prostration. In the growing morning light, the dark mass of Hill 342 towered above the sweating Marines like a giant, jagged tooth. "This thing's too steep for tactical climbing," Cahill told Sergeant Lee Butner, one of his squad leaders. "It's going to be grab and hold all the way up. Keep the ranks closed up tight and tell every man to help his buddy." Butner and Sergeant Tom Blackman, the platoon guide, moved quickly among the men, gasping words of encouragement. Later, they'd have reason to wish they'd saved their breath. After they'd clawed their way to the crest of the hill, the Army guide cursed and made a devastating confession. "Damn it, I took a wrong turn and we're in the wrong place. We'll have to backtrack." The mistake forced the platoon to return almost to the base of the hill, then make the climb all over again following a different route. Only 37 of the 52 Marines who originally started up the hill reached the top on the second try. En route, Sergeant Blackman was severely wounded by a burst of enemy fire. He was taken to the Army aid station, where the other casualties had gone. Using every ounce of strength they could muster, Cahill, Butner, and the Army guide forged ahead of the rest of the platoon. It was shortly after 8 a.m. when they dragged themselves over the edge of the summit and onto a narrow, brush-covered plateau swept by periodic volleys of enemy small-arms fire, frequently punctuated by mortar rounds. Cahill crawled over and introduced himself to a haggard Army officer slumped in a foxhole. "Are you relieving us?" the officer asked. His voice was hollow with weariness. "Reinforcing you," Cahill corrected. "We've got to hold here, and a platoon's all I've got. You'd probably lose a lot of men if you tried to get off the hill right now anyway." The hope that had flashed briefly in the officer's eyes quickly died there. The main body of the platoon, led by Sergeant Jack Macy, now the group's senior NCO, reached the summit at about 8:30 a.m. Additional casualties on the way up, and the assignment of men to transport the wounded to the Army aid station, had reduced the number of Marines with Macy to 34. "These Army guys are totally bushed," Cahill told Macy. "They're dead on their feet, short of ammo, and worse off for water than we are. You and Butner start feeding Marines into the Army foxholes one at a time. Stay low and be careful." On the way up the slope, Cahill had been unable to reach George Company's headquarters by radio. But when he had the radio operator try again, he was able to get through to Lieutenant Bone. "We made the high ground," Cahill said. "We're in contact with the Army and in position on the plateau. We're getting small arms and mortar fire, and we took some casualties coming up, but we're okay. We desperately need artillery support and airdrops of water and ammo." Bone notified Colonel Taplett's headquarters, and an Air Force transport was dispatched to a drop zone atop Hill 342. But snafus continued to plague the men on the ground. Most of the precious cargo fell into enemy territory, and the only retrievable packet contained nothing but carbine ammunition. Nobody in the platoon was carrying a carbine. Next, the Brigade Air Section turned the drop assignment over to VMO 6, the Marine Observation Squadron, whose small, maneuverable planes were more capable of hitting the confined area within the American perimeter. Every available 5-gallon water can was donated for the job, but the containers burst on striking the rocky ground, and the defenders on the hill were able to salvage only a few mouthfuls of water apiece. Meanwhile, as Sergeants Macy and Butner took on the tedious, high-risk task of placing Marine riflemen in Army foxholes, enemy snipers continued to take a toll. Inching along on his belly, Macy was leading PFC's William Tome and Melvin Brooks toward a well-located BAR position that could serve as a defensive strongpoint against attack. Then an enemy machine gunner spotted them. Flattened against the ground, all three men were digging frantically to deepen an existing hole in the rocky soil when a burst of fire tore through Tome's body. Macy returned fire with the BAR and yelled over his shoulder at Brooks, "Tome's hit. See if you can help him." Brooks scrambled over to the stricken Marine. "It's no use," he yelled back. "He's dead." Macy reached out and grabbed Brooks by the shoulder. "They're zeroed in on this spot," he said. "We gotta—" Another burst from the machine gun cut off Macy's words and slammed through Brooks's chest, killing him instantly. As Brooks fell across Tome's body, Macy saw PFC Alonzo Barnett, a Marine to his immediate right, hurl a grenade toward the machine gun. When the grenade exploded, the firing stopped. On his way back to the area of the Army CP, Macy learned of a third Marine KIA. As PFC John Johnson had tried to repair a machine gun damaged in the climb, a sniper's bullet had crashed into his skull. Crouching uneasily in their new positions, the remaining Marines were shocked by their losses and the intensity of the enemy fire. Cahill did his best to reassure them, although his heart wasn't in it. "Stand fast and we'll be okay," he said. "Colonel Taplett says the 2nd Battalion's coming up here to help us out." Dear God, let him hurry, he thought. Before the morning was over, the marooned GIs and Marines on Hill 342 sustained 8 additional casualties. Among them the commander of the Army Company, who was evacuated with a wound. But somehow they managed to hold the North Koreans at bay. One of the day's most courageous feats was carried out by Sergeant Macy and a small group of Marines who formed an all-volunteer patrol to search for water. Braving intense enemy fire, they descended the southeastern slope of Hill 342 and reached a stream that Macy had spotted from the crest. After gulping all the water they could hold, without pausing to use the purification tablets that each man carried, they filled their own canteens and 3 5-gallon canvas water bags, then hauled their liquid treasure back to the top. When the water was divided, each of their swollen-tongued comrades on the summit received only about 4 ounces. But even this small amount was a godsend. All across the front, Task Force Keene's would-be offensive sputtered and struggled throughout the day on August 7th. Unforeseen problems and severe logistical foul-ups seemed to crop up everywhere at once. While the 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, under Lieutenant Colonel Harold Royce, tried to reach and reinforce the GIs and Marines clinging to the crest of Hill 342, Lieutenant Colonel George Newton's 1st Battalion was immobilized at Chindong-ni because an Army battalion had taken the wrong road, then stalled. When we got to the crossroads where we were supposed to take the left fork toward Sachon, recalled B Company's Lieutenant Ike Fenton, we found Army troops bogged down by an enemy roadblock that was supposed to have been cleared. We had to fall back about a mile, go into defensive positions, and try again later. Meanwhile, Colonel Taplett's 3rd Battalion, Les Cahill's platoon, came under attack as it tried to move into reserve in the rear. The 2nd Battalion of the 5th RCT, minus the men of D Company trapped on Hill 342, jumped off on schedule, but ran squarely into the teeth of the NKPA 6th Division's offensive and was halted in its tracks. Arriving at Chindong-ni at 7 o'clock that morning, General Craig faced what he called the most confused situation that I've encountered in the Marine Corps. An official Army history described the scene in and around Chindong-ni as a general melee, which didn't end until Craig was placed in charge of all involved Army units. Finally, due to the inability of the Army to clear the road junction and the hold-up of our offensive, Craig later explained, General Keene put all troops in that area under the Marine Brigade commander, and I was given the brigade plus the Army's 24th Regiment and the 5th RCT. Once in charge, Craig went immediately to the front lines, convinced that this was the best place to sort matters out and get his forces moving. He was disappointed to find the 5th RCT, commanded by Colonel Godwin L. Ordway, Jr., still stymied, although enemy resistance was minimal. But the plight of the Army unit brought Craig to the crucial realization that for the American offensive to materialize at all, a series of aggressive attacks by every Marine unit in the brigade, closely supported by heavy artillery and air power, had to begin right away. It was getting late in the game, but not quite too late. Early on August 8th, in a series of aggressive thrusts by D Company, 2nd Battalion, under the command of Captain John Finn, Jr., the Marines fought their way to the top of Hill 342. Resistance was light at first, as all 3 of the company's rifle platoons jumped off abreast along the hill's southern face and swiftly reached the top, where they were greeted with great relief by Lieutenant Cahill and other thirsty, bone-tired survivors. Once there, however, the new arrivals came under a storm of fire from enemy positions ringing the north side of the hill. Marine artillery and air support silenced the firing long enough to allow the shattered company of the 5th RCT and the remnants of Cahill's platoon to withdraw. 18 Marines, more than a third of the group that had left Chindong-ni not quite 30 hours earlier, had by now been killed or wounded. For his valiant leadership in reaching the trapped army unit, then holding the hill until help arrived, Cahill would be awarded the Silver Star. Even after the relief mission was accomplished, the situation on the hilltop remained touch and go for most of the morning of August 8th. Buffeted repeatedly by determined NKPA counterattacks, Captain Finn's company fared no better at first than its predecessors in securing the tenuous American perimeter on 342's summit, or in clearing upper slopes crawling with enemy troops. The enemy's intent was to sever the main UN supply route between Chindong-ni and Pusan. To accomplish this, the Communists had to gain and maintain control of 342. Only then could they apply the insidious flanking and encirclement tactics that had worked so well and so often during the past 6 weeks. This time the stakes could not have been higher. If this last major American force could be cut off from its base and destroyed, the victorious NKPA would be able to march into Pusan virtually unopposed. There were no blatant frontal assaults by the North Koreans. Hill 342 was too steep for that. But snipers firing burp guns and machine guns from concealed vantage points were constant threats to the defenders. They kept the Marines pinned down while NKPA riflemen painstakingly wormed their way up the hill's approaches and inched perilously close to American positions. Fierce, hand-to-hand fighting broke out several times after small enemy forces penetrated to within a few yards of the Marines' lines, but again and again the attackers were thrown back down the hill. Before noon on August 8th, all 3 of D Company's platoon leaders had been lost in the struggle. Both 2nd Lieutenant Wallace J. Reed, commanding the 1st Platoon, and 2nd Lieutenant Arthur A. Oakley, commanding the 2nd Platoon, were killed outright. 2nd Lieutenant Edward T. Emmelman, 3rd Platoon commander, suffered a severe head wound as he pointed out targets for one of his machine gunners. Captain Finn himself narrowly escaped death when he crawled forward in an effort to recover Reed's body. "He may still be alive," Finn told Sergeant Sidney Dickerson, who was hugging the ground next to him. But before he could reach Reed, Finn was struck by enemy bullets in the head and shoulder. Almost blinded by blood from a gaping head wound, Finn dragged himself back toward his lines with Dickerson's help. Under continuing heavy fire, a corpsman applied first aid, and the sergeant guided Finn downhill toward an aid station. En route, Finn and the sergeant met First Lieutenant Robert T. Hannafin, the company executive officer, who was leading a 60-millimeter mortar section uphill toward its firing positions. "You're in command now, Bob," Finn whispered. "The bastards got me." Hannafin was clearly feeling the heat on his steep climb. "Sorry, John," he muttered shakily. "I'll do my best." At about 11:30 a.m., after the Marines had repelled yet another enemy attack with rifles, machine guns, and grenades, Hannafin received a phone call from Colonel Royce, his battalion commander. As D Company's new CO picked up the receiver, he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Moments later he was evacuated with heat exhaustion. With the company's command structure in shambles and 31 of its men either killed or wounded, a veteran NCO and a green young officer stepped up to fill what could have been a disastrous void. Master Sergeant Harold Reeves, a 30-year Marine Corps veteran, took charge of the company's 3 rifle platoons and led them with a confidence born of numerous past firefights. 2nd Lieutenant Leroy Worth, a forward artillery observer, assumed responsibility for all supporting arms, including the Marine fighter squadrons operating overhead. Both men moved out far ahead of the front lines to pinpoint NKPA positions for artillery and airstrikes, and to provide up-to-date situation reports at regular intervals. Heat and the ongoing shortage of water also were eating away at other Marine units. By the time Lieutenant Fenton's B Company had crossed a huge rice paddy and taken up new positions along a ridge line, it was 9 a.m. on August 9th. At that point, the unit's orders were abruptly changed. The men were told to move off the high ground, go back down to the road, and continue advancing toward the village of Pédonny. By now the heat was terrific, and most of the men were out of water, Fenton said. The heat prostration cases in the company grew to an alarming number. Our men were dropping like flies, and 2 of them were completely out of their heads and frothing at the mouth. They got so bad that we had to call in a helicopter to take them off. Captain Tobin, the company commander, was in bad shape himself and too weak to stand. Despite orders from 1st Battalion headquarters to move out and follow A Company to the road, only 30 men, less than 15% of Baker Company, had the strength to get off the ridge without collapsing. Captain Tobin stayed on the hill while 1 other officer and I led the 30 men who were able down to the road, said Fenton. The rest just couldn't make it. They were lying on the ground where they'd fallen, out cold or trying to crawl under bushes to find a little shade. Those that weren't unconscious tried to place themselves where they could cover their buddies in case of enemy attack. But I personally doubt if all the Marines on that hill put together could have held off 10 enemy soldiers. They were that bad off. The descent down the ridge line was steep and tortuous, and the temperature was approaching an afternoon high of 114 degrees. Fenton made it to the road with his little group. Then he too passed out. After being revived, watered down, and given an hour's rest in the shade, Fenton and the others were sufficiently recovered to fall in on the tail end of the battalion column as it moved toward Pédonny. Slowed by heavy sniper fire, they'd covered only about 1.5 miles by 5 p.m., when the column was ordered to halt for the night and take up defensive positions on hills overlooking the road. The irony of this, Fenton recalled much later, was that B Company was assigned to protect the battalion's left flank, which put us on the same high ground we'd just left a few hours earlier. Fortunately, 85% of the company was still there, and this time we had civilian laborers with us to haul up loads of water and carry the 15 worst heat cases down to the battalion aid station. In effect, Company B was right back where it had started that morning, but by this point Fenton and the other survivors were too drained to care. The entire American offensive might have wilted and died in the murderous heat if not for the constant presence of the 2 fighter squadrons of Marine Air Corps 33, whose planes and pilots wrote a whole new definition for the term close air support during this critical period. The communist invaders had never before encountered such powerful precision aerial attacks, and their devastating effects on the enemy are difficult to exaggerate. Directed to their targets by panels laid out to mark friendly ground positions, Vought F-4U-4 Corsair fighters struck so near Marine lines that their spent machine gun cartridges rained down on their comrades below. During the daylight hours, the Corsairs were on call continuously and capable of responding within seconds. Their deftly orchestrated strikes and pinpoint accuracy were indispensable facets of General Craig's strategy to force a general retreat by the North Koreans. The lightweight Marine observation planes, or OYs, also played a key role. Their pilots were experts at spotting targets for both bombing runs and heavy artillery, a job in which the plane's slow speed proved an asset, albeit a dangerous one. As Lieutenant Pat Sivert, one of the pilots, explained, in this type of terrain the enemy was so adept at camouflage that high-performance aircraft were just too fast to get down and search out a target. We in the slower-moving aircraft were able to get much lower and take our time in spotting a target. 2, we were using the same maps as the ground commanders. They could give us targets and pinpoint them with exact coordinates. In the first 3 days of combat, the 2 fighter squadrons attached to the Marine Brigade flew more than 100 sorties. The constant overhead presence of 4 to 10 Corsairs was perhaps the most decisive factor in the fight for Hill 342, first in enabling the hard-pressed Americans to hang on, then in forcing the North Koreans to withdraw, leaving hundreds of their dead littering the hillsides. This was more than the previously all-victorious NKPA had bargained for, wrote Captain John C. Chapin of the Marine Corps Historical Division. Their firing slacked off and the crucial hilltop held. Some 600 enemy attackers had failed in their attempt to cut the task force's main supply route. At about noon on August 8th, the combined efforts of the Corsairs and D Company broke the back of the NKPA's last sustained attack on Hill 342, and never again was the hilltop seriously threatened. By the morning of August 9th, there was only desultory small-arms fire in the vicinity of 342, and soon even it died away. That afternoon, Brigade Intelligence reported the enemy gradually withdrawing to the north. Meanwhile, Colonel Robert Taplett's 3-5 had taken on the job of dislodging the North Koreans from another strategic piece of high ground, designated as Hill 255. Like Hill 342, it also overlooked the main supply route toward the rear and Pusan, and it was protected by well-dug-in enemy troops on a stair-step lower hill that blocked access to 255. Early on August 8th, the Marines' first small-scale probing attack on the lower hill by the 1st Platoon of H Company was sharply repulsed by NKPA small arms and grenades. A short time later, Captain Joseph C. Fagan, H Company's CO, relayed Taplett's order for the 3rd Platoon to pass through the 1st to resume the assault, a much-practiced Marine strategy to keep fresh troops always at the point of attack, but the lieutenant leading the 3rd Platoon failed to respond. Rushing forward from his CP, Fagan confronted the young officer. "I told you to attack," he said. "What the hell's the matter with you?" "We've already taken casualties, and I've seen my wounded rolling helplessly down the hill, sir," the lieutenant replied. "I've got no stomach for sending more men to their deaths." Fagan shook his head in disbelief. The recalcitrant officer had compiled an outstanding record at Camp Pendleton, but in the cauldron of actual combat his nerves had snapped. "Then you've got no business leading a platoon," Fagan said. "I'm giving you an order, Lieutenant." "I can't do it, sir," the lieutenant said, staring at the ground. "Then I'm relieving you," Fagan snapped. "Get out of here and go back to the battalion CP." Moments later, with Fagan personally in command, the platoon moved forward with restored confidence, inspired both by their captain's example and the encouragement of a small cadre of veteran NCOs. The riflemen charged across the exposed tableland toward Hill 255 in a wedge formation, with one squad at the apex and two others slightly to the rear, taking more casualties as they went, but never faltering. In this case, airstrikes and artillery had little effect against enemy troops dug into the rocky crags of 255 itself, and the final assault was bloody and hand-to-hand. While leading his squad, Sergeant John I. Wheatley fell severely wounded, along with several of his men. Sergeant Edward F. Barrett, with bullet wounds in his elbow and hip, lay helpless and exposed to enemy fire until Fagan carried him to safety. In the struggle for the summit, Fagan's men had to clear the ridge one enemy foxhole at a time, with many NKPA troops fighting to the death. A squad, led by Corporal Melvin James, rolled up the enemy's left flank, earning James a Distinguished Service Cross, while an assault, spearheaded by Sergeant Ray Morgan and PFC Donald Theriot, each of whom wiped out an enemy machine gun and its crew, shattered the right flank. Both Morgan and Theriot were awarded Silver Stars. By late afternoon, Captain Fagan reported to Taplett that Hill 255 was secure. H Company had suffered 6 men killed and 32 wounded, but the 3rd Platoon had obliterated the main enemy position, and 3 squads had driven all the way to the towering 800-foot crest of 255. Other elements of the company were pursuing the fleeing NKPA survivors with assistance from Marine air and artillery. By 6:30 p.m., when they were ordered to dig in for the night, Fagan's men had advanced more than 1,400 yards in the 9+ hours against a stubborn foe and over some of South Korea's roughest terrain. Fagan's action ensured the security of the main supply route to Pusan, said Taplett, but the insurance policy cost the 3rd Battalion a total of 26 KIAs and 36 WIAs, as well as the career of 1 lieutenant. Neither Fagan nor I would subject our Marines to such an officer. Fagan was later awarded a Gold Star in lieu of a 2nd Silver Star in recognition of his courageous leadership. General Craig's reward, on reporting to General Keane that the enemy had been driven from the high ground and that the Army's 5th RCT had occupied the crossroads at Chindong-ni without opposition, was to be relieved of his responsibilities as sector commander. Craig was ordered to move his Marines by night toward Pedon-ni, 15 miles to the southwest. The brigade's first 48 hours of sustained combat had claimed the lives of 33 Marines and left 141 others with wounds requiring evacuation. Hundreds of men also had been felled by heat prostration, but almost all were able to return to action after being rested and revived. Colonel Harold Royce's 2nd Battalion, which had been relieved on the high ground by troops of the Army's 24th Infantry Regiment just before nightfall on August 9th, drew the assignment as lead unit for the advance on Pedon-ni, with Colonel Taplett's 3rd Battalion following. Attached to Royce's battalion for the night march was a battery of artillery, an engineering platoon, 3 Pershing M26 tanks, and a platoon of 75mm recoilless guns. In the absence of so many fallen officers, a largely new cast of company commanders and platoon leaders had been assembled. Captain Andy Zimmer had been transferred from the 5th Marines regimental staff to take command of D Company, replacing wounded Captain John Finn, and Lieutenant William Sweeney had replaced wounded Captain George Kittredge as CO of E Company. Sergeant T. Albert Crowson retained command of D Company's 1st Platoon after the death of Lieutenant Arthur Oakley, and 2nd Lieutenant Mike Schinka had taken over as leader of the 3rd Platoon for wounded Lieutenant Edward Emmelman. 2nd Lieutenant Ralph Sullivan was the new leader of the 2nd Platoon, replacing Lieutenant Wallace Reed, another KIA. Although the men were very tired, and I hesitated to carry out the night movement, said Craig later, I considered that if we could surprise the North Koreans and keep moving when the other American troops had already stopped for the night, we might gain some added advantage. And this proved to be the case. We marched throughout the night and gained quite a bit of distance, with only occasional shots being fired. With strict blackout conditions imposed on the march, the tanks had to be preceded by men on foot with hooded flashlights leading the way, and progress was necessarily slow. It was reasonably steady, however, until shortly before daybreak, when the lead tank, carrying a dozen or so infantrymen, came to a small bridge. The tank paused while its crewmen climbed out to inspect the 14-inch thick slab of concrete over which the 40-ton Pershing would have to pass and confer with 1st Lieutenant William Pomeroy, the armored platoon commander. I think it'll be okay, Pomeroy decided. We've got to give it a try. After the hitchhiking riflemen were ordered to walk, the tank rolled forward, immediately collapsing the bridge and crashing through to the dry stream bed below. Pomeroy suffered a broken hand when the tank's hatch slammed shut on it, and a crewman was hit in the foot when the jolt of the fall caused the coaxial machine gun on the M26 to fire accidentally. In desperation, a 2nd tank tried to make its way through the stream bed, but threw a track halfway across, creating a total bottleneck. The engineers, stuck at the rear of the column, had great difficulty getting their heavy equipment past other vehicles on the narrow, winding road to reach the scene. When they got there, early estimates placed the projected delay at a full day. Once General Craig and 5th Marines Commander Colonel Murray arrived to take charge, however, the estimates were rapidly scaled down. Utilizing civilian labor to help construct a bypass, the engineers had the column on its way again within about 4 hours. By 8 a.m. on August 10th, the entire battalion had reached Pédonny to find the village empty of enemy troops. The Marines collectively sighed with relief and looked forward to a few hours' rest after 3 full days of almost constant marching, climbing, and fighting. It was not to be. By 9:30 a.m. they were on the move again. A 4-jeep reconnaissance detachment from D Company, 2nd Battalion, led the column, followed by 2 D Company rifle platoons, plus mortar and machine gun sections aboard 6 more jeeps and 5 trucks. Then the rest of the battalion reformed and set out on foot again along the dusty road toward Cosson, the next town to the southwest, about 10 miles distant. Some 2.5 miles ahead of the column, where the road narrowed, made a sharp turn, and passed beneath a large hill, an ugly surprise lurked. At a 1,000-yard-long defile called Taedabok Pass, some 300 North Koreans with mortars, anti-tank guns, and artillery were waiting in camouflaged positions to spring an ambush. For the Marines, it was going to be another in a series of long, bloody days. General Craig was acutely aware of the NKPA's skill in the arts of ambush and envelopment. This was why he usually sent up helicopters and observation planes to check out suspicious areas in advance, and why he also assigned motorized reconnaissance teams to the high-risk job of scouting the route ahead of the main body of troops and protecting the advance guard. On the morning of August 10th, however, based on intelligence reports that the area between Pédonny and Cosson was free of enemy troops, the Marine column received neither air cover nor artillery support, and observation planes were unable to spot the danger because of the enemy's adept use of camouflage. The D Company men in the recon detachment were the first to suffer the consequences. A young PFC, riding in one of the lead jeeps, later described the scene. "We were rolling down the road thinking how quiet it was when the North Koreans suddenly opened up on us. They cut up the first couple of jeeps pretty bad, and my group tumbled out and ran for the ditch, where I landed calf-deep in warm water. I heard machine guns chattering around me and kicking up dirt along the road, now lined with abandoned jeeps. Sergeant Sidney Dickerson, also a passenger in one of the jeeps, quickly sized up the situation and yelled at his comrades above the whine of bullets and the roar of mortar shells. 'Get over to those little hills on the right,' he ordered. 'We gotta get over there to return fire. Now do it!' At almost that same instant, an OY observation plane, skimming the ridges at an altitude of 50 feet, spotted the ambush and radioed a warning that reached the main body of Marines, still traveling by foot a considerable distance away. With their cover blown and all hope of trapping the entire Marine column now lost, the Communist troops poured a savage avalanche of fire down on every visible target. An NKPA anti-tank gun blew one of the abandoned jeeps to pieces, but most of the Marines from the recon team were able to withdraw from their exposed positions and fall back gradually on D Company's 1st Platoon, commanded by Captain Zimmer. "Let's get those tubes in firing position up there," Zimmer told his 60mm mortar section, pointing to the low ridges at the right side of the road. "I think I know where that Gook anti-tank gun is." Although the mortarmen used every available round of ammo to do the job, the anti-tank gun was finally silenced. Zimmer then ordered his men to lie low and hold their ground until reinforcements arrived. 2 Pershing tanks showed up about an hour later and used their 90mm cannons to drive the remaining NKPA troops deep into their holes. After that, the enemy firing tailed off to nothing. The attempted ambush was thwarted, and Colonel Murray, the regimental commander, ordered the advance to continue. More snafus, however, lay just down the road. After winding up its final security mission in the area of Chindongni and boarding trucks bound for Cosson, Colonel Taplett's 3-5 reached the entrance to Taedabok Pass after the firefight at the roadblock had subsided. Murray's orders to Taplett were to pass through Colonel Royce's 2-5 and lead the advance south to seize Kosong, where major NKPA units were concentrated, then drive west toward the town of Sachon. Colonel Newton's 1-5 had been relieved as advance guard by Royce's 2-5 because of excessive heat casualties and a lack of accurate maps that caused some of Newton's units to take the wrong roads. But then 2-5 faltered as well, also plagued by heat exhaustion and hit by a rash of casualties from enemy small arms fire. Late on the afternoon of August 10th, the Marine advance ground to a halt about 5 miles short of Kosong, pending the arrival of Taplett's platoon. When Taplett reached the scene, a sweating, fuming Colonel Murray hurried to Taplett's CP. "Damn it, I can't locate Hal Royce," Murray said. "We need to push on to Kosong, but I've lost radio contact with the 2-5 command post, and I'm really not sure where the battalion's frontline units are." To Taplett, confusion galore seemed to be the order of the day. To clarify the situation, he and Murray climbed to the top of a nearby hill, from which they had a clear view of Kosong in the distance. Smoke was rising from the village as a result of earlier strikes by Marine air and artillery. Although there were no visible signs of enemy activity in the intervening area, Taplett had no doubt that a strong NKPA force was concealed in the rugged terrain ahead. "We can't afford to stay stalled here," Murray said. "We're supposed to be attacking simultaneously with the Army's 5th RCT to our north, so go ahead and move your battalion. Maybe we can still get into Kosong before dark." This sounded like wishful and potentially dangerous thinking to Taplett. Moving his battalion through 2-5 without knowing the other battalion's location seemed virtually impossible, and with night approaching, trying to do so could be courting disaster. Nevertheless, he ordered Lieutenant Dewey Bones' G Company to continue the advance, with Captain Joe Fagan's H Company following in support. Within minutes, Bone got his men off their trucks and moving forward on foot, but there was scarcely an hour of daylight left by the time they launched their attack on both sides of the narrow main road. By dusk, G Company had gained almost 2 miles against stiff enemy resistance. But as the blistering sun settled beyond the ridges to the west, Bones' men were halted by fire from 2 NKPA machine guns on a dominating height where the road made a wide right turn about a mile from the village. Several Marines on the point of the attack were hit, and a 2-5 Jeep that entered the area unaware was riddled with bullets, fatally wounding Major Morgan J. McNeely, the 2-5 operations officer, along with his driver and 2 other Marines. From his command post, Taplett had spotted the Jeep heading for trouble, but his radioed warning to Bone to stop the Jeep was too late to save the victims. Taplett would later muse bitterly about the calamity. Why McNeely was unaware of the confusing situation, and that my battalion had already taken over the attack from 2-5, we will probably never know. Or why Lieutenant Colonel Royce apparently lost control. Strange things do happen in war when a unit commander loses control in combat. Knocking out the 2 machine guns used up what remained of the daylight, but it at least allowed G Company's Lieutenant Jack Westerman and PFC Fred Davidson to recover the bodies of the McNeely party. The Major was still clinging to life when he was pulled from the wreckage of the Jeep, but he died a short time later at the 3-5 aid station. Westerman was later awarded the Navy Cross for his part in the daring rescue attempt. On that note, the attack was suspended for the night. Taplett's battalion was ordered to dig in on the hills overlooking the road and continue the assault on Kosong at 8 a.m. the following morning, August 11th. But before sunrise, Lieutenant Bones' G-35 was struck by a furious NKPA counterattack, and it took half an hour of hand-to-hand fighting to beat off the enemy onslaught. Bone was wounded twice by grenade fragments during the action, but continued to lead his company until the North Koreans gave up the assault and withdrew. In spite of this enemy delaying action, Bone was able to commence his attack a scant 8 minutes after the 0800 deadline, Taplett noted. My staff and I, of course, received a heated blast from Murray for not jumping off as ordered. The actual drive into Kosong was anticlimactic. G and H companies moved swiftly through the town with only minor resistance. Then, aided by close air support, they stormed and seized Red Hill, a strip of high ground overlooking Kosong. Once again, the Corsairs of the 33rd Marine Air Group played a decisive role, rapidly turning what began as a crucial test for the Marines into the most disastrous rout of NKPA forces up to that point in the war. As it hastily pulled out of Kosong to the west in an effort to escape U.S. artillery fire, the enemy's crack 83rd Motorcycle Regiment was caught in open ground by planes from VMF 323. The resulting slaughter is famed in Corps annals as the Kosong Turkey Shoot. The pilots could hardly believe the tempting targets arrayed before their eyes, wrote a Marine historian. The Corsairs swung low up and down the frantic NKPA column, raining death and destruction in a hail of fire from rockets and 20mm cannon. It was a scene of wild chaos, vehicles crashing into each other, overturned in ditches, afire and exploding, troops fleeing for safety in every direction. Sandwiched between 40 or more wrecked and burning vehicles, front and rear, the rest of the motorized column was trapped with no place to turn, as another flight of Corsairs arrived, joined by a squadron of Air Force F-51s. When the air attacks ended, 118 jeeps, motorcycles, and trucks had been destroyed and scores of enemy troops killed. It was the NKPA's greatest one-day loss to date and the first clear-cut victory for American arms. By noontime on August 11th, U.S. ground forces had gained full control of Kosong, and advance units were passing through the scenes of devastation west of the town as they continued the advance toward Sachon. Among the twisted, charred wreckage, the Marines found some enemy vehicles that had been abandoned in flawless condition. Many of the trucks and jeeps were powered by familiar Ford engines, apparent leftovers from America's World War II Lend-Lease shipments to the Soviet Union. Also in the wreckage were several American jeeps captured earlier by the NKPA. Except for occasional sniper fire, Kosong proper was relatively secure, and a makeshift aid station was set up in an abandoned schoolhouse to treat victims of wounds and heat prostration. Between patients, Corpsman Herb Pierce and a friend, feeling fairly relaxed after the high-tension events of the morning, took a break to grab a quick C-ration lunch. Within the next few minutes, as Pierce recalled nearly 60 years later, both the grim humor and the abject horror of the war would be driven home to him in an awesome, unforgettable way. The two of us was standing there several feet apart, spooning down our C-rations, when a sniper fired a single round in our direction, Pierce said. I don't think he was actually aiming at us, but we could hear the bullet coming with a high-pitched whine that reached a real crescendo as it passed directly between us, missing each of us by 2 or 3 feet at best. Pierce and his friend stared at one another for a moment as the sound tailed off. Then, without saying a word, his friend carefully set down his can of C-rations, dropped his pants, squatted on the ground, and answered nature's call then and there. I fell on the ground laughing, said Pierce, but I understood exactly how the poor guy felt. I also realized for the first time that it was physically possible to have the you-know-what scared out of you. A short time later, as Pierce moved out toward Sachon with the recoilless gun platoon to which he was attached, one of a pair of enemy anti-tank guns opened fire from a hidden position above the road. The shell struck a Jeep ambulance driven by Pierce's friend and fellow corpsman, William H. Anderson, killing him instantly. Pierce was approximately 50 feet away when the shell hit, and as he ran toward the ruined Jeep, he saw his friend's mangled body sprawled in the road. "He never knew what hit him," Pierce said, "and that was my only comfort, that he never suffered. The shell hit him in the upper abdomen and almost cut him in half." Anderson had already been wounded twice that day, but he'd refused to be evacuated, and he was on his way to pick up another casualty when he was killed. His death had a lasting impact on Pierce. "It sobered me like nothing I'd ever experienced," he said. "I didn't laugh again for quite a while." For the first time in the war, the North Koreans had been forced into a general withdrawal. For once, their faith in their own invincibility had been shaken, at least slightly. A Marine historian described the enemy as seeming disorganized, if not actually demoralized, and an NKPA major captured near Kosong confirmed as much when he told his American interrogators, "Panic sweeps my men when they see the Marines in the yellow leggings coming at them." But the enemy was still strong and full of fight, still certain that Pusan was within his grasp, and still determined to sweep the UN forces into the sea. If the Marines and GIs were to turn the tide, innumerable hills remained to be climbed and conquered. Along the way, countless other comrades were still to be mourned. Chapter 7. Triumph, Tragedy, Traps, and Tears. Lieutenant Ike Fenton had never felt more pride in the men of his company. As the 1st Battalion of the Marine Brigade moved out toward Sachon on the early morning of August 12th, the executive officer of Baker Company could sense a newfound optimism and eagerness resonating among the troops. He could even detect a slight swagger in their step, despite the blisters on their feet, and Fenton knew exactly what had put it there. "We moved at a very rapid pace, knowing that we were close to Sachon," he recalled. "We were all anxious to get there because we knew the Army was moving right along parallel to us on another route, and we wanted to keep after the enemy while we had them rolling. We felt that we had them on the run, and we wanted to finish them off." The 1st Battalion, commanded by Colonel George Newton, was responsible for the southern half of a two-pronged attack. The Army's 5th Regimental Combat Team was to follow a more northerly course toward the town of Chinju, another major objective of Task Force Keene, some 7 miles north of Sachon. Many Marines regarded the attack as a race with the Army, and they hoped to seize Sachon before the 5th RCT reached Chinju. In terms of air miles, each of the objectives was about the same distance from the road junction near Chindongni, where the Army and Marine units had separated on August 9th. But by road, the Marines would have to cover a total of 34 miles, while the Army troops would travel only 28. The Marines looked forward to the challenge. Baker Company, commanded by Captain John Tobin, was designated as lead unit for the Marines' portion of the attack. It was preceded only by a jeep-borne 15-man detachment of Captain Kenneth J. Houghton's Recon Company, which ranged about a mile ahead of the column to serve as advance guard on the point. Following the reconnaissance team was Baker Company's 1st Platoon, commanded by Lieutenant Hugh Shriver, and separated by 2 M26 Pershing tanks from Lieutenant David Scotty Taylor's 2nd Platoon. Close behind marched the 3rd Platoon, under Lieutenant Dave Cowling, followed by 3 more M26s. Strung out to B Company's rear was the rest of the 1st Battalion. Helicopters and observation planes guarded the flanks on both sides of the road, scouring the countryside for any trace of the NKPA. At 6:30 a.m. on August 12th, when A and B companies of the 1st Battalion had passed through Colonel Robert Taplett's 3-5 to assume the forward position in the advance, no signs of enemy activity had been detected in the area. The rest of the morning was equally quiet, unnaturally so in the minds of some veteran NCOs, as the column advanced about 11 miles before noon, encountering virtually no opposition. "Our guys took a lot of pride in the fact that we'd done all this moving on foot," Fenton noted, "while Army units mostly moved by motor. Our morale was very high." Along the roadsides, as the Marines passed, lay telltale signs of the recent flight of NKPA troops over this route and of the havoc wreaked on them by Marine air. An estimated 1,900 North Koreans had been killed or wounded in the combined air-ground assaults of the past 2 days. "We saw evidence of considerable enemy disorganization," said Fenton. "Abandoned equipment, vehicles still smoldering from direct hits, and quite a few dead bodies. Among the scores of demolished vehicles were some sidecar-equipped motorcycles that were still in running condition, and Fenton and other officers looked the other way while a few footsore Marines appropriated the machines for their own use. As one PFC observed to his buddy in the sidecar as they zipped along on a sleek, black, Russian-built motorcycle, "The only good thing about being in the lead is that you get first grabs on stuff like this." By 2 p.m. on August 12th, the column had advanced 16 miles from Kosong and a total of 31 miles from Chindongni since the day before. Thus far during the day, they had taken only 3 rest breaks along the way, despite the brutal heat, and Sachon was only about 3 miles farther on. "The men were tired, but we kept encouraging them and telling them we were almost there," Fenton said. "A big creek that ran beside the road helped with the heat and eased the drain on our water supply. Men would wade in and completely soak themselves, and this gave them an added lift." After 10 days in Korea, days of constant climbing across endless ridges and wading through miles of rice paddies, the Marines were also tougher now and better acclimated to the peninsula's extreme weather conditions. Because of more rigorous training, they'd already been in better physical shape than their Army counterparts, and the hardships they'd faced had merely increased their strength. As one author put it, "The constant fighting and marching was boiling off the fat. The brigade was fast becoming a lean, hard outfit with fewer and fewer men succumbing to the heat." This was extremely fortunate because unmitigated havoc was about to descend on the Marine column. Over the next 24 hours, the men of Baker Company would need every ounce of stamina, resolve, and courage they could muster. Near the hamlet of Changchon, the main road entered a broad valley of the same name, framed on both sides by 600-foot hills. Between the hills and the road were large rice paddies, encompassing an area about 500 yards wide and offering no appreciable cover. Directly behind Changchon village and running perpendicular to the Marines' line of march rose another stretch of high ground in the shape of a large U, with its open end providing the Marine column its sole entry point into the valley. Its code name on the maps was Hill 202. It was a made-to-order spot for an ambush, and Captain Houghton, commanding the Recon Company advance guard, was immediately suspicious. But when the Grasshopper OY planes overhead were unable to spot any enemy activity, Houghton cautiously ordered his jeeps forward. Lieutenant Shriver's 1st Platoon of B Company followed a few hundred yards behind. Just as the Recon Company crossed a bridge at the edge of Changchon, 2 enemy soldiers jumped from their hiding places and ran toward the village center. The Marines, thinking they'd simply flushed out a couple of stragglers, fired a few rounds at the North Koreans, the first they'd seen all day, as they disappeared. The echoes of the rifle shots died away, followed by an instant of eerie silence. Then, as one Marine historian wrote, the reply was thunderous. From the hills ahead and on either side of the road, all hell broke loose, as 500 of the NKPA poured in fire from carefully camouflaged positions above the Marines. "We didn't know it at the time," said Lieutenant Fenton, "but we'd engaged the rear guard of the North Korean 83rd Motorized Regiment. There was machine gun fire from the front, left, right, and right rear, and no cover or concealment could be found in those fields along the road. Houghton's advance guard quickly deployed in shallow ditches and returned fire. But there was no way for this handful of men to cope with the situation, especially when they could see nothing to shoot at. "We're taking more than we can handle up here," Houghton yelled to Captain Tobin over the radio. "We're in a crossfire and we're getting murdered." "Try to hold on," Tobin urged. "I'm sending up Shriver's platoon and 2 tanks." Tobin himself accompanied the reinforcements, leaving Fenton to set up a company command post, organize an aid station, recruit stretcher-bearers to retrieve wounded under heavy fire, and put in a call for close air support. "We were taking a lot of fire, but we couldn't pinpoint the enemy's guns because their camouflage was outstanding," Fenton said. "We asked Battalion to have the planes strafe the whole general area where the enemy was dug in, and we kept trying to locate their machine guns so we could get our tanks on them." Riflemen floundered through muddy roadside ditches and rice paddies covered by 2 feet of water, vainly searching for effective firing positions. Radios fell into the muck and were knocked out. Tanks sat helplessly in the road, unable to deploy or find targets for their cannons and machine guns. Meanwhile, so many wounded began flooding in that the 2 corpsmen assigned to B Company were unable to keep pace. "Give us a hand here," one medic implored. "Anybody who knows first aid, come on." Awaiting treatment on a stretcher, a blood-stained young Marine gestured toward the hills and swore brokenly. "They got a fucking division up there, and we can't even see the bastards." Tobin, accompanied by 2 runners, had made it less than 100 yards up the road when an enemy machine gunner opened up on the trio, forcing them to seek cover behind the meager protection of a rice paddy dike. As they hunkered down in the fetid water, Tobin noticed one of his runners shaking violently. "What's the matter with you, son?" Tobin demanded. I'm scared, sir." Tobin scowled at the kid. "Shape up, lad," he said. "You know Marines are never scared." The words had scarcely left Tobin's lips when the enemy machine gunner zeroed in on them, and a hail of bullets began eating away at the top of the dike and kicking up mud and water around the 3 Marines. "On second thought, son, I see what you mean," Tobin said. "Let's get the hell out of here." They ran like rabbits for the ditch on the far side of the road. Miraculously, all 3 made it safely. After catching their breath, they began inching their way forward. What the Marines didn't know when the shooting started was that, after the NKPA's disaster at Kosong, several hundred survivors of the 83rd Motorized Regiment had been ordered to make a stand in the high ground above Changchon Valley. Reinforcements also had been sent forward from Sachon, and the enemy troops had worked all night to dig in and camouflage their fortifications, laying an intricate trap that was invisible from the air when daylight returned. The North Koreans had planned to wait to spring the trap until the bulk of the Marine column had passed through the U-shaped entrance to the valley and into their interlocking fields of fire. But when Houghton's men had opened fire on the 2 enemy soldiers in the village, the gunners hiding in the hills had reacted prematurely. If the enemy troops had held their fire for a few more minutes, hundreds of Marines might have been massacred at Changchon. The results were grim enough as it was, but the alert reaction by the recon team unquestionably averted a potential catastrophe. Miles to the northeast, meanwhile, the Army's 5th RCT, commanded by Colonel Godwin Ordway, Jr., had run headlong into an even more devastating situation than the one facing the Marines at Changchon. As it turned out, the Marines needn't have worried about the 5th RCT reaching its assigned objective before they reached theirs. The Army unit had bogged down almost before it got started, making its rear echelon a sitting duck for an enveloping surprise attack from behind. Meanwhile, the Marines had covered more than 3 times as much distance. Plagued with problems since the onset of Task Force Keen's offensive, the 5th RCT had left Chindong-ni on August 11th, the day before the Marine column departed Kosong. But by the afternoon of August 12th, the Army unit had advanced only about 5 miles before being stymied by what Ordway described to General Keane as a large enemy force. Keane doubted the accuracy of Ordway's report, but he promised to send up a battalion from the 24th Infantry Regiment to protect Ordway's right flank. The promised battalion failed to show up, and a series of communications breakdowns added further confusion. Then Ordway's headquarters lost contact with one entire company of his 2nd Battalion. An outbreak of firing was heard from the company's position, followed by flashing light signals from that same locale. Numerous attempts were made to contact the company by radio and telephone. None succeeded. What had happened, it was later learned, was that the Army troops had failed to spot an undetermined number of North Koreans hiding in the hills along the 5th RCT's route and bypassed the enemy force. This allowed the North Koreans to reorganize and strike at the rear of the American position, where attached units of the 90th and 555th Triple Nickel Field Artillery battalions were concentrated. By the time Ordway's men realized what was happening, the 5th RCT was caught up in what one historian termed an epic disaster. Swarms of NKPA infiltrators had cut the main road behind them and overrun the unsuspecting artillery units, killing or wounding 300 American troops. Fearing a frontal attack, Ordway had at first ignored pleas from other officers to move his supply train and artillery through a critical mountain pass. Then, after the company's disappearance, he'd changed his mind, only to have the narrow road through the pass blocked by a wrecked ambulance, whose overanxious driver had tried to cut into the column from the side. For more than an hour after that, no vehicle in the column had been able to move more than 20 feet. When the sun came up on the morning of August 12th, at about the same time that the Marines of the 1st Battalion were setting out for Sachon, the enemy force had fallen on the stalled and exposed main body of the 5th RCT with a vengeance. General Keene's only hope of saving the besieged unit was to call on General Craig's Marine Brigade several miles away for immediate help. With the Americans' main supply route again threatened and the entire right flank of the offensive vulnerable to attack, Craig again ordered Colonel Taplett's 3-5 to the rescue. Taplett and Craig's operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Stewart, took off in Craig's helicopter later that morning, with instructions to reconnoiter the area and rendezvous with an Army liaison officer. According to their instructions, the officer would be waiting for them in a red-paneled jeep at a bridge a couple of miles west of Chindong-ni, where more explicit orders would be forthcoming. "Looks like another doomsday affair to save some more Army butts, Tap," Stewart remarked as the chopper clattered northeast. "Yeah, Joe, and probably ours too," Taplett replied. After an extensive search, they found the designated bridge, and the helicopter pilot landed in a dry streambed. The Army liaison officer and his red-paneled jeep were nowhere to be found, but a short distance down the streambed, Taplett and Stewart came upon an armored personnel carrier. Inside the vehicle was an Army first lieutenant, who climbed out to greet them. "I haven't seen any liaison officer or anybody else in this area," the lieutenant said, "but I'll be glad to drive you down the main road toward Chindong-ni and see if we can find the 25th Division command post." "Aren't you in radio contact with Division headquarters?" Taplett asked. "No, sir," said the lieutenant. "I'm not in contact with anybody. But as far as I know, nobody's passed this way since I posted a sentry over on the main road early this morning." As they rode east in the armored vehicle, Taplett noticed tangles of Army field telephone lines along the roadside, and the lieutenant agreed to stop and try to tap into one of them. Eventually, the lieutenant located a line to 25th Division headquarters, and after a long delay, Colonel Stewart was connected with the division's G3 operations officer. "I don't know where the liaison man is, but he's supposed to have all the orders for your battalion," the G3 said. "Well, we've looked everywhere, and we can't find him," Stewart said, "so what the hell are we supposed to do now?" "Attack to the north, I guess," the G3 said vaguely, "or just look the situation over and decide for yourself." Realizing that further conversation was pointless, Stewart broke the connection. Moments later, as he and Taplett were climbing back into the lieutenant's vehicle, they saw several trucks approaching, each of them heavily loaded with troops. Taplett stepped out into the road and stopped the first truck. He later described it as bulging with black troops, some of them hanging off the sides. "I'm Colonel Taplett, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines," he told the driver. "Where are you people going?" "To the rear, sir," the driver said. "Our outfit's been hit hard, and we're getting out of here." Taplett tried to argue. "You're needed up here where you are," he said. "Now I want you to turn that truck around and head back to your posts. Are there any officers with you?" There was no reply from the driver, but a towering black trooper climbed onto the cab of the truck and pointed a BAR squarely at Taplett's chest. "Get out of the way, white boy," he said. "We's headed for Poussin." Taplett was both shaken and disgusted, but he stood his ground for a moment until he heard Stewart yelling at him, "Come on, Tap, let him go before you get shot. They wouldn't do us any good here anyway." The truck roared past as Taplett stepped out of the way. Then he and Stewart got back into the lieutenant's vehicle and returned to the dry stream bed, where a very nervous helicopter pilot was waiting. As they took off and flew along the stream bed, they saw a scene that was unlike anything Taplett had ever witnessed before. The riverbed was littered with American dead, mutilated bodies, and burned-out, destroyed guns, motor transport, and equipment were strewn all over the area, he recalled. Not a sign of life anywhere. The carnage below marked the spot where much of the 555th Field Artillery Battalion had been annihilated in the NKPA attack. As Taplett later learned, the truckloads of fleeing black troops who had defied his order to turn around were apparently the only GIs to survive the massacre. In addition to 300 KIAs, the Army artillery had lost 6 105mm howitzers, 6 155mm howitzers, and close to 100 vehicles in the attack at Bloody Gulch, as the dry stream bed became known. On learning of the slaughter, General Craig was appalled. Marine artillerymen, like all other members of the Corps, regardless of their specific jobs, considered themselves riflemen first and foremost, and they were well schooled in security measures. They were armed with bazookas, 50 calibers, and everything that infantrymen would need to defend a position, Craig noted. As a result, we never had a gun taken or overrun, whereas the Army, on a number of occasions in the perimeter, lost whole batteries. It was simply because the Army artillerymen weren't trained along the same lines as the Marines. The Army estimated that 2,000 to 2,500 enemy troops had attacked elements of the 555th and 90th Field Artillery Battalions from the rear at Bloody Gulch, then melted away into the ridges. But after reconnoitering the area and attracting fire from only a handful of North Koreans hiding in some huts in a small village, Taplett discounted the estimate and pegged the enemy's strength at no more than a few hundred. When his battalion arrived on the scene, Taplett ordered H Company, under Captain Joe Fagan, to lead the assault on the suspected enemy-held ridges, followed by Lieutenant Bob Bones' G Company, and supported by a convenient flight of corsairs. As the attack was jumping off, Taplett received word from General Craig that Brigadier General George B. Barth, Assistant Commander of the 25th Infantry Division, would arrive shortly to take charge of the operation. But with the sun rapidly descending behind the western ridges, Taplett felt he couldn't afford to wait. "I told Craig that we'd attacked immediately after arriving and that Joe Fagan's H Company was in the process of clearing the first of the enemy's ridge lines with the help of our corsairs," Taplett recalled. A few minutes later, G Company cleared the second portion of the ridge against light resistance. It was after sunset when Barth arrived to take command. "How soon will your men be ready to attack?" he asked when Taplett reported to him. Taplett almost had to bite his lip to keep from grinning. "Sir, we've already done that," he said, "and my men are now digging in on top of the ridge to protect our main supply route. We'll continue the attack in the morning to eliminate any other enemy threats in the area." The Army general was surprised and clearly a bit embarrassed, but his response was gracious. "Good job, Colonel," he said. "My congratulations on your speed and efficiency." Barth departed a short time later, and Taplett never saw him. Chapter 8. Nightmare on the Naktong. It was 75 miles from Hill 202 near Sachon to the town of Miryang, now threatened by an estimated 7,000 enemy troops, who had waded across the shallow Naktong River, towing crude rafts loaded with heavy weapons, vehicles, and supplies. By August 8th, an entire reinforced North Korean regiment had established a bridgehead on the east bank of the river, which was the last natural barrier between the Communist Army and Busan. Over the next few days, the NKPA had steadily broadened its foothold until most of its crack 4th Division, the same unit that had shared in the capture of Seoul, then routed Task Force Smith, was on the American side of the stream, opening a yawning gap in U.S. lines. The gap was in a cluster of rugged hills, where a sharp bend in the river surrounded a thumb-shaped strip of land on 3 sides to form a topographical oddity that the Americans called the Naktong Bulge. Unless the gap could be closed, the main supply route between Busan and the inland city of Daegu, headquarters of General Walker's 8th Army, was in danger, and Daegu itself might be overrun. In his first attempt to dislodge the enemy troops, Walker ordered the recently arrived 2nd Infantry Division's 9th Regiment, commanded by Colonel John G. Hill, to join elements of General John Church's 24th Division to create Task Force Hill. In addition to his own regiment, Hill was placed in control of all 24th Division units in Church's southern sector, giving him a force equal to 3 full infantry regiments, and ordered to assault the enemy bridgehead. To Walker's distress, however, the attack by Task Force Hill on August 11th met a reception hauntingly similar to those encountered by previous Walker task forces. The attack lost its momentum and dissolved in confusion when the North Koreans attacked at the same time. Hill tried twice more, on August 14th and 15th, but his troops ran into a stone wall of resistance, and bad weather deprived them of air support. During this interval, the enemy had spirited more than 100 machine guns, considerable artillery, including a number of American 105s seized at Daejeon, and even several tanks across the river. Entrenched in the high ground and with superior weaponry, the NKPA force was simply too strong, and Hill was forced to break off the attack and take up defensive positions east of the enemy stronghold. By now, Walker's patience was frayed to the breaking point. He minced no words when he told Church, "I'm giving you the Marine Brigade, and I want this situation cleaned up, and quick." On their arrival at Miryang on the afternoon of August 15th, General Craig and his men confronted stakes that could not have been higher. The consensus among high-echelon UN commanders was that if Miryang fell, neither Daegu nor Busan could be held. Walker himself pledged to fight in the streets if the enemy got into Daegu. "And you'd better be prepared to do likewise," he told one field commander, whose reticence and excuses brought Walker to the boiling point. "Now get back to your division and fight it. I don't want to see you back from the front again unless it's in your coffin." Meanwhile, by August 15th, more than 400,000 Korean refugees had crowded into Daegu, and the ROC government, fearing its security could no longer be guaranteed in the city, packed up and moved to Busan. In addition to the precarious situation at the Naktong Bulge, Walker faced serious problems all across the front. The 1st Cavalry Division, charged with anchoring a tremendously wide section of the front west of Daegu, had repulsed repeated NKPA incursions across the Naktong farther to the north, but remained under heavy pressure from the enemy. In the far southwest, although the Marine attacks had left NKPA forces weakened and disorganized, Army lines continued to develop leaks after the Marines' hurried withdrawal from Sachon. On the east side of the peninsula, the ROK 3rd Division was forced out of the secondary port of Pohangdong and evacuated under cover of American air and naval forces, then relanded farther south. With NKP-8 troops only a few hundred yards from its runways, the U.S. 5th Air Force abandoned Yonil Airfield, its only base on the east coast, and moved its desperately needed F-51 squadrons back to Japan. The entire Eastern Front looked to be hovering on the verge of collapse. If there was any small shred of hope remaining, it lay with the Marines. As a British military observer attached to the 24th Division observed in a wire dispatched on the morning of August 16th, as Craig's brigade prepared for its new mission, the situation is critical and Myryong may be lost. The enemy has driven a division-sized salient across the Naktong. More will cross the river tonight. If Myryong is lost, we will be faced with a withdrawal from Korea. I am heartened that the Marine Brigade will move against the Naktong salient tomorrow. They are faced with impossible odds, and I have no valid reason to substantiate it, but I have the feeling they will halt the enemy. These Marines have the swagger, confidence, and hardness that must have been in Stonewall Jackson's Army of the Shenandoah. They remind me of the cold streams at Dunkirk. Upon this thin line of reasoning, I cling to the hope of victory. When the Marines reached Myryong, however, they were dragging their heels rather than swaggering. To a man, they were drained, hungry, caked with dirt, and red-eyed from lack of sleep. Many of the troops had had to march most of the previous night after a promised convoy of trucks failed to show up, and the forced journey, after days of heavy fighting, had been an ordeal for everyone. By that time, recalled PFC Ben Ray, a native Texan and a BAR man in the 1st Battalion's 2nd Platoon, we looked and felt like an old horse that had been rode hard and put away wet. During the withdrawal from near Sachon, the situation had been so hectic that Colonel Harold Royce, commanding the 2nd Battalion, received his only orders for the move scribbled on a scrap of paper. The terse message, written by Colonel Joe Stewart, Craig's operations officer, and left with a fleet of parked vehicles, read simply, "These are your trucks. Move to Naktong at once." After all this, Myryong proved to be an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. Compared to the sun-baked, unforgiving hills they'd just left, the picturesque village was the closest thing to paradise the Marines had seen since leaving the States. To Colonel Robert Taplett of 3-5, it looked like a heavenly oasis and an ideal spot for a picnic. And Saturday Evening Post writer Harold H. Martin, embedded with the brigade, called it the most beautiful bivouac in all Korea. Our bivouac area was in a cool grove of trees on the grassy banks of the Myryong River, which would soon be our bedroom, bathroom, and laundry, Taplett recalled. Everyone looked forward to our first night of uninterrupted sleep, a dip in the river, a change of clothes, and our first hot meal since leaving the USS Pickaway. After a dozen days of living and fighting in the same field dungarees, Taplett and his troops were, in his words, as dirty and smelly as a herd of goats. They took to the river in droves, while dozens of native women, recruited by unit supply officers and paid with wages of cigarettes, washed grimy Marine uniforms and laid them out on the riverbank to dry. Medical officers tried to warn the Marines that the pristine-looking stream might harbor potentially dangerous contaminants, but the warnings were ignored. Even normally cautious Navy Corpsman Herb Pierce joined in the splash fest. But, as he observed later, "My enjoyment of the swim was lessened somewhat when I got out of the stream and discovered that some Koreans were busily skinning a dog in the water just around the bend from us." The Marines realized that their interlude of rest and rehabilitation would be brief, and that another brutal ordeal loomed ahead. On August 16th, barely 20 hours after their arrival at Miryang, they received orders to move west about 24 miles to the area of Yongsan, a village less than 10 miles from the Naktong. This would be the jumping-off place for their attack. Intelligence reports indicated that the enemy was almost ready to break out of his Naktong salient, seize Miryang, and split UN forces into northern and southern halves. Miryang lay astride the double-track railroad over which vital supplies flowed between Pusan and Daegu. If Communist forces gained control of the rail line, or cut it, Daegu would be cut off from supply and reinforcement. That night, 5th Marines Commander Colonel Ray Murray met with Colonel Harold Royce, whose 2nd Battalion had been chosen to lead a frontal assault the next morning on Obangni Ridge, part of a jumbled mass of high ground held in strength by the NKPA. Royce's battalion would be followed by Taplett's 3-5, with Colonel Newton's 1-5, which had been badly battered in the fight for Sachon, in brigade reserve. Obangni Ridge sprawled across the Marine front like some huge prehistoric reptile, wrote Marine historian Lynn Montrose. Its blunt head overlooked the main supply route, and the elongated body stretched to the southeast more than 2,000 yards before losing its identity in a complex of swamps and irregular hill formations. The ridgeline included half a dozen dominating peaks, identified by number from north to south, as hills 102, 109, 117, 143, 147, and 153, several smaller hills, and a succession of steep spurs, separated by deep gullies that ran all the way down to a series of rice paddies on the plain below. It presented a vast demonic puzzle for the men of the 2nd Battalion's D and E companies assigned as the 1st Marines to climb it. "You must take that ground tomorrow," Murray told Royce. "You have to get on that ridge and hold it. Understood?" "Understood," Royce assured him. "This battalion goes only one way, straight ahead." Dug in and waiting for the American Yellow Legs, as the North Koreans now called the Marines, were confident, seasoned troops of the NKPA's 4th Division. "Intelligence says we are to expect an attack by American Marines," said Colonel Chang Ki-dok, veteran commander of the division's 16th Regiment, in a speech to his officers. "To us comes the honor of being the first to defeat these Marines soldiers. We will win where others have failed. I consider our positions impregnable. We occupy the high ground, and they must attack up a steep slope. Go to your men and tell them there will be no retreat. I will take instant action against anyone who shows weakness." H-hour for the brigade's attack was set for 8 a.m. on August 17th as part of the general offensive by the entire 24th Infantry Division, reinforced by the Marines and the 9th Infantry Regiment. The Marines had a long, historic relationship with the 9th Infantry, having served with the Army unit during the Boxer Rebellion in China at the turn of the 20th century, and again in France during World War I. But in the futile attacks by Task Force Hill, the 9th had sustained heavy losses in recent days, and when Craig visited Colonel Hill's command post, he was less than reassured by the condition of Hill's troops and the thinness of their lines. 5th Marines Commander Colonel Murray also met with Hill, and he was even more concerned than Craig about the battle weariness and generally poor condition of the 9th. The two agreed, however, that the Marine Battalion would attack on the left side of the main road against the multiple peaks of Obangni Ridge, while the 9th attacked to the right of the road against two other formidable pieces of high ground, designated as Hill 125 and Observation Hill. For the Marines, a ragged red clay gully near the center of Obangni would form the dividing line between two attacking companies. Because of the ridge's confusing topography and the number of separate hills involved, American news correspondents covering the action were soon referring to Obangni in their dispatches as No Name Ridge, while the Marines called it Red/Hill, in reference to the gully that divided it. Marine air and artillery were scheduled to pound the ridge for 45 minutes before the infantry attacked, but problems largely negated their efforts. The shelling was so inaccurate that many observing 2-5 officers thought there had been no artillery preparation at all. Then 2 supporting squadrons of corsairs from the carriers Badung Strait and Sicily arrived late at the target area and had time for only 1 bombing run before the 2 rifle companies jumped off abreast. The end result was that enemy fortifications were scarcely touched. On the right of the Marine attack was D Company, commanded by Captain Andy Zimmer, and on the left was First Lieutenant Bill Sweeney's E Company. After placing his 2nd platoon in reserve to provide covering fire, Zimmer sent his 3rd platoon, led by 2nd Lieutenant Mike Shinka, off the main road and across 3 rice paddies toward the foot of Hill 109. Advancing close behind Shinka's unit was the 1st platoon, led by Staff Sergeant T. Albert Croson. A rocket section trailing Croson's unit stopped near the road and set up its weapons to protect the main supply route. After struggling up a gully, Shinka and his men were almost halfway to the top of the ridge when dozens of NKPA machine guns opened fire at once from all directions, much of the outburst coming from the crests of Hills 117 and 143 on the left. Simultaneously, from directly above, at the top of Hill 109, enemy troops in holes on the reverse slope hurled down scores of hand grenades on the Marine riflemen. But the costliest fire, and by far the most difficult to defend against, came from Hill 125, almost directly behind the Marines on the opposite right side of the road. Hill 125 was one of the 9th Infantry's major objectives, but in the planned order of battle the Army unit had been told to delay its attack on 125 until the Marines had secured 109. Now, however, it was obvious that the 9th's part of the attack needed to commence at once. Otherwise, all of Shinka's 3rd platoon stood to be slaughtered. Despite the intense hail of bullets and even after enemy mortars joined in, the 3rd platoon continued to inch forward up the steep slope. But Shinka lost fully 1/3 of his 30-man force on the hellish climb up the barren face of 109, and he lost several more within minutes after reaching the crest. Shinka's men were the only Americans to claw their way to the top that morning, but they were so cruelly exposed that any man's slightest movement invited sudden death. With only 15 unwounded Marines remaining, they were unable to hold the ground and too isolated for reinforcements to reach them. "It's too hot to stay up here," Shinka yelled to his platoon sergeant. "Collect the wounded and weapons and let's get back down the hill." Dragging their wounded on ponchos, the Marines slid and stumbled down the same gully they'd ascended to a point about 3/4 of the way to the base of 109. There, with a reasonable amount of protective cover, surviving members of the platoon huddled together. Shinka counted only 6 men who were still able to fight. "I decided to go forward to find out if we'd left any of our wounded behind," Shinka later recalled. "As I crawled along our former position on the crest of 109, I came across a wounded Marine between 2 dead. As I grabbed him under the arms and pulled him out of the foxhole, a bullet shattered my chin. Blood ran into my throat and I couldn't breathe." Choking on his own blood, Shinka was hit again, this time in the arm. The impact sent him rolling helplessly down the hill for a considerable distance, but he survived to receive a Bronze Star for valor. Sergeant Croson, leading the 1st platoon, single-handedly wiped out 2 of the enemy machine guns that had taken such a horrendous toll on the Marines. He was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross by order of General MacArthur. Meanwhile, 1 platoon of E Company, commanded by 2nd Lieutenant Nicholas Sarkadis, moved into Obangni village at the foot of Hills 143 and 147, where it also came under heavy fire. Arkadis and his men fought their way to the lower slopes of the ridge, then bogged down with mounting casualties. After the GIs of the 9th Infantry were beaten back in their first attack on Hill 125, they regrouped and stormed the hill again. This time, they succeeded in ending the deadly flanking fire that had decimated D Company's 2 platoons. But by now the Marines' chance to seize Aubagny Ridge had, for the time being, been bled away. At 3 p.m. on August 17th, with D and E companies suffering a combined total for the day of 142 casualties, almost 60% of the 240 infantrymen who had begun the attack that morning, and no replacements available, Colonel Murray ordered the 2nd Battalion to pull back. By noon it had been one of the bloodiest days yet for the Marines in Korea. "The worst day I've ever seen," said a doctor at the 1st Battalion aid station. "But 146 men have come in here so far, and all but one of them have gone out of here alive." Unfortunately, both the day and the bloodshed were far from over. At mid-afternoon on August 17th, Colonel Royce's 2nd Battalion was ordered to break off its efforts to advance and hold where it was, while Colonel Newton's 1st Battalion passed through to take the lead position in the attack. Captain John "Black Jack" Stevens's A Company was assigned to the left flank in relief of the 2nd Battalion's E Company, and Captain John Tobin's B Company was to relieve D Company on the right. The troop exchange quickly drew enemy fire. Tobin had just gone forward to a ridge line running parallel to Aubagny to be briefed by D Company Commander Captain Zimmer, when both Zimmer and his radio operator were wounded and had to be evacuated. Tobin immediately called Lieutenant Ike Fenton, his executive officer, and told Fenton and his 3 platoon leaders to meet him at a point where the main road passed through a saddle in the ridgeline, so that Tobin could point out the route of attack. "We'd barely arrived at the meeting place when a North Korean machine gun opened up and severely wounded Captain Tobin in the chest and arm," Fenton recalled. "After he was evacuated, I contacted Battalion and told Colonel Newton I was assuming command of the company. A minute or two later, we jumped off in the attack with the 1st and 2nd platoons on line and the 3rd platoon in support. Almost instantly, both lead platoons came under savage enemy fire, and neither was able to advance until Lieutenant Nick Shriver, commanding the 2nd platoon, adjusted his mortar section's aim and had it pound the enemy positions for 20 minutes without let-up. Then Shriver's men surged forward with renewed determination. From an observation post in the distant high ground, where he could view the full sweep of Aubagny Ridge through his field glasses, General Craig watched the men of Able and Baker companies fighting their way up Hill 109, and he winced at what he saw. "They're getting hurt," Craig said, as Colonel Joe Stewart, his operations officer, and other members of the brigade staff stood by. "I can see them bringing the wounded down." Suddenly Craig stiffened and began to count aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, they're making it to the top. There's 20 of them in that little saddle to the right. Now 30 of them. Now 40. By God, Baker Company's up there. Now, if they can only hold. Once the men of B Company had seized their sector of the ridge, the part to the right of the red slash, they were able to relieve some of the pressure on the 2nd platoon's front, and by 5 p.m. the company's sector of Aubagny was secure. Meanwhile, out on the left flank, the men of Able Company were being hammered hard by relentless enemy fire. Their stubborn, repeated attempts to reach the tops of Hills 117 and 143 yielded some ground, but, despite the aggressive leadership of Captain Stevens and his veteran gunnery sergeant, they were pinned down and stopped short of both objectives. "Our seizure of the right portion of the ridge did relieve a little pressure on A Company," said Fenton, "but their casualties were heavy, and they were having great difficulty securing the high points on the left." 2nd Lieutenant Francis W. Mutzel, commanding A Company's machine gun section, took cover in an abandoned gun pit, along with one of his riflemen and another officer. It was a grave mistake because the enemy mortars and artillery were already registered in on the emplacement, and the 3 Marines instantly came under fire. 4 rounds from 82mm mortars landed around it, Mutzel said. The blast lifted me off the ground, and my helmet flew off. A human body to my left disintegrated. Being rather shook up and unable to hear, I crawled back to the CP. As soon as Mutzel's hearing returned and he regained his equilibrium, he made his way back to the gun pit to look for the rifleman from his platoon. When he found him, he wished he hadn't. One of the mortar rounds must have landed in the small of his back, Mutzel recalled. Only a pelvis and legs were left. The stretcher-bearers gathered up the remains with a shovel. By dusk, however, the battered survivors of A Company had established a foothold on Aubagny and extended their front from the southern portion of Hill 109 to the center of the saddle separating 109 from 117. Hoping that the 1st Battalion was now capable of holding this bloody ground, General Craig directed his unit commanders to consolidate their positions for the night. "I want you to account for the location of every individual and be prepared for a counterattack," Craig warned. "Prepare plans of fire both within and to the rear of your positions." At about 7 p.m. on August 17th, a lull fell over the embattled ridgeline, and A and B companies were able to tie their lines together for increased security. Lieutenant Fenton, now commanding B Company in relief of Captain Tobin, decided to take extra precautions. "I'd learned my lesson at Changchon," Fenton said, "so to make sure we maintained contact with all our units, I made up my mind to lay 2 lines of telephone wire to all 3 platoons as well as battalion headquarters." Less than an hour later, with the last vestiges of daylight still lingering amid hurried defensive preparations, one of Fenton's Marines ran up to him in alarm. "Sir," he said, "some Gook tanks are coming this way, and they're headed straight for our position." Fenton grabbed his field glasses and took a quick look. About 5,000 yards up the road to the battalion's immediate front, he spotted 2 Russian-built T-34s coming on in no particular hurry. A moment later, he made out a 3rd enemy tank trailing a few hundred yards behind the first 2. A 4th was still farther back, beyond Fenton's field of vision. Fenton felt an adrenaline rush as he hit the flash signal on his telephone, alerting all units on the battalion network. "Enemy tanks in the area," he said. "They're coming right up the road like they own the world." During the past few weeks, the Marines had heard a lot about the supposed invincibility of the North Korean tanks, but because of the rugged terrain in which they'd been continuously fighting, they'd yet to come face to face with enemy armor. Now, with their first confrontation obviously only minutes away, even a hardened combat veteran such as Fenton was swept up in the excitement. "It was like sitting on the 50-yard line of the Rose Bowl about 150 feet up," he recalled much later. "We had a great seat for the show that was about to take place." Then Fenton heard Colonel Newton's voice on the phone. "Just hold your fire and let the tanks pass through, Lieutenant," he said. "Our anti-tank platoon and 3.5 rocket section are primed and ready to deal with them as soon as they get into range, and our own tanks are refueling and almost ready to roll." "Aye, sir." Fenton's voice was calm, but he'd already watched a flight of F-51s try and fail to stop the tanks, and his thoughts were troubled. "Whatever you say, Colonel, but by then those T-34s are going to be practically sitting in your lap." It had been a tense, agonizing day at General Craig's headquarters, and runner-borne casualty reports filtering in from the 1st and 2nd Battalions at sunset on August 17th did nothing to brighten the prevailing mood. According to a detailed account of the battle published in the Saturday Evening Post, each of the 4 companies committed on Aubagny Ridge had counted about 200 enlisted men and 7 officers when the day began. Now A Company had 4 officers and 68 riflemen still combat-capable, and some of these had minor wounds but had refused evacuation. B Company had 103 riflemen and only 2 officers left. D Company had 85 riflemen and 2 officers, and E Company reported 3 officers and 78 riflemen in fighting shape. Based on these figures, the four companies' rifle platoons had lost close to 55% of their total strength since morning. Craig and his staff were mulling over this bleak news when the phone rang. Colonel Joe Stewart yanked up the receiver, listened for a moment, then grunted and hung up. "Regiment says 3 Goop tanks are coming up the road toward the 1st Battalion CP, Stewart told Craig. "The observation plane spotted them, and they're already behind our position on the hill." When Navy Captain Eugene Herring, the brigade surgeon, heard what Stewart was saying, he jumped to his feet. "God almighty," he said, "the aid station's just a quarter-mile from there. If those tanks break through—" "Don't worry, they won't," Craig reassured Herring. "Colonel Newton will know what to do." The general's faith in his 1st Battalion commander was well placed. A Pacific veteran of World War II, Newton was no stranger to crisis command situations, and fortunately the early tip-off from the pilot of the Grasshopper plane had given him ample time to ready a network of defenses as the North Korean tanks approached. "We set up 2 of our guns in record time in a rice paddy near the road," said Sergeant Rusty Russell, a squad leader in the 75mm recoilless rifle platoon attached to the 1st Battalion, "and our 3.5 rocket launchers were positioned off to our left in the ditches along the roadside. We also had 2 M26 tanks on the road with 90mm cannon. We were sick of hearing how unstoppable these commie tanks were, and we intended to find out for ourselves." Corporal Edward T. Red Martin, a Minnesota native and an assistant gunner in another section of 75s, was helping pull a machine-gun cart carrying his weapon up a small hill to get it into firing position on the opposite side of the road from Russell, when a Marine in a passing jeep slowed down and shouted, "Better run, USOBs, those tanks are just around the bend." "To hell with that," Martin yelled back, "they're the ones who'd better run." Not far away, at the battalion aid station, when PFC Don Kennedy, a rifleman being treated for a shrapnel wound in his shoulder, heard about the tanks, he grabbed his M1 and made his way a short distance up the road to a small hill, where he lay down to observe the action. "It was after sundown, but there was still plenty of light," Kennedy recalled. "I watched the bend in the road where it came around the nose of the hill. You could see the dust rising, and then this long, bulb-nosed gun sort of poked around the corner." Texas-born Second Lieutenant Charles M.C. Jones, commander of the recoilless rifle platoon, was understandably nervous, but he told his men to hold their fire until the tanks came within point-blank range. "They were less than 50 yards away when we opened fire," Jones recalled many years later, "and we tore them up." "We were looking right down the barrels of their guns," added Sergeant Russell of the recoilless gun unit, "when Corporal Victor Malacara, the gunner in our 7-man squad, blew the hell out of them." As the first tank rounded the bend in the road and rumbled toward the 1st Battalion CP, it was met almost simultaneously by 3.5 rocket fire from the ditches and 75mm recoilless rifle rounds from either side of the road. "It came on slow," said PFC Kennedy, still watching from his vantage point on a nearby hill. "And then, all of a sudden, the bazooka men started throwing those big rockets into its flanks. It stopped and began to swing right and left, like an elephant swinging its head, but not moving forward, and it was firing all its guns, but it was firing wild. When the first rounds from the 75s struck the tank, they tore through its armored hide as if it were tissue paper. One of its machine-gun mounts was ripped out by the roots, and all firing from the tank immediately stopped. The turret swung open, sending flames leaping skyward as the crew tried to scramble out, but Marine rifle fire sent them tumbling back into the blazing tank. "I put my first round into him broadside between the body and turret of the tank, using a heat shell," said Corporal Robert Whitehead of Laramie, Wyoming, a gunner on one of the 75s. "It made a hole no bigger than a .50 caliber slug, but it sprayed molten metal all through the inside of the tank and set the whole thing on fire." Trying to escape a similar fate, the second tank attempted to pull around the first one on the narrow road, but it had gone only a few feet when it was hit in the track and skidded off the road, where the cannon fire from one of the M26s finished it off. "It took us about a minute and a half to take out all 3 tanks," said Red Martin. "Our only casualty was PFC Bob Strand, a friend of mine from Minnesota, who was hit in the leg by a stray machine gun bullet. Doc Rocket Pierce took good care of him, and he was able to rejoin us a few weeks later. This was one time that the tanks could easily have maneuvered because there was plenty of firm ground on both sides of the road," said Ike Fenton. "But the 3rd tank made the same mistake as the 2nd by trying to stay on the road and squeeze past the other 2 tanks. One of our M26s took it out with a direct hit. No one escaped from any of the tanks. The 4th T-34, well to the rear of the others, fell victim to Marine air. The 75mm anti-tank unit was credited with 2 of the 4 kills, the other going to the M26 tankers. What happened that evening gave us confidence and helped solidify us as a unit," said Corporal Whitehead, who would advance to the rank of captain during his Marine career. "We were never in awe of those Russian T-34s again." Long after full darkness descended, Marines of Able and Baker companies continued to dig foxholes and organize their defenses. Wires were strung and attached to trip flares in front of their lines. Artillery of the 11th Marines was zeroed in on likely enemy approaches, while Korean laborers hauled supplies to the ridgeline and carried casualties back to the rear. During much of this preparation, the battalion was forced to dodge sporadic sniper fire from the crest of Hill 117. Not a single man among the Marines on Obangni Ridge had the slightest doubt that the North Koreans would strike before morning with all the firepower they could muster. "We were quite worried about another night counterattack," said Ike Fenton, "and we cautioned all the men to maintain a 25% listening watch." What the Marines didn't know was that heavy losses, coupled with a shortage of food, weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies, had prompted Colonel Chung Ki-dok, veteran commander of the NKPA's 16th Regiment, to ask permission to withdraw that night back to the west bank of the Naktong. Late in the afternoon, elements of the U.S. 9th, 19th, and 34th Infantry Regiments had launched a series of punishing attacks against the right flank of the NKPA salient, and Chung sensed that his dwindling force couldn't withstand another day of intense pressure on the ground and fierce pounding from the air. Chung's request was denied, but in the meantime, also unknown to the Americans, he'd obtained a captured U.S. SCR-300 field radio tuned to Marine frequencies. Consequently, he knew from monitoring on-air messages that the 1st Battalion had relieved to 5, as well as the exact locations where Companies A and B were dug in on the ridge. His only hope, Chung decided, was to hurl his remaining troops under cover of darkness in an all-out assault against the Marines' thin lines on Obangni before the Americans could deliver a knockout punch of their own. "This had been the longest day I could remember," recalled Sergeant Mackie Wheeler of A Company. "I had no way of knowing it at the time, but the night coming up was going to be even longer." The night remained eerily quiet until about 2:30 a.m. on August 18th, when lookouts of the 1st Battalion's 2nd Platoon reported suspicious activity to its immediate front. Moments later, a green signal flare lit the sky above Obangni Ridge, and the North Koreans struck with frenzied fury at the precise point where A and B companies were tied together. The enemy's clear intent was to separate the 2 companies by driving a wedge between them, then to envelop and annihilate them one at a time. The ferocity of the attack produced a quick breakthrough on B Company's left flank, held by Lieutenant Scotty Taylor's 2nd Platoon. As soon as Lieutenant Fenton realized what had happened, he grabbed the phone and managed to reach Taylor. "They're all over us, Ike," Taylor yelled. "It's hand-to-hand, and we can't hold." "You've got to pull back fast, Scotty," Fenton told him. "Fall back toward the company CP and form a perimeter defense with the other platoons." Meanwhile, Fenton got word that the men of A Company were catching hell all along their front. Their left flank was being pushed back, and their right flank had already been turned. Enemy troops were almost certainly moving through the gap between the 2 companies, and the sound of small arms fire at close range told Fenton that the enemy was only a few yards from his command post. The telephone rang, and Fenton heard Colonel Newton's tense voice on the line. "I know you're under heavy pressure up there," Newton said, "but you've got to hold your position at all costs. I'm pouring in all the supporting mortar and artillery support I can. A Company's got 3 major breakthroughs on their front, and if your company gets pushed off the ridge, we'll have it all to do over in the morning." "We'll do our best, sir," said Fenton, "but we've got gooks all around us, and they've turned my left flank. The situation's very confused, and we can't see a damn thing." "I understand, Lieutenant, but I'm asking you, can you hang on till daylight?" Fenton ground his teeth as he replied, "Don't worry, Colonel. The only Marines that leave this ridge tonight will be dead ones." The first Marines to feel the enemy's wrath that pitch-black morning were those of A Company's mortar section, set up in a gully near the company CP. Because of the intercepted radio messages, the North Koreans knew precisely where the mortarmen were, and they took full advantage of that knowledge. At about 2 a.m., the Marines in the gully heard the telltale whine and rattle of incoming fire and ducked low in their foxholes. Then the explosions started, enveloping the position with sheets of flame from deadly white phosphorus rounds. Virtually every man in the gully suffered painful wounds, leaving Captain Blackjack Stevens's company with no remaining mortar defense. The edge of the NKPA barrage also struck the area occupied by the 3rd Platoon, wounding First Lieutenant George Fox, the platoon commander, and half a dozen of his men. 2 riflemen were evacuated, but Fox and the others remained on the line after receiving first aid. Half an hour later, the full-scale enemy assault began with a hail of machine gun fire from the crest of Hill 117 and an avalanche of grenades from directly above the Marines. Then a platoon of NKPA infantry charged down the slopes and pounced directly on Stevens's reeling troops, cutting the company in half and forcing its survivors to withdraw part of the way toward Hill 109. "Me and my buddy, Sergeant R.D. Lopez, were together in our foxhole when 4 North Koreans ran right up on us," recalled Sergeant Mackie Wheeler, who served as a runner and radio operator for Stevens. "They were within 10 feet of us when we opened fire. They didn't get any closer." At about the same time, Lieutenant Tom Johnston led his 2nd Platoon up a shallow defile toward the saddle between Hills 117 and 143, until they were pinned down by machine gun fire about 75 yards from their goal. After maneuvering Corporal Cleland Camper into firing position with a BAR, Johnston borrowed a grenade from PFC Billy Lindley to augment the 2 he already carried. "Now give me some heat," Johnston yelled, and charged up the slope. He hurled one grenade, hitting the deck an instant before it exploded, then jumping back to his feet and running on. As he threw a second grenade, an enemy grenade exploded within a few feet of him, killing him instantly. All told, the 2nd Platoon slugged it out for a full half-hour with an enemy force 3 times its size, thanks in large measure to the courage and leadership of Tech Sergeant Frank J. Lawson, who took command after Johnston's death, staying at his guns and refusing evacuation despite 3 painful wounds. Eventually, though, the platoon's survivors were forced to give ground along with all the rest of A Company. As the attackers penetrated the Marines' lines, Captain Stevens was cut off from many of his men, and several enemy soldiers with burp guns invaded his command post. Stevens and his headquarters staff were forced to make a fighting retreat down a nearby draw, but the attackers were wiped out. Because of confusion among the attackers, deadly accuracy by Marine mortars and artillery, heavy NKPA casualties suffered in the attack, or a combination of all these factors, only a single squad of enemy troops slipped through the hole punched in the brigade's front. When no reinforcements arrived to join them, this small group was soon overwhelmed. As a result, although both companies of the 1st Battalion suffered horrific losses, they retained their foothold on Obangni. On learning that A Company's lines had been breached, Colonel Newton ordered continuous artillery and mortar barrages on all enemy approaches to the ridge. Supporting fire from the brigade's 4.2-inch mortar section proved especially valuable because the high trajectory of its rounds allowed them to strike shielded enemy positions that artillery couldn't reach. The 1st Battalion's own 81mm mortar section also joined in, although it had to borrow most of 2.5's available ammo to keep firing. When daylight returned, Marine air quickly entered the picture as well. At this point, a single enemy machine gun was keeping A Company's right flank pinned down. To take the gun out, Captain Stevens called for a high-risk airstrike within 100 yards of his own lines. The plane came in and actually pinpointed the target with a direct hit, recalled Lieutenant Fenton, who observed the action from where B Company still held fast to Hills 102 and 109. After this bomb hit, a few strafing runs and a napalm strike were called. Then A Company was able to move up and retake their sector of the ridge. Fenton had high praise for his company's veteran NCOs, who had taken the lead in regrouping their ravaged officer-short units and inspiring their riflemen to fight like fiends to hold their ground. He called them the finest batch of non-commissioned officers ever assembled in any Marine regiment. His rank-and-file infantrymen also drew plaudits from their new company commander. In some cases it wasn't just non-coms, Fenton said. It was the PFCs and privates holding the job of a fire team leader or squad leader. It was their fine leadership, outstanding initiative, and control of the men that turned a possible defeat into a sweet victory. Also singled out for special recognition were Lieutenant Nick Shriver, commanding B Company's 1st Platoon, and Lieutenant Francis W. Mutzel, who was transferred from command of A Company's machine gun section to take over the company's 2nd Platoon, replacing Mutzel's fallen friend Tom Johnston. Although suffering head and facial wounds from a grenade that exploded a few feet in front of him, Shriver refused evacuation, had himself patched up by a corpsman, and continued to lead his men with what his subsequent citation for valor called fierce determination. I didn't even have to come to Korea in the first place because my wife was pregnant at the time and my daughter had been born the day after we sailed, Shriver recalled many years later. But I figured as long as I was there I might as well earn my keep. Ike Fenton and I were the only 2 officers left in the company because Scotty Taylor had been fatally wounded that morning. He died later at the Army Field Surgical Hospital at Miryang. Chapter 9. Commanders in Conflict. While American troops were hanging on by their fingernails against an increasingly impatient foe in the Pusan perimeter, a small team of high-level U.S. officers was piecing together an operation aimed at dramatically reversing the course of the war. By late August 1950, hand-picked groups of planners from the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines were quartered aboard the command ship Mount McKinley in Tokyo Bay and spending long days confronting an awesome array of problems. The largest of these was not knowing whether the plans they were making would ever reach fruition. Considering the atmosphere in which it was conceived, General Douglas MacArthur's grand scheme for turning the tables on the North Koreans was strikingly bold. He proposed to land the 1st Marine Division far behind enemy lines at the port of Incheon on Korea's west coast, catch the NKPA invaders unaware, trap them between the Incheon assault force and a breakout offensive by Pusan's defenders, then destroy them. As bold as it was, however, MacArthur's Incheon plan was far from a new or original idea. Military history shows quite a few examples of the successful application of MacArthur's Incheon strategy, wrote Department of the Army combat historian Bevan Alexander, citing similar tactics by Napoleon, Hannibal, and other early military leaders. Alexander also compared the Incheon strategy to the island-hopping approach developed by MacArthur in the Pacific during World War II, in which several Japanese strongholds were bypassed and left to wither, effectively removing their garrisons from the war. Still, as a tentative mid-September assault date approached, MacArthur's plan was by no means set in concrete. Numerous logistical concerns remained to be addressed, and a chorus of dissenting voices, including those of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, could be heard all the way from Washington. MacArthur had a well-demonstrated talent for infuriating Army Chief of Staff General J. Lawton Joe Collins, and MacArthur's arrogant posturing and repeated refusal to consult the JCS as planning proceeded for the Inchon operation became almost more than Collins could bear. From the beginning, Collins had cited a host of disadvantages that, in his mind, made Inchon a debatable, if not potentially disastrous, choice as a landing spot. Among them, 1. The port was accessible from the sea only by a single narrow deep-water channel that was easily mined or blocked, meaning that even one sunken or disabled ship could stymie the entire operation. 2. Strong, peculiar tides made the harbor an impassable mass of mud during much of the day, and landing ships that entered on the morning tide couldn't unload quickly enough to avoid being stranded there for 12 hours until the tide returned in the evening. 3. A 350-foot hill on the small inner harbor island of Walmedo dominated the main landing area, and would have to be secured by forces arriving on the morning tide, but the rest of the landing force would have to wait for the evening tide, eliminating the element of surprise. 4. Most of the waterfront was protected by massive 12 to 14-foot high sea walls that would have to be scaled with ladders. 5. One segment of the assault force would go ashore near the center of a city of 250,000 people, facing the risk of house-to-house urban warfare and the possibility of North Korean troops using civilians as human shields. 6. The time frame proposed for the landing fell within Korea's September typhoon season, raising the possibility of a coinciding storm. 7. The wide expanse of the Han River separated Inchon from the Korean mainland, requiring what amounted to a second amphibious operation to secure the beachhead. For all these reasons, Collins argued for landing the proposed 70,000-man invasion force at the smaller port of Kunsan, 109 miles south of Inchon, putting the amphibious assault force closer to the breakout force at Pusan and making the two more mutually supporting. Both Admiral Forrest Sherman, Chief of Naval Operations, and General O.P. Smith, commander of the 1st Marine Division, basically agreed as to the liabilities of Inchon, but Sherman and Smith weren't totally sold on Kunsan as an alternative. It seems appropriate to emphasize at this point that the men who directed U.S. military efforts in Korea in 1950 frequently disagreed on strategy and often had difficulty concealing their personal dislike for each other. Collins was definitely not the same caliber of risk-taker as MacArthur, and the latter's impulsiveness made the cautious Collins nervous. Early in the war, in fact, Collins had drawn the ire of retired General of the Army Dwight Eisenhower, former Supreme Commander of Allied forces in Europe, who was then President of Columbia University, but who would assume command of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in December 1950. During a visit to Washington, Eisenhower administered a tough dressing down to Collins. General Matthew Ridgway, Collins's Deputy Chief of Staff for Administration, often referred to as the Army's General Manager, and their assistants for what Ike considered complacency and indecisiveness. Afterward, Eisenhower made the following caustic notes in his diary. My whole contention in chewing out the other generals was that an appeal to force cannot, by its nature, be a partial one. This appeal having been made, for God's sake, get ready. Do everything possible under the law to get us going. But Eisenhower, who had served directly under MacArthur twice during his career, was no great fan of his World War II Pacific counterpart either. In commenting on General MacArthur, Ridgway wrote in his journal following their meeting, Ike expressed the wish that he would like to see a younger general out there rather than, as he expressed it, an untouchable whose actions you cannot predict. When MacArthur's Inchon strategy was spelled out to Truman, he took note of Collins's misgivings, but termed the proposed amphibious operation a bold plan worthy of a master strategist. From this point on, Truman seemed willing to let MacArthur and the JCS hash out their differences on their own. For his part, MacArthur remained, as usual, theatrically inflexible as he plunged ahead with the Inchon plan. Collins was particularly upset when, without bothering to consult the Army chief in advance, MacArthur picked his own chief of staff, General Edward M. Ned Almond, to command the Inchon landing force. According to observers, Collins leaped from his chair and yelled, "What?" on hearing the news of Almond's appointment. Almond was a military lightweight with no experience leading amphibious assault forces, but he was adept at flattering MacArthur's supersized ego, so they got along splendidly. Many of Almond's fellow senior officers considered him the most feckless, incompetent, and irritating general in the entire U.S. Army. They saw it as the height of folly to place him in charge of such a delicate, demanding operation, although few would have said as much to MacArthur. The best that could be said of Almond was that he was overly optimistic to the point of being delusional, recalled retired Marine Brigadier General Bright Godbold, one of the planners working aboard the Mount McKinley that summer. He was frequently out of touch with reality, and his manner was so condescending that other officers hated being around him. Among those other officers was 8th Army Commander General Walton Walker, whose dislike for MacArthur was widely known, and whose relationship with Almond was described by Colonel Mike Michaelis, one of Walker's senior field commanders, as horrible. "I'd be in Walker's office, and the phone would ring," Michaelis recalled. "Walker, this is Almond. Mind you, this is a 2-star talking to a 3-star. Almond would say, 'I want you to do so-and-so.' And Walker would ask, 'Is this Almond speaking, or Almond speaking for MacArthur?' They just couldn't get along." Thomas J. Marnane, Secretary of the 8th Army General Staff, stated the case against Almond even more succinctly. "Almond was impossible, very snotty. I soon developed a very low opinion of him. He gave Walker a hard time." There were other valid reasons, however, for Collins's consternation. For one thing, almost all the assault troops involved in the Inchon landing would be Marines, so logic suggested that a Marine Corps general should be in charge. It had been widely assumed that General Lemuel Shepard, commander of the Fleet Marine Force, Pacific, and a veteran leader of amphibious operations at Guadalcanal, Cape Gloucester, Guam, and Okinawa, would get the job. For another, Collins didn't like the idea that Almond would also continue to serve as MacArthur's chief of staff, or that the Inchon assault force, designated as 10th Corps, would be in effect a separate army under MacArthur's total control. Collins was far from the only powerful Washington figure who was fuming at MacArthur at this juncture. John Foster Dulles, a future Secretary of State who was then helping negotiate a peace treaty with Japan, current Secretary of State Dean Acheson, and President Truman himself were equally furious, but for a different reason. During the same week as Almond's 10th Corps appointment, MacArthur had sent a message to the annual national encampment of the veterans of foreign wars that was not only insulting to the Truman administration, but also a blatant challenge to Communist China. "Nothing could be more fallacious," the message read, "than the threadbare argument by those who advocate appeasement and defeatism in the Pacific, that if we defend Formosa, Taiwan, we alienate continental Asia. Those who speak thus do not understand the Orient. They do not grasp that it is in the pattern of Oriental psychology to respect and follow aggressive, resolute, and dynamic leadership, to quickly turn from leadership characterized by timidity or vacillation. Coming, as it did, on the heels of an unauthorized visit by MacArthur to Formosa to meet with nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek, the VFW message was like salt in an open wound to official Washington. Just a few weeks earlier, Truman had delivered a message to Congress expressing America's desire that Formosa not become embroiled in hostilities disturbing to the peace of the Pacific, and that all questions affecting Formosa be settled by peaceful means. Clearly, MacArthur's statement to the VFW collided head-on with Truman's sentiments about a neutralized Formosa. Secretary Atchison later described the statement as an affront with damaging effect at home and abroad. As damage control, Truman ordered Defense Secretary Lewis Johnson to send a letter to MacArthur demanding that he withdraw his message to the VFW because it was in conflict with the policy of the United States. After Johnson spent most of a day trying to dissuade Truman, the exasperated president dictated the letter personally and forced Johnson to send it. Although MacArthur's message hadn't yet been read to the VFW gathering at the time Truman obtained a copy, the general's public relations staff had already released the full text to the U.S. media. It was being quoted prominently in many newspapers and had been published in full in U.S. News and World Report. It was my opinion, said Truman, that this statement could only serve to confuse the world as to just what our Formosa policy was. Under heavy pressure from the Pentagon, Truman had already decided to replace Lewis Johnson, who was universally despised by U.S. military leaders, and had persuaded General George C. Marshall, venerable former Secretary of State and wartime chairman of the JCS, to take over as Defense Secretary. For several days, the President also gave serious consideration to stripping MacArthur of his command and power base and hauling him back to the States, as Dulles had angrily recommended. Finally, Truman changed his mind about MacArthur, but in early September he forced Johnson to sign a letter of resignation in a pathetic scene that ended with Johnson weeping and begging for his job. Johnson's ouster was universally cheered by America's military, but it was genuinely painful for Truman. "I've never felt quite so uncomfortable," he would later recall. He, Johnson, looked like he had been beaten. Where MacArthur was concerned, however, Truman's white-lipped anger, in the words of one presidential aide, was deep-running and lingering. In months to come, MacArthur's arrogance and repeated refusal to accept direction from Washington would create an irreparable rift between the President and his supreme commander in the Far East. Truman's irritation at the VFW message was amply justified. It not only aroused Communist China's suspicions about U.S. intentions, but also gave the USSR a propaganda victory at the United Nations, where Soviet Ambassador Andrei Vyshinsky railed at MacArthur's cynical candor about turning Formosa into a U.S. base at all costs. MacArthur added fuel to the fire when he ignored a cable from the Joint Chiefs, received in Tokyo on August 28th, diplomatically suggesting Kunsan as an alternate location for the Korea landing. 2 days later, MacArthur issued firm orders for the Incheon operation to proceed according to plan. Copies of the order, however, weren't delivered to the Pentagon until September 8th, just a week before D-Day at Incheon, when the massive machinery for the operation was fully in motion, and MacArthur knew it was too late for the JCS to halt it. Lieutenant Colonel Lynn D. Smith, the courier assigned to hand-carry full details about the operation, didn't leave Tokyo until September 10th, however, at which time MacArthur told him lightly, "Don't get there too soon." Smith didn't reach Washington until late evening on September 13th, and it was almost noon the next day when Smith actually presented his paperwork to the JCS. By then it didn't really matter anyway. The military chiefs had held a final conference on Incheon on September 8th, with Truman sitting in, then capitulated and endorsed the Incheon landing. "We approve your plan, and the President has been so informed," they cabled MacArthur. At only a few other moments in the 230-plus years of America's history have U.S. military commanders, as a class, endured levels of stress, confusion, dissension, and loss of confidence equal to what they faced in Korea in the summer of 1950. The plight of George Washington's ragtag army in the winter of 1776-77 stands out among the darkest moments of the American Revolution. The panicked flight of Union soldiers after their rout at the First Battle of Bull Run in 1861 ranks as the U.S. Army's lowest point in the Civil War. And the interval of shock and dismay following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941 surely represents the rock bottom of our military leadership's confidence and public image during World War II. Arguably, though, no trial of flesh and spirit has tested the U.S. officer corps more severely or cast it in a more negative light than the ordeal of July and August 1950, when the defenders of the Pusan perimeter barely avoided being swept from the Asian mainland into the sea. Never have our armed forces seemed more impotent. Never have senior military decision-makers been more prone to costly ineptitude and miscalculation or broader disagreement on how to prosecute the war. Never have unit-level commanders who led U.S. troops into battle been less combat experienced or exposed to greater personal risk of injury and death. As discussed earlier, the problem originated at the very apex of the military pecking order. It began with President Truman, a commander-in-chief who had allowed, even promoted, disastrous deterioration of America's armed forces. But it extended downward through every echelon of command, from five-star generals to shave-tail second lieutenants. Among frontline U.S. commanders in Korea in 1950, Brigadier General Edward A. Craig stands out for his energy, initiative, common sense, personal bravery, and compassion for the men who served under him. The high respect in which Eddie Craig was held throughout Marine Command circles was why he'd been chosen to lead the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade in the long-odds effort to hold the Pusan perimeter in the first place. Yet, in terms of battlefield strategy during a 32-year tour of duty that had taken him from Haiti to the Philippines and from Guadalcanal to Iwo Jima, Craig had always tended toward the tried and true, not the experimental or unorthodox. When he arrived at Pusan at the end of July, Craig was 54 years old and nearing the end of an illustrious but fairly predictable career that would earn him a Bronze Star, a Silver Star, a Navy Cross, and assorted other decorations before he retired. After World War II, dozens of Marines whom Craig had led in the Pacific demonstrated their devotion by naming their firstborn sons after him, and the men who served under him in Korea held him in near unanimous reverence. "I'd follow General Craig anywhere he wanted to go," wrote Navy Corpsman Herb Pierce in a letter to his parents from the Nakhtong Bulge. "It makes you feel good to know that he'd never send you anywhere that he wouldn't go himself." Yet never, since he became a Marine officer in 1917, had Craig been considered a cutting-edge innovator or tactical visionary. All that changed in early August 1950, when the silver-haired Connecticut Yankee from Danbury transformed himself into Chopper Eddie, as the first American general to make daily use of helicopters in battlefield situations. 4 new 3-seat Sikorsky HO-3S-1 choppers were attached to the Marine Brigade, and Craig lost no time introducing them to combat, and making them a vital factor in rescuing the Pusan perimeter from a communist takeover. "Having helicopters attached to my command in Korea was a most rewarding experience," Craig wrote in a daily journal titled Incidents of Service. which he kept throughout his career. Without them, the brigade would have been seriously hampered, and my opportunities for personal command and reconnaissance limited. With his personal pilot, Captain Gus Ludicky, at the controls, and his aide, First Lieutenant John A. Jack Buck, usually occupying the only other passenger seat, Craig racked up a long list of firsts with his helicopters during August. He conducted the first combat reconnaissance missions by helicopter, first helicopter casualty evacuations, and first helicopter supply missions to forward troops, all within the first few days after his brigade went into action. Chopper Eddie also was aboard the first U.S. helicopter to come under enemy artillery and mortar fire, and the first to rescue downed American pilots in enemy-held areas. "I accompanied General Craig on most of his flights," recalled Lieutenant Buck, "and we often came under enemy machine gun and rocket fire, but we were lucky, and nobody in the chopper ever got hit. I was the only one aboard with an M1, so if anybody was going to return fire, it had to be me." Brooklyn-born Buck had met Craig at Camp Pendleton in 1949, when the general was interviewing men to be his aide-de-camp. "We seemed to hit it off right from the beginning, and Craig told me soon after the interview that I was the one," Buck recalled. "I think one thing that affected his decision was the fact that I'd gone to Air Observer School at Quantico, and I was comfortable in the air. Craig knew even then that if he was ever back in a combat situation, he'd want to use helicopters as much as possible." The choppers allowed Craig to perform feats that were almost miraculous in the eyes of the Marines he commanded. A prime example was his ability, on one occasion, to direct attacks by two of his battalions as they occurred simultaneously 26 miles apart. When Craig needed to consult with Army generals at their command posts, he invariably traveled by chopper, amazing his hosts with the amount of ground he was able to cover. Buck recalled an incident during the fighting in the Naktung Bulge when Craig visited an old and tired-looking General John Church, commander of the 24th Infantry Division, at Church's CP 13 miles behind the front lines. "Church invited us to stay for dinner that evening, and one of his aides told me they were serving freshly killed pheasant, which sounded a lot better than the sea rations we were used to," Buck remembered. But Craig graciously declined. "I've got to stop off and check on several of my units on my return trip," he said, "and still get back to my CP in time to plan tomorrow morning's attack." Without the chopper, there was no way on earth he could have done all that. The contrasts between Craig and Church ranged well beyond their respective dinner menus or their schedules on a particular day. In a sense, their divergent styles and priorities defined the sharp differences between the performances of U.S. Army and Marine officers in Korea during the summer of 1950. At 58, Church was only 4 years senior to Craig, but in demeanor, physical condition, and battlefield acumen, he seemed much older, as Buck observed. In a military career spanning 30-plus years, Church had performed gallantly in 2 world wars. He'd been wounded twice in France in 1918 and awarded a Distinguished Service Cross. In 1943, he'd served as Chief of Staff of the 45th Infantry Division as it clawed its way up the boot of Italy from Sicily through Salerno and Anzio. Later, while serving in Germany and Holland, Church had been wounded again and earned 2 Silver Stars for valor. But by the time he was thrust into the chaos of South Korea on June 27, 1950, just 2 days after the Communist invasion, Church was frail beyond his years and suffering from severe arthritis that kept him in constant pain. To many, it seemed that Church's time had come and gone, wrote historian Clay Blair. That to send him off to yet another war at his age and in his poor state of health was unfair and unwise. According to Blair, Church kept a bottle of whiskey close at hand as a pain reliever, a practice that, along with his feverish joints, may have clouded his judgment or undermined his resolve at times. Church and other Army commanders at the divisional and regimental levels in Korea also may have been handicapped by the fact that most of their combat experience had been in Europe, against German troops. Hence they were strangers to many defensive and offensive traits peculiar to Asian armies, whereas Craig and most other Marine officers had spent all of World War II fighting the Japanese, whose tactics the North Koreans tried to imitate. "We didn't find the North Koreans as tenacious or fanatical as the Japanese," recalled Lieutenant Ike Fenton, who saw plenty of both, "and we didn't find the NKs pressing home their advantage once they were separated from their leaders. Their attacks would start suddenly and end just as suddenly. Most of the time they'd probe the center of our defense, then hit us on our flanks. They liked to attack at night, but we generally broke the attack when daylight came around." Church and other Army commanders repeatedly failed to recognize these tendencies or to counter these flanking movements effectively, and NKPA troops were consistently able to circle behind Army units to cut off supply and escape routes and infiltrate rear echelon areas. Church's original assignment in Korea was basically a fact-finding mission, not one involving brutal close-up combat. But within hours he'd found himself serving as the de facto commander of a battered, disorganized ROK army. A few days later, it had been Church's misfortune to send Task Force Smith into the bloody debacle at Osan. When Church assumed command of the 24th Division in late July, replacing the captured General William Dean, a change of leadership personalities certainly seemed to be in order. Dean's impulsiveness and lack of solid communication and control had contributed directly to his division's collapse at Daejeon, and to landing Dean himself in a North Korean POW camp for the duration of the war. Church's more cautious style might have been expected to reassure his troops, but during the first battle of the Naktung, a full month after Church took over, the deficiencies plaguing the division under Dean remained much the same. As a detailed study prepared decades later for the Army's Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, concluded, "The first Naktung battle exposed several flaws in the operations of the 24th Division's staff. Intelligence estimates of North Korean capabilities and intentions were extremely conservative. Even an attack by infiltrators on an artillery battery some distance behind the front was disregarded. In fact, the North Korean 4th Division was simply following the same pattern of operations it had been using since the war's outbreak. A commander's staff usually reflects the level of discipline, intensity, and foresight offered by the officer in charge, particularly under unyielding pressure. Because Church was in no physical condition to run a tight ship, a tendency toward missteps and malfunctions grew to be system-wide in the 24th Division. Craig, however, had assembled a brigade staff that he could rely on in any situation, men who knew as well as he did what to do and how to get it done. They also knew that Craig might show up suddenly at any moment, day or night, to see for himself if his troops were doing their jobs. A few days before the brigade shipped out for Korea, First Sergeant John Ferrator was surprised in an artillery storeroom by an unexpected 2 a.m. visit by Craig. He said he just wanted to know how things were going, Ferrator recalled. He was a real hands-on general. "I learned early in my career to rely on my non-commissioned officers," Craig explained, "and they never let me down." If the stresses of mortal combat were difficult for ill-prepared or worn-out high-level commanders, they were many times greater for junior officers leading troops under fire, and the risks faced by these young, inexperienced officers in Korea were in a class by themselves. What happened to the West Point class of 1949 in Korea was an utter tragedy, recalled retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Fred Wilmot many years later. They should have been assigned as company commanders, but most of them went into battle in Korea as infantry platoon leaders, the most dangerous job in the Army, and 60% of them were killed. Wilmot himself would have been a member of that same West Point class and might well have suffered a similar fate if his life hadn't taken some unusual twists and turns along the way. A native of Nevada, Missouri, he'd entered the Army as a private in 1943 and earned a Bronze Star in the Battle of the Bulge. Shortly after surviving that last great